Mushroom Yuri. Mushroom
Yeah.
Yuri. Mushroom Yuri. Mushroom Yuri. Mushroom Yuri.
Mushroom Yuri.
Mushroom Yuri. Hi everyone.
Hi.
Hi. Mushroom Yuri. Mushroom Yuri. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Hi, this is this is Uber. This Monday. This is Monday Uber stream. I was initially gonna do some art today, working on the symbiote thing more. But then yesterday I saw a post saying that, hey, remember that fucking Mushroom Yuri VN that you've been looking forward to? Yeah, that's coming out tomorrow. Yeah, that's coming out tomorrow. It's like, oh fuck. I gotta. I had to. I mean, how couldn't I? Like, fuck. Like, the first time I've heard about that game was like on Twitter. I was scrolling to Twitter and I saw this art of Mushroom Girl and this another girl, and they were being in a toxic Yuri position, and I was like, oh fuck, that's hot, that's really good art, I'm gonna like it. And I scroll down in the reply section, it's like, oh, you mean to say this is an upcoming VN? Oh, you mean to say it's an upcoming VN? It's gonna be released soon. Oh, you mean to say it's Yuri? Mushroom Yuri? Toxic Yuri? Hive Mind? Wait, okay. So, like, I've waited. I followed the dev on social medias. And I waited. I simmered. And I waited patiently. And finally, it's getting paid off. I looked at my fucking email inbox this morning, and I saw a fucking message from Steam saying like, hey, you remember that Mushroom Yuri that you wishlisted on your fucking wishlist on Steam and goddamn wishlist? Yeah, it's out right now. You can buy it. It's like, fuck, okay. And I bought it. I bought Mushroom Yuri. The actual name of the game is called Her Love Like Poison. It's like, okay. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna be playing it, and I have a very strong feeling that we're gonna be very much enjoying it. It's only $8.09 in Canadian dollars, so it's very much cheaper than.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's less than $10. It's good. And it's 10% off right now because it just released. So, without further ado, let me fucking stop the music and boot up the gosh darn game. Let me see. Come on. There you go.
I'm gonna look at what the game is in USD because I can't convert USD to or Canadian to USD in my mind.
Yeah, that's fair. Let me also screen share this on the thing.
Thank you.
And also let me make the reactive a little bit smaller, just
It's
so.
$6.29 in USD.
That's
Yeah.
cheap. That's cheap. Which
Yeah,
I mean, like,
I may not be an economist, but that sounds like a deal to me.
it's I think this game is like 2 to 4 hours long, if I remember correctly. So it's not like a super long game, but still, I'm like, I mean, fuck, man. I fuck it. Fuck it. A small price to pay for Yuri. Mushroom Yuri, that is. Anyway, we got a couple of funny stuff here. We got start load preferences. I adjusted the music a little bit. I got extras. We got gallery, which is unlocked. We got music, which are all locked except for one. We can look at this after we finish the end. But yeah, let's fucking get into this.
Let's go.
You wanna read or should I read the narration?
I can do narration, I guess.
Okay.
Ethel Briggs was trying to play the second movement of Mozart's Violin Sonata number 21. But she wasn't having much luck. It had been months since she'd last picked up her violin, and the lack of practice had made her rusty. She had played this particular piece numerous times, not for any competitions. She had always been too shy to enter any, despite Miss Manderley's gentle coaxing, but for her own satisfaction. Mozart's Violin Sonata 21 was one of her favorites. Ethel wasn't a huge Mozart aficionado. She didn't like how upbeat most of his pieces were, how frothy, flippant, and inoffensive. On the whole, she thought that Mozart was far too cheerful. Ethel much preferred the quiet, understated melancholy of Beethoven or Chopin's clean, precise compositions.
Also, I completely forgot about the thing I needed to say. Restream.
Oh.
If you look at my fucking stream title, you can see the command !screw cc. Type in screw cc to get some information on how you can help with the censorship that's going on itch.io, Steam, and other like distribution sites. There's a dipshit Australian fucking conservative bullshit guys who are trying to censor adult and insensitive content on various websites, and they're putting pressure on credit card companies. So if you don't want any of these unnecessary and unlawful censorship, you can type in screw cc and go to the website yellat.money to get some information on how you can help this cause, how you can prevent the censorship from not happening. Mainly calling these like MasterCard and Visa companies and whatnot, to show your interest on like, oh yeah, stop this shit. But yeah, screw CC. It's also like on a timer, so like it'll constantly pop up. But yeah, thank you.
There's also, if you're in the U.S., there's also the Kids Online Safety Act, which is coming back into office,
Yes.
and needs to be stopped for the same reason.
Yeah. Also, I can tell that the artist who do this does not have experience in playing a violin, because you see this bridge on the middle. Mm-hmm. This should be way lower, because the part you kind of play with the bow is that it's on the top side of this bridge. So you have to rub that part, and the bridge is like way much lower. But you know, who gives a shit?
Who give a fuck?
Who give a fuck?
Did you used to play violin?
I used to, yes.
Oh, that's sick as hell.
Yeah. As a very tiny little kid, I don't retain any of those skills anymore.
Oh.
It'd be like that.
But there was something special about the Violin Sonata 21. This was one of Mozart's few sonatas in E minor, composed in Paris shortly after his mother's death. The first part was allegro, and it contained some of that familiar energy which was so distinctly Mozart, but the second was so far more moving. This second movement of Mozart's Violin Sonata 21 had a special place in Ethel's heart, maybe because this was one of the first violin pieces she had heard. It was this piece which had inspired her to take up the violin in the first place. Ethel had wanted to be able to play this melancholy piece with her own two hands, to bring this eternal, haunting music into the world of her own volition. For many years, Ethel had attended her violin lessons dutifully, and for a while she had accomplished her goal. She had performed this piece often enough that her muscle memory could make up for her lack of practice. But though Ethel knew she had the notes mostly correct wasn't good enough. Ethel's right hand slipped, the bow scraping unpleasantly against the strings, and she winced. She had been at it for some 5 minutes trying to recreate her past successes, but this was the final straw. What was the point in pursuing this any further? It wasn't as though she was performing this for an audience. She was at home, on her own, and this was a blessing. If her parents and her 2 younger brothers had been there, Ethel wouldn't have been able to play her once beloved violin at all. They all would have told her to knock it off, apart from Rowan, maybe. Rowan had always been kind. Or maybe he, unlike the other members of Ethel's family, was simply too self-conscious to say what he actually thought. Maybe Rowan looked down on Ethel too, for her strange, lonely, old-fashioned hobbies. Ethel's family didn't really care for classical music. Her father, Jude, liked Iron Maiden, Dio, and Judas Priest, while her mother, Lauren, listened to anything that was trending on TikTok. Manny, meanwhile, listened to loud, shouty music, and Ethel didn't know what Rowan liked because he never told anybody. Rowan was very secretive about his interests, almost furtive. If her family had listened to classical music, however, Ethel knew that they would have preferred Mozart to Beethoven and Chopin. Mozart seemed like exactly the sort of person Lauren would have enjoyed chatting with over a pint. Come to think of it, if the Mozart in Amadeus was at all like the real man. Ethel sighed. She was disappointed in herself. She hadn't been playing the violin for very long, but her jaw was aching and her fingers were already beginning to hurt. Build up those calluses, girlie. Gloomily, she set her violin down.
Got the ergonomic chair and the fucking gamer setup, damn, okay.
Clear case, 3 fans, RGB colored. Glumly, she looked at it sitting on her bed. Her eyes softened in such a way that she looked rather like an abandoned puppy. Then, feeling rather sad and sorry for herself, she sniffed. She had loved that violin once, but her love had long since dwindled. Everything which had once brought Ethel joy had become gray and faded since Clementine had left her.
Who's Clementine?
Good question.
Who's
What
Clementine?
did her love for music matter now? Had it ever mattered? Ethel was already 21, and simultaneously, she was only 21. 21. She was in her final year of university. The adult world loomed before her. Rather than welcoming it, however, Ethel found herself shrinking away from her future responsibilities. Girl, same.
This is too real.
That was probably why she had dug out her old violin to play through her favorite piece from her childhood. She had been trying to cling to the past. She simply didn't want to grow up. Ethel sat down on her bed, defeated, though she supposed it wasn't her bed anymore. It hadn't been for almost 3 years. When Ethel was at university in Durham, Manny slept in what had once been her room. When Ethel came back for the holidays, Manny and Rowan were forced to share a room, something they both resented. "I know it's a tight squeeze," Jude always said, "but try to bear with it. Ethel can't be expected to share with either of you. She's the oldest, and she's a young lady. She needs her space. Don't be so surly. Rowan was good-natured enough that he didn't complain about this sleeping arrangement too much, not to Ethel's face at least. But Manny was less so. Manny was only 13, and he hadn't learned how to be tactful yet. Ethel's youngest brother had been in an awful mood all Christmas, a mood which Ethel knew was largely because of her unwanted presence. It had been a relief when her family had left the day prior for Luton Airport, for the holiday they had been looking forward to so much. Now that Manny was no longer skulking around, shooting her nasty glares whenever their paths crossed, Ethel felt like she could finally breathe. Are they in North Carolina? Some part of Ethel wished that she had accompanied her family. She'd never been to Australia before, and she was curious about it. But another part of her thought that she'd made the right move.
It might be in North Carolina.
Durham. She didn't want to keep subjecting Manny to her company.
Also, there might be there's multiple Durhams out there.
That's true. The first one I think was North Carolina.
Yeah.
She also enjoyed having the house to herself. That meant she could play the violin without having to worry about the sound carrying. And it did carry in her parents' home since the walls were so thin. Ethel had been looking forward to being on her own, but now that she was on her own, she couldn't even enjoy her newfound freedom. What was wrong with her? Ethel bit the inside of her cheek, weighing up her options. If she couldn't play her violin, she should at least give her thesis a go. The due date to hand the damn thing in was approaching. She only had 2 months left to work on it. She had not written a single line of it yet.
I feel like 2 months is decent time enough to get shit going.
She couldn't bring herself to. Like the violin, Ethel had lost all interest in her thesis and in her degree. Ethel had used her thesis as an excuse to get out of going on a holiday with her parents. She told them she needed to focus on her work. But she'd been doing precious little work all day and wasting an awful lot of time.
Real. Too real.
Ethel glanced at her violin, which lay discarded on her bed. Then she sighed for the umpteenth time that night. How had things come to this? What had happened to make her lose interest in everything which had once delighted her, especially her beloved violin? Unwilling girls might have been coerced into playing instruments by their parents, but this hadn't been the case with Ethel. Ethel had been introduced to the world of classical music quite by chance, after discovering an old CD full of the stuff in a jumble sale for 50 pence. Okay.
That's
England.
they're British. We gotta get the fuck out of here.
She had been drawn to the old cracked CD because of the smiley lady on the cover, and she hadn't been too interested in the music itself.
Okay.
When she had listened to that CD, however, she had experienced a revelation. The songs had spoken to her. She had been instantly drawn into the world of classical music, and it had all been thanks to Mozart's Violin Sonata No. 21. Ethel had known after listening to that CD that her life would never be the same again. Shortly after, she had pleaded with her parents to take violin lessons so she could play just as well as the smiley lady with the pixie cut on the cover of that CD.
Yay.
Ethel had since lost that life-altering CD. She'd lost many things which were important to her over the years, but she could remember the cover clearly. The woman had been pretty despite her unconventional haircut, decidedly feminine in her blued wrap dress and her dangly earrings.
Chat, if you're following this channel, you can put in the emoji Uber the one Yuri. This will be like fucking like chanting and crowd work in concerts and stuff. Every time you feel like Yuri, you can post that emoji in the chat. Anyways, let's continue.
She had held the violin against the nook of her neck, and in her other hand she had wielded a bow. There had been something commanding about the nameless woman in blue, despite how skinny she had been, how slender her arms and legs. To the young Ethel, she had seemed less like a person and more a queen from a fairy tale, the garland of flowers on her head only adding to the illusion. Ethel hadn't necessarily wanted to play the violin for the sake of it. She had just wanted to look like the nameless lady on the album's cover, a lady who, Ethel now realized, probably hadn't played any of the songs arranged on that CD. The woman on that cover had probably been a model, brought into a studio to pose with a violin she couldn't play. That, or she had been a stock image lifted from the internet. When Ethel had grown up enough to realize this, it had sullied the mystique of that seminal CD. A little like how other children felt betrayed after learning Santa wasn't real.
Wait, Santa isn't real?
I'm sorry you had to find out this way.
Fuck.
It had been an eye-opening moment, but maybe it had been for the best. This revelation had lessened Ethel's pain, at least, when the CD had gone missing a few years ago. In any case, Ethel's violin lessons had never quite lived up to her expectations. Ethel had kept at the violin, carried by her initial childish enthusiasm, but her enthusiasm had faded when she started secondary school, and she realized she would never be as smiley or as happy as the elfin woman on that CD cover. She would never be that pretty either. No amount of playing the violin could bring Ethel closer to her idealized image of perfection, something which became all the more apparent when Shania and her gang had started to bully her.
No.
Ethel grew so disenchanted with the violin she gave up on her lessons at the start of year 11. She had needed to focus on her GCSEs anyway, and it hadn't helped that she had jammed her fingers during a netball game in PE, and it had hurt for a whole month to hold her bow. Jude had never liked it when she played in the house anyway, especially when there was a big game on. Manny, meanwhile, had always said her scraping sounded unbearable. "It's like nails on a chalkboard. Can't you pack it in?" Manny used to say, and in the end, Ethel did just that. She packed the violin in, but not for good. She continued to play here and there when her parents and her brothers were out of the house, and there was nobody to hear her. Sometimes Ethel even took joy in her playing, but those moments had been few and far between. Once Ethel had played the violin dedicatedly, once a week at her teacher's, Miss Manderly. Now she played once a month, if that, and she did so furtively, as if it were a shameful secret. Ethel couldn't help but feel embarrassed as she played, as though she were performing an obscene act even more intimate than masturbation. Maybe playing the violin was masturbation in a sense, because it had only ever brought her pleasure. Nobody else in her life had cared to listen to her, nobody except dear old Miss Manderly. She had been encouraging, but what had this brought Ethel? Ethel left her violin on the bed and approached the window, her footsteps muffled like a cat's padding. Once there, she stood at the sill and glanced out at the garden beyond. It was late at night. The digital clock on her bedside table said it was already 8:30. The sky was navy blue, the moon ringed by wisps of cloud. There was a bit of a breeze outside, and the darkened silhouettes of the hedgerows were shaking. Ethel's fingers curled around the windowsill. All of a sudden, being inside felt stifling. Ethel had been so caught up in her memories, she worried they would overwhelm her. Newly uneasy, Ethel took an anxious step away from the window. She wasn't sure why, but she had an intense desire to escape. She had to clear the cobwebs from her mind in some way, and what better way to do that than to go for a walk?
Yes, go outside into the night. I'm sure you will meet no one particular of note.
Nothing life-changing will happen.
Nothing life-changing will happen.
It might have been late at night. It was too late to go for a wander, really, but she did live in Oxbury. Oxbury was a tiny village, almost minuscule, really, with a non-existent crime rate.
Depending on how I feel about this at the end of the game, I feel like I might have an intense desire to move to England. Specifically
Terrible,
Oxbury.
terrible idea.
Terrible idea. But however,
Nothing
hear
bad
me
ever
out.
happened there.
Hear me
Hear
out.
me out. No stabbings ever took place in Oxbury, contrary to the wild claims Americans on the internet like to make about the UK's crime statistics, or any muggings. Ethel would be just fine. Why wouldn't she be? Oxbury was so safe and sterile it bordered on the boring. Hadn't she always wanted to go on fun adventures when she was a little girl? Adventure was hardly going to come and find her if she remained indoors, steeped in her reminiscences as if she were a teabag. Ethel didn't imagine that anything exciting would happen on her walk, but it would be better than sitting and stewing. Ethel padded downstairs, her feet sinking against the cushioned landing, then the cushioned steps of the staircase, and paused by the front door.
Star says, no Uber. It'll be Santa Claus all over again. You mean to say lesbians aren't real? Are you
I'm
saying
sorry you had
that?
to find out this way.
No!
She eyed her old coat, but ultimately left it be. What are you wearing now, then? It was a brown duff coat, which Ethel had owned since 6th form. I don't know what that means.
I guess this isn't brown.
That's true. The coat had been in active service for 4 long winters, and the passage of time had taken its toll. One of the toggles of the coat was missing. It had snapped clean off, and the brown, furry fabric was worn and threadbare in places, like a beloved teddy which had been cuddled one too many times. Lauren had tutted when Ethel had come home from university, clad in that natty coat, and shaken her head. "You're still wearing that old thing?" she had asked, her voice incredulous. "I thought you would have bought a new coat by now. You look like you've come straight out of a jumble sale." I can't do a British accent, and I'm not going to try.
Jumble sale.
Ethel knew that her mother hadn't meant this as a compliment. Ethel's mother rarely complimented her appearance, but she had liked it nonetheless. Lauren had often taken Ethel to jumble sales when she was a girl, ostensibly to find some cheap bits and pieces for their newly renovated kitchen, but actually so she could have a natter with her friends. Lauren would stand by Auntie Jean and Auntie Mariella's stalls. They weren't really aunties, of course. They were just her mother's friends. While Ethel would wander around by herself, transfixed by all the wares on display. The jumble sale her mother had frequented every weekend had taken place in the car park of the big Sainsbury and Wrexham, and all sorts of people were in attendance. Okay, so I'm guessing a jumble sale is like a flea market in America.
I guess so. Jumbo sale.
Jumbo sale. Pens. It had
Coins.
Auntie Jean, who sold old paperbacks which had once belonged to her mother, and Auntie Mariella, who sold soap and candles. There had been other more interesting stalls. You clicked that too fast.
Oh, sorry.
There we go. There had been other more interesting vendors with piercings and tattoos. Some of these vendors sold bits of wood whittled into fantastical creatures, self-painted dioramas of forests and fairy tale castles, handmade jewelry set with stones which couldn't have been precious, but which shone regardless, and beaded dream catchers which swayed in the breeze. Their wares made Auntie Jean's old paperbacks and Auntie Mariella's soaps and candles look very pedestrian indeed. Ethel had always loved jumble sales, in part because there had always been so much stuff to gawp at. They'd been so busy, Ethel had been able to melt into the crowds, completely anonymous. Ethel had quite liked being told she looked like she had come straight from one of those sales, though her mother had been less than impressed. Lauren had told her that her coat made her look mousy, but that was what Ethel preferred. She never liked standing out. Maybe that was why she had chosen to venture outdoors at such a late hour. There wouldn't be anybody on the street to spot her. The coat really was too ready to keep wearing, however. Ethel left it be, reasoning her jacket would be enough. Okay. Ethel did grab her father's old torch from his toolbox, however, just in case she needed it. She stuffed it inside a canvas bag, which she slung over her shoulder. Then she stepped out onto the street. Drink break.
Drink. Hydrate. 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 Or dihydrate. 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 Hydrate. Or dihydrate. Hydrate. Or.
I'm beginning to think there won't be any dialogue for a while.
Yeah. Do you want to switch every now
No, I'm
and then?
good. I'm just saying, I'm starting to
Okay.
think it's gonna be a while.
Yeah.
She shut the front door behind her, and soon she was enveloped by the shadows. She hoped that she would be able to wander the streets uninterrupted. Well, now. Oh, this is a voice.
You can voice.
Okay. Well, now, this is a coincidence. It's been a while. Ethel, isn't it? But her hopes were soon scuppered. There was a man on the other side of the road, a man who looked almost as washed out as Ethel. It was hard to see in the dark, even with those street lamps illuminating the gray, gloomy pavement, but Ethel recognized the man well enough. He must have been in his 50s now. Oh, excuse me. But he had been younger when Ethel had first met him. 31, 32, she wasn't sure. Excuse me, Jesus. He had a lined face, which spoke of his encroaching age, though it was lined in such a way that traces of the young man he had once been could still be seen. His jaw was still firm, his nose aquiline, and his eyes were striking. The man had a full head of hair despite his age, and it was more sandy brown than gray, shot through with only a few lighter strands. He wasn't a bad-looking man. He was definitely no monster, but Ethel still shrunk away from him. She knew him, but that did little to endear her to him. This was Mr. Brown, one of Ethel's teachers back in primary school. Mr. Brown had been one of the few male teachers at Uxbury Primary. In fact, he might have been the only male teacher, and he had stood out from the rest not just because of his gender, but because of his sheer size. He had been a mountain of a man, so much so he had to stoop to enter and exit the classroom. He had been head and shoulders above Miss Pierce, Miss Brigitte, and Mrs. Moyles, quite literally. Ethel had always found Mr. Brown intimidating, that what with his sheer vastness, not to mention his voice had been deep and booming. Wow, I gave him a completely wrong voice.
You made him a twig.
Ethel, granted, had been a good deal shorter herself back when she had been in primary school, but Mr. Brown didn't look any less intimidating over a decade later. Ethel had grown while Mr. Brown had not, but he still eclipsed her. Mr. Brown was taller than Rowan, who had shot up when he started secondary school, taller too than her father, who had played basketball when he was younger. He was easily taller than 6 feet. He could have even been pushing 7. Mr. Brown was a vast mountain of a man with large hands and large feet, whose coat seemed too small to contain him. Ethel had been afraid of Mr. Brown as a young girl, and little had changed. Did the mushrooms just twitch? She was still afraid of him.
It might have been my cursor.
Okay. Ethel shrunk back, shaking. What was Mr. Brown doing outside so very late? It was strange, but... Mom. Ah. That explained it. He must have been walking his dog. Mr. Brown's dog was a curious sight. It was the polar opposite of its owner, small and runty, where Mr. Brown was tall and wide. The dog and the owner were so much mismatched, it was almost comical. The diminutive dog, was he a spaniel? Ethel wasn't sure. It was so tiny, Ethel worried Mr. Brown might step on it by accident. I may have made him sound like a twink, but they made him look like one.
That's true.
Based on, compared to the description they are giving. Ethel hadn't known that Mr. Brown had a dog. She didn't know much about Mr. Brown at all. She hadn't thought about him in years. Was the spaniel? Yes, Ethel was sure it was a spaniel, a new addition to his family. Well, whatever, it didn't really matter. Ethel? Ethel's shocked silence must have perturbed Mr. Brown, because he sounded concerned when he said, "You are Ethel, aren't you? Ethel Briggs? It's been a while since I saw you, but I remember you. I don't forget any of my students."
Do you want to voice Ethel?
A reading streamer.
Oh, okay. I guess I'm voicing Ethel.
Gotta read at some point.
Yes. I'm Ethel. Sorry?
I thought as much. It's nice to see. It's nice to know I'm not going completely senile. I take it you're back from university then?
Yes.
You're going to Durham?
Yes. Did my parents tell you that?
They did. Jude told me. I'm wondering if I should, start at least trying. I could probably at least, try.
Do you see my parents very much then?
Well, we go to the pub quiz together sometimes in Wrexham. Your father can be very competitive. Ethel didn't disbelieve that. Jude had always been a bit of a know-it-all. He was the sort of man who liked to watch quiz shows solely so he could yell at the contestants for getting things wrong. And woe betide they loused up any questions on classic rock. That was Jude's specialty. Ethel couldn't imagine her mother joining in a pub quiz all that enthusiastically, but she probably went along for the drinks and the peanuts. Ethel had been in the pub in Wrexham with her parents a couple of times, and Lauren got on rather well with the proprietor, old Jerry. He always made a show of IDing Lauren whenever she ordered a pint, though it wasn't really necessary. Lauren might have been young for a mother of 3, and she took great pains to ensure her makeup was just so, but she was in her early 40s. It was impossible that anybody might mistake her for a teenager, but Lauren still liked the attention. She thrived on it. I've been seeing quite a bit of your parents, actually, after Evie's funeral. Your mum helped me with the arrangements and with all the refreshments. Her help was invaluable. Ah, now that sounded familiar. Ethel thought her mother might have mentioned at some point or another that her old primary school teacher's wife had died recently. She hadn't given much thought, but she supposed her mother must have been talking about Mr. Brown. He was the only male teacher she'd had, and Ethel didn't think that Miss Pierce, Mrs. Spriggett, or Miss Moyles had been having any clandestine lesbian affairs on the sly.
Fuck! God damn it!
They were all too old-fashioned.
Not after I'm done with them.
Ethel wondered briefly if Mr. Brown expected her to comment on his wife's passing, but she was spared the need when he continued once more, readjusting his grip on his dog's lead. I've been curious about you too. You're one of my better students, even among all the year 5 kiddos. So I ask about you sometimes. I hope you don't mind. Ethel did mind, as it happened. She didn't like being spoken about behind her back, even if the talk was all positive. She didn't know how to articulate this, however, without sounding rude. Afterwards, Ethel looked at her feet and said,
Oh, no, it's fine.
Your parents are quite proud of you, you know. They can't stop posting about you. Ethel thought this was highly unlikely. She might have gotten into a good university, and maybe she was doing well academically, but her parents had never placed much stock into highfalutin things like degrees. Neither of her parents had been to university. Jude had joined the workforce as soon as he'd been able, he'd apprentice till summer, and Lauren hadn't even finished secondary school. She'd cracked in school altogether when she'd been 15, so she could pursue her dreams of superstardom. Unfortunately for Lauren, however, these dreams hadn't come into fruition. She had done some modeling for trashy tabloids for a few years before debuting as an actress in a few sleazy low-budget flicks people never wanted to see. Lauren had wound up settling down and starting a family with Jude when she was only 21. Her age, Ethel thought with a shiver, though she'd never seemed particularly bitter about her lot in life. Lauren had never taken much of an interest in her daughter's creative or academic pursuits, though she'd not been dismissive of them either. Lauren had driven Ethel all the way to Wrexham once a week for her violin lessons with Miss Manderley. Lessons she'd paid for without complaining. She had seemed pleased, too, when Ethel had been accepted into her university of choice, though her pleasure hadn't been much more effusive than a benign, "Oh, that's nice to hear. I suppose we'll have to get your student grant sorted out then, eh?" Ethel found it hard to believe that her mother had been boasting about her academically talented daughter. Lauren would have been more inclined to boast if Ethel had started to dress more fashionably, or if she had learned how to apply eyeliner without making her eyes water, or if she had started her own successful TikTok channel. Lauren had a TikTok account of her own where she filmed herself putting on makeup, taking off makeup, showing off her nails, and singing along to her favorite pop songs. Lauren was actually fairly successful on the platform, and she had managed to rack up over 300,000 followers in the span of 2 years. Damn!
Mom is a TikTok celeb. Can I get her at?
Unfortunately. Unfortunate. Sorry to hear that.
Can I get her at? Can you hook me up?
I don't think you're getting the MILF, I'm sorry.
Fuck!
She sometimes did sponsorships with makeup brands, and it was her newfound fame which had paid for Manny's fancy gaming PC, Jude's new guitar, and the family's holiday in Australia. If Ethel had been like Lauren, bouncy and cheerful, Ethel imagined her mother might have been more inclined to boast about her. But as it was, Ethel thought it was doubtful. It wasn't hard to imagine that Mr. Brown cared about Ethel's academic achievements more than her own parents did. Still, it was kind of him Ethel was disposed to bother spinning her a white lie like that. He must have been trying to cheer her up. Oh, I'm sorry, where are my manners? You'll be on your Christmas holidays now, won't you? I doubt you'll want to talk about your university much right now.
Really?
I thought as much. I'm sorry for bringing it up. I don't make you feel uncomfortable. The thought was appreciated, but Ethel thought it was rather too late for that. She already felt uncomfortable. That wasn't necessarily Mr. Brown's fault, however. She felt uncomfortable about most things in life. That's just how she was. Well, we gotta get you out of here. I'd leave you on your merry way, but I am curious. What are you doing going for a walk at this hour? It's very dark outside, and I think it might start raining soon. Are you sure you'll be alright?
Thank you, but I'll be fine.
Are you sure? Ethel nodded.
I nodded. I have my phone with me, and I even brought my dad's old torch if it gets too dark. It should be able to light the way, but I won't be gone long. I just wanted to go looking for bats.
Bats.
Vampires.
Yes, and nightjars. My dad took me out to look for them sometimes when I was little. I know my way around the forest, so I should be fine.
If you say so.
Vampires.
Mr. Brown didn't look wholly reassured, but he didn't try to question Ethel any further. Maybe he didn't have the time for it. His dog was beginning to tug on his lead, yipping fiercely as he did.
My dogs are barking!
Mr. Brown's dog might have been small, but he had quite the set of lungs on him, and he clearly wasn't afraid of using them. Oh, it looks like his lordship here's getting hungry. Can't keep him waiting now. Not if I don't want him to wake up half the blasted village. Oh, you should be off now. But do take care of yourself. I know you're a great grown lass by now, but the woods can be perilous at night, even if you have a torch and know your way. Woods are a lot bigger than they look. I wouldn't want you getting lost, and you do know what happened to the Delaney girl, don't you?
What happened to the Delaney girl?
Well, of course Ethel knew what had happened to that Delaney girl. Everybody in Oxbury did. It had been quite the topic of conversation when it happened.
Something happened to the Delaney girl.
Ethel hadn't been living in Oxbury then. She'd just started university in Durham, and she'd been trying desperately to keep her head above the water. But Lauren had told her all about it. Her mother had called her breathless to tell her that a girl had gone missing. And it wouldn't be the first time either. Don't you remember that Chloe girl? You were still in primary school at the time, but that caused us here too. I wonder if the cases are related.
What up to the Chloe girl?
The Chloe? Ethel hadn't liked the way her mother had talked about the girl's disappearance, as though it was some amusing piece of gossip. no different from who was dating who on Love Island. She had found it rather tasteless. Ethel hadn't known the missing girl. She'd not been a local of Hawkesbury. According to the local paper, she'd been staying there for a few days with a couple of relatives, and she didn't remember her first name. She thought it had been something unusual, though. Something exotic. India, maybe? Indigo? Well, in any case, the girl had last been sighted near the edge of the woods by a dog walker. Police had combed every inch of the forest, but her body had never been discovered. There was a body to uncover at all. It was possible she'd grown bored of being in Uxbury and she had run away. There was no guarantee she had come to a sticky end, and neither was there any evidence, but Ethel still wondered. And so it seemed with Mr. Brown. It had been almost 3 years since the young Miss Delaney's disappearance, but it had cast something of a pall over Hawkesbury. As a teacher, Mr. Brown must have been more concerned than most. He had spent the better part of his life looking after small children, cleaning skinned knees and breaking up arguments over who stole whose favorite toy. Ethel could hardly fault Mr. Brown for worrying, but his concern still rankled. There was something uncomfortably cloying about it. Did Mr. Brown still regard her as a child? Was that why he was lecturing her? Ethel was 21 now, but she knew Mr. Brown would never regard her as an adult in her own right. How could he when he'd known her as a 9-year-old? This realization was an uncomfortable one. It made Ethel cringe.
Be fine, really. I know my way around, and I have my phone. If I do get lost, I can call for help.
Who Ethel would call if she got lost exactly was a mystery even to her. She could hardly call her parents given they were in Australia, and she knew she wouldn't have the courage to call the police. Ethel would have hesitated to dial 999 even if her home had been broken into by a couple of machete-wielding muggers. She wouldn't have wanted to be a burden. Maybe Mr. Brown had realized this. He had known Ethel for several years, but he chose, rather tactfully, not to comment on it. Instead, he nodded and said, "Very good. Take care then, and make sure you come back before it rains, eh?"
Thank you. I'll, see you later.
I'm sure you will. If you need anything while your parents are away, remember, Sparky and I are just a few doors down. Sparky? Was that the name of Mr. Brown's dog? Ethel supposed it must have been, though what a small dog like Sparky could possibly do to help her, or anybody for that matter, was a mystery. Ethel doubted she would have cause to call on Mr. Brown, or on Sparky during the ensuing days, but she didn't say this. Instead, she nodded and thanked Mr. Brown, who smiled in return. Good night, then, Ethel. I hope you have luck finding your butt.
I hope so too.
Ethel hadn't had much luck during the last few months, not since the start of her third and final year at university. She could have used a bit of good fortune. Mr. Brown gave Ethel a brief wave with the hand which wasn't occupied with Sparky's leash, and turned. Mr. Brown's footsteps faded away, as did the sound of Sparky's indignant yapping, though this took far longer to fade. For such a small dog, Sparky was awfully loud. Ethel watched for a few moments, motionless. Then she spun on her heels. It was time to go to the forest.
Yes.
Ethel began to walk through the village once more, picking her way through the latticework of shadows which were slowly lengthening on the ground. Her footfalls were dull on the pavement, a series of muted sounds which offered little competition, when contrasted with the mournful moaning of the wind. It had been breezy when Ethel first stepped outdoors, but the wind was beginning to pick up now. It tugged at her braided hair and she shivered. She should have expected the poor weather, given it was early January, but she was still surprised by just how frigid it was. What was the temperature? It must have been in the single digits. Ethel looked up at the sky, which hung above her, dark and mysterious. The clouds were grim, foreboding even, but they didn't look numerous enough to promise rain. Maybe Mr. Brown had been wrong about the weather. But Mr. Brown was a sensible man, and it seemed unlikely he would make a mistake, or perhaps especially about something as mundane as the weather. She would have to be quick about her walk if she didn't want to get drenched. She would step into the woods and make a neat circuit about the trees. Then, after 15 minutes, she would head back. Yes, that would be fine. She wouldn't wander too far. What was the point? It wasn't like Oxbury's forest was all that exciting either. It was in a dreamlike manner that Ethel navigated the streets. As she did, the wind blew. It sounded sad, like a wounded animal. Maybe coming out here was a mistake after all. What was the point in coming all the way out here anyway? There was nothing that Ethel really wanted to do in the woods. She was just trying to run away from the responsibilities, like she had after Clementine. But Ethel didn't want to think about that. It was with uncertain eyes that Ethel glanced about the dense woodland which surrounded her. In the distance, somewhere far above her head, an owl hooted. The sound split the air quite suddenly, and Ethel jumped. She hadn't expected it. She could feel her pulse hammering uncomfortably in the base of her neck. Ethel had been into the forest many, many times before, sometimes with her parents, sometimes with her brothers, though more often than not on her own. But it felt different tonight. Maybe it was because of Mr. Brown's warning. That Delaney girl was on Ethel's mind. It felt almost as if she were watching her from the shadows, giggling at Ethel's unease. There was something disconcerting about the woods tonight. Something devouring.
Yes!
It seemed almost to be inviting her in, but beneath its cordiality, there lurked something uncompromising.
Yes!
When Ethel closed her eyes, she thought she could even hear strange whispers around the breeze. Surely that was silly. Nothing lived in the forest apart from rabbits, mice, and the odd badger. There was nothing waiting in the woods for her. She was being stupid. Ethel took a deep breath. Then she stepped forwards. The loose leaves strewn on the cold, hard ground crunched beneath her soles, and once again an owl hooted. This time, however, it didn't startle her. She was prepared for it. Ethel continued to tramp through the woods, her father's chunky torch in hand. It wasn't a very reliable source of light. It kept getting in and out, but at least it had a dual purpose. If push came to shove and she was set upon by some miscreant, it was heavy enough she could use it as a weapon. Ethel doubted anybody would attack her, however, despite Mr. Brown's warnings. She was in Oxbury, for goodness sake. It wasn't the sort of place where people were attacked. Hell, not even the missing Delaney girl had been attacked. She simply disappeared. Besides, it wasn't like Ethel had anything on her that was worth stealing. Her phone was an old Samsung, at least 6 generations out of date, so delightfully archaic in the current year that Clementine had laughed at her.
Samsung mention.
She had always joked that Ethel's phone belonged to the museum. Ethel hadn't bothered to bring her wallet with her either. There weren't any shops open this late. There were scarcely any shops in Oxbury at all, save for the corner shop owned by the Lilly family that closed at 6 o'clock. 6 had already come, then passed a long time ago. Now it was almost 9 o'clock, and Ethel could feel it.
I took a sip of water and went down the wrong throat. Fuck.
Nice job. Great work, Paul. The wind blew uncomfortably cold, trailing its invisible fingers against Ethel's cheeks. Mr. Brown had warned that it might rain, but it felt so cold snow was beginning to seem more likely. Though it had been cold for the last month, it hadn't snowed yet. It had been a predictably British sort of Christmas. Not white, but brown and gray and squatty. There had been no pure white sheets of incorruptible snow, nor even a few token powdery flakes falling from the sky. There had, however, been rain, and plenty of it. Rain which had tipped it down in stair rods on Christmas Eve and Boxing Day. It hadn't rained on Christmas itself, which had been something of a small mercy, but had been continuously cloudy and overcast throughout the whole day. Ethel hadn't gone outside on Christmas, though her parents and her brothers had. They'd asked if she would like to take a turn in the woods herself to get some color into her cheeks, but Ethel had declined these generous invitations. Ethel had thought it would be too muddy, and she hadn't wanted to twist her ankle. Fortunately, it hadn't rained at all in the ensuing week. The forest floor might once have been squelching mud and mire, and now the dirt was reassuringly cold and compact. Ethel was unsure whether that would last for very long, however, not if it really did begin to rain. The moon overhead was round and full that night, just like a perfect pearl, an earring nestled in the ear of a beautiful woman. Lauren had nagged Ethel to get her own ears pierced, but Ethel had never wanted to go along with it. She'd worried that it would hurt, and anyway, she hadn't really seen the point of it. She didn't understand the appeal of poking holes in herself, not so she could gussy herself up with studs and hoops and glinting bits of gold. She had no interest in making herself a target for any thieving magpies. Lauren had always laughed at Ethel's unease. "Don't be so dopey. Heaps of girls, even younger than you, get their ears pierced. I was only 7 when I had mine done, and it didn't hurt at all." But Ethel had remained firm. She could be stubborn about the strangest of things. Lauren had been bemused by her daughter's indifference, but she hadn't pushed the issue. Not too much, at least. Instead, Lauren had shrugged and said, "Oh well, suit yourself. You are being daft, though, Effie." That was how most of Ethel's conversations with her mother went. She was always calling her daft. Sometimes Ethel took offense, even though it was very mild insult. Better even than the things kids said on the playground. Sometimes, however, she thought that her mother had a point. She really was daft. She was being daft right now, wandering through the woods so very late at night. But still, she didn't stop. She kept on walking, the foliage crunching underfoot. Sometimes Ethel liked to imagine that she was a heroine from a romantic poem when she wandered through the woods. A nameless beauty Lord Byron might have committed to the paper, who walked with all the grace of the night itself. But Ethel knew that this was nothing more than a fantasy. She was, in all aspects, hopelessly plain. Maybe that was why Clementine had...
Who is Clementine?
I mean, this feels like ex-girlfriend behavior. No, Ethel wasn't going to think about that. She did have to think about her thesis, however. It was weighing on her. Why, she wondered, had she been silly enough to write her thesis on romantic poets when they focused so intensely, obsessively even, on things which were beautiful? If they weren't waxing poetic on beautiful women, they were writing of the beautiful beauties of nature, of lakes and forests and hills and dazzlingly high cliffs capped with snow. Sometimes Ethel liked to read about the beauties of nature. It was rarer that she liked to read about beautiful women.
Yay.
The former was uplifting, but the latter was just depressing.
Yay.
Was that why she was struggling with her thesis so much? Was it the subject matter? Ethel didn't think she had lost interest in her poetry, but her enthusiasm had definitely dwindled. Maybe it was inevitable when Clementine had been the one to pique her interest in the subject. Clementine had always been very passionate about poetry, romantic poetry in particular. Through reading these old poems with Clementine, Ethel had found something in them to appreciate herself, something she had never noticed before. But maybe it wasn't the words of these poems she had appreciated, the way they sounded in Clementine's mouth when she spoke them. Had Ethel only pretended to be interested in poetry because she'd wanted to have more in common with Clementine? In retrospect, that seemed depressingly likely. Ethel had wanted Clementine to like her. She had been almost slavish in the way she had followed her about, laughing at all her jokes a little too loudly, affirming that yes, of course, all of her essays were wonderfully original.
Hey.
She'd even offered to be Clementine's caddy when they had been on campus. Ethel had been only too happy to buy Clementine drinks from the vending machine or snacks from the student shop whenever she so desired.
This girl is like... It's dire.
I get it, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, but it's still dire.
Oh yeah, 100%. Ethel had wanted Clementine to like her so badly for such a long time. Then Clementine had liked her, and it had been wonderful. For over a year, Ethel had been suspended upon the clouds. Clouds, not clowns. Nothing could have hurt her, until it all came crashing down. Had that been inevitable?
I kind of feel like Ethel is a little like if Squidward was a lesbian with social anxiety. Why are you right?
What?
Why?
Huh?
Why are you right? Like, I get it.
I don't.
I like, in terms of personality, she's a bit like anxious lesbian Squidward.
I'll take your word for it.
She likes to play instruments. She's a bit like socially like inept. Yeah.
I'll take your word for it.
Like, I get it. Anyways.
Maybe she should have expected it. Ethel shuddered. She felt very, very cold and uncomfortable alongside it. This coldness did not abate the further Ethel walked into the woods. An icy chill coiled inside her gut, clenched about her heart like a vice. She could feel it too upon the crown of her head, trickling down her neck. She could feel...
Oh.
that rain. It looked like Mr. Brown had been right. The rain came slowly at first and irregularly, but it didn't take long before spears of the stuff started pelting down. The rain made everything look faint and blurry, as if being viewed through a filter. Thank you. Something in the undergrowth rustled, and Ethel glanced in its direction, the wind whipping her hair about her face. What was that? Ethel knew the answer to that was probably nothing, or if it wasn't nothing, then it was a small, insignificant sort of something. It must have been a rabbit seeking shelter from the rain, that, or a vole, or maybe a sodden squirrel. There was nothing for Ethel to worry about, apart from the miserable weather, of course. Ethel shouldn't have ventured so far into the woods, but it was too late to worry about that now. She couldn't double back on herself in hopes of avoiding the rain. Her home was a good half-hour walk away. Ethel had come further than she had meant to, and had fallen, quite literally, off the beaten path. The trees now rose up about her, dark and ominous, like mute watchmen standing sentinel. Did she fall? I don't remember that happening. Ethel looked about worriedly. She had no idea when the rain was going to stop, but she doubted it would be anytime soon. She had to take shelter somewhere, but where? What about the church? St. Catherine's was an old, crooked building which bordered the forest. It was located on the fringe of Oxbury, away from the rest of the houses. Ethel's parents weren't religious, but her grandmother was, and she'd taken Ethel to St. Catherine's a few times in the past. Mostly for Easter and Christmas services, where they sang hymns praising a god none of them put all that much stock in. Ethel wasn't very religious either. She must have inherited from her father, just like his freckles. But she did wonder on occasions if the world was governed by some greater power nobody could see. Ethel had even tried praying a few times as it happened to see if some mysterious greater being would answer. But she had felt silly and self-conscious, even though she had been on her own. She'd soon stopped. She hadn't been able to get rid herself of the mental image of her father scoffing as he said, "God? What a load of bollocks. The only God I believe in is Jimi Hendrix."
Real.
Ethel hadn't been able to pray to Jimi Hendrix, of course, and the mere idea had been so silly it dampened her momentary religious musings. Ethel still wasn't sure if she believed in God, but if he did exist, she was sure he wouldn't mind if she took shelter in one of his churches for a while.
Ethel's parents sounds cool, to be honest. Yeah. I feel like, well, if I hung out with them, I feel like they'll be a bit chill about it. I don't know, but that's my opinion.
They seem cruel to their daughter.
A little
But
bit.
then I'm getting Ethel's perspective on that, so who knows?
Yeah.
If she could avoid the worst of the rain, then she would have that. If she could avoid the worst of the rain, then she would have nothing negative to say on the subject of organized religion in the foreseeable future. It wasn't like Ethel had any particular vendetta against Christianity anyway, not like her father, who had railed against it as being illogical and impractical. She'd found a lot of things illogical and impractical. Ethel knew that her love for English literature ranked quite highly on his list. Ethel bit her lip. Then she began to pick her way through the forest. The rain was coming down even harder now, thick and fast and unforgiving, and it obscured her vision. It didn't help that it was so dark either. The light from Jude's old church wasn't doing much to help. Hi, Hot Cocoa Rock.
No, it's not Hot Cocoa Rock.
That's not Hot Cocoa Rock? Okay, sorry. My bad. I don't recognize
I mean to be here, sorry.
yet.
I...
Oh,
Oh.
no!
No!
No, I'm sorry!
No! That was Cleaver.
No!
That was Cleaver bacon.
I'm so sorry. I was looking at just the screen icon popped up, and it looked like it looks a little like Hot Cocoa Rocks. I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry, Cleaver. Come back.
Come back, wait.
Come back. It was hard for Ethel to keep her footing. The floor was mulchy, and it was festooned with roots, arched, raised things which threatened to trip Ethel at every step. Hang on.
Come back. Wait. Please.
Ethel sidestepped a thorn bush and very nearly walked smack dab into a tree, though she was able to circumnavigate it just in time. That had been a close call. As little as Ethel enjoyed being rained on, she enjoyed the thought of breaking a limb even less.
Meant to join a different server.
Oh.
Okay. Ooh,
Ethel continued to walk, picking up speed as she did. I'm sorry, Cleaver.
Make Cleaver a leaver. Yeah.
The church wasn't so far away now. She would be able to duck inside and dry herself off, provided, of course, that the door was unlocked. She broke through the last line of trees, her clothes sticking to her skin like tarpaulin, and looked up at St. Catherine's.
Do you want me to be in your stream? I can, though. Only if you want to. Like, you can do whatever the fuck you want is a thing.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Cleaver. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Discord doesn't want me to be here. I can't hear y'all.
Oh, no.
Here now. Hi, y'all.
Yay. Hi. I'm
Hi.
sorry. I'm
Hi
Hi.
there.
sorry.
Hi.
Y'all.
We're
Hi.
playing we're playing Mushroom Yuri.
Ooh, fun. I'm here for this.
Yay! Yay!
I've been narrating for
Yay!
an hour.
Yay! Cool. I can throw my voice in there and also give you some relief.
Yay.
Yay!
Hee-haw.
The church was small and squat, but it did look oddly imposing in the dark, its tiled roof superimposed against the wickedly thin crescent moon. St. Catherine's arched wooden door loomed over Ethel as she approached it, almost consuming in the darkness. Ethel had been sure she would be able to take shelter here, like the persecuted Esmeralda in the Hunchback of Notre Dame, but maybe not. It wouldn't have been too surprising if the warden unlocked the church come sunset. It wouldn't do to have vandals laying waste to its interior, making off with the burnished bronze candlesticks and the prayer mats. Ethel didn't think there was anything worth nicking in St. Catherine's, but some people would take anything if it wasn't nailed down. It wasn't like there was much else to do in Uxbury, other than look for the potentially decomposing corpse of the presumably dead Delaney girl. But now she had come this far, she felt compelled to try. It would have been foolish to back down now. Cleaver, do you want to take over for a little bit?
I can.
Thank you.
And this is just regular narration here, obviously, I can tell. Yes.
Yeah.
Ethel paused to wipe her brow free of rainwater. Not that it much mattered, really, given how fiercely the rain was still pouring down. Then she reached for the wooden door of St. Catherine's. Why did it take me a second? Oh no. She pressed her palm against the door and pushed inwards. She didn't expect the door to give way beneath her touch. She was starting to feel decidedly pessimistic. But Ethel gasped, surprised, as the door cleaved beneath her touch.
What?
Yay! Yay! Title drop!
Yay!
Alright, thanks for
I
coming,
got
everyone.
pin dropped!
Thanks for coming, everybody.
Go back. Go home.
We're gonna rate somebody.
Get out.
No.
So, it was open after all. That was reassuring. Ethel pushed against the door with more strength than before, and the door swung inwards. The door was heavy, but it offered little resistance, creaking loudly like some subterranean monster. Ethel could see a silver of the church. Sliver! I can't read, y'all. Oh no. Okay. Ethel could see a sliver of the church through the gap which emerged, and she could see it was dark. This, however, was to be expected. It was very late at night. It seemed unlikely that there would be anybody else there at such an hour. She would have been alarmed, in fact, if there was. It came as a great surprise, therefore, when Ethel finally slipped inside the building and she saw her.
Girl? Mushroom
Uh-oh.
girl? Huh?
Oh,
Well, that's definitely not Ethel.
Huh?
legs!
Ass.
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 Mushroom girl. Mushroom girl. Mushroom girl?
Oh,
I don't think we're
Oh?
quite to that point yet. I think something will happen.
oh.
I do
Oh.
love this art style. It's very
Oh, the
pretty.
fucking back muscles, though.
Yup,
Mm-hmm.
the details.
There was a girl standing in the chancel, framed by the stained glass window. Ethel couldn't see the girl's face, but she could see how slender her waist was, how shapely her calves. We're getting a little horny in the narration, that's fine. The girl wasn't dressed for a downpour. She wasn't dressed for a British winter in general, the rain notwithstanding. We're British?
Yeah.
Oh, you could have
Unfortunate.
warned the girl. You could have warned me.
Unfortunate.
The girl's clothes were simple. A summer dress cinched in the back with a ribbon.
Awesome.
Her legs were bare. She wore no leggings nor any tights. It didn't even look like she was wearing socks. Instead, she wore a pair of sandals which had the slightest suggestion of a heel. The back of the girl's feet were exposed, feet which were arched and raised a couple of centimeters above the floor. The girl was only standing, but there was a curious grace to her. I read that so weird. To her, even as she remained motionless, which made Ethel's heart ache. Ethel had yet to see her face, but she didn't need to. She already knew that this girl would be heartbreakingly beautiful.
Yay.
The girl wasn't even a little bit damp, not like Ethel. She must have arrived at the church before the rain had started. That, or she had the foresight to bring an umbrella with her. Why, Ethel wondered. Hadn't she brought an umbrella too? She could have ducked back inside before Mr. Brown had warned her about the rain to retrieve one. Wouldn't that have been the sensible thing to do? Ethel hadn't wanted to do the sensible thing, however. She hadn't wanted to listen to Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown had been her teacher once, and she had wanted to prove to herself she wasn't a child anymore, that she no longer had to take his advice. How very wrong she was. Once more, her mother's cheerful I cannot remember how to pronounce that word, oh no.
Castigations.
Castigations, thank you. Castigations returned to Ethel. Oh well, suit yourself. You are being daft. Though, that's right, we're still British! I forgot! Why is it that all of the adults in her life seemed to know better than she did? Lauren had never been to university, and neither had Jude. But they were far more sensible. Maybe it was because, no matter what Ethel liked to tell herself, she wasn't a real adult herself. She was still acting a child. Or, no, she was still a child. A little girl playing pretend. But there was a little scent standing there sadly, smelling the petrichor, slowly dribbling rain all over the uneven stone floor. Almost a rhyme. Good writing. Woohoo. The girl was not simply standing there, she was singing. Ethel recognized the song which tumbled from her lips, pure and clear as spring water. It was Ave Maria. Ethel stood there, stunned in silence.
Can you read
what?
this in the British accent?
Okay, chat. How strongly do we want this to be the worst audio experience I could possibly make it?
No. Also, hi,
I stood
Cloudburst.
there, stunned in silence.
No.
Oh, you know what? I could be more shrill if you'd like. The more the girl sang, the less the rest of the world seemed to matter.
No. This is Yuri. This is Mushroom Yuri.
The steady pitter-patter of the rain fell away. It simply ceased to exist. For several moments, it was just Ethel and the girl's lovely, lyrical voice. Ethel stood there dumbly, letting the girl's voice wash over her when...
Who's gonna voice the girl? Juice, do you want to take it, or should I take it?
I can take it, or Cleaver can take the girl, and I can take over narrating again.
I'm down for whatever. I kind of like tumbled
You're gonna
into this stream.
choose. You're gonna choose.
Fine.
We gotta decide.
I'll flip a coin.
Okay, a 3-sided coin.
I was just gonna say, heads I voice her, tails you voice her.
Okay. Or me or Uber?
You.
Me, okay.
Tails.
It's me?
Yep.
My, what do we have here?
Oh,
Ethel jumped as the girl turned about, her bobbed hair fluttering. Now we're getting into actual voice acting territory, so it makes sense.
Yup.
The girl was standing in such a way that the stained glass window at the back of the church framed her face perfectly. The positioning of it was so perfect, in fact, it looked like a shot from a movie. The girl, a trained actress, told precisely where to stand. The moonlight, which shone through the window, backlit the girl's short hair so it glowed just like a dark, inverted halo. The girl didn't look like any of the angels Ethel had seen pictured before, however. Not the romantic sort with golden locks and baby blues, nor the biblically accurate ones made of flickering flames with hundreds of vast, staring eyes. The girl only had 2 eyes, which were positioned where they should have been and framed with a sweep of dark lashes. Her nose was stub and her lips curved upwards into a small smile. Her skin, meanwhile, was very white.
White!
She didn't have wings, and neither did she wear a robe, though her pale green dress looked almost angelic. There was too much mischief in her smile for her countenance to be truly seraphic, but she still took Ethel's breath away.
Hello, stranger. I've not seen you around before. Not that that's saying much, I guess. I don't know many people around here. Were you watching me?
Ethel's face, which had always had a pinkish undertone, now turned red. She dropped her gaze to her feet and mumbled.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
So you were watching me.
Ethel gnawed on the damp, fleshy inside of her cheek. A few moments of silence passed, silence which was filled with the steady pitter-patter of the rain outside, which fell on the grass and the dirt and all of the tombstones. Ethel could feel her palms beginning to sweat. Slowly, like a mechanical doll in need of recalibrating, she nodded.
I thought so. I'm glad you're not a liar. I like honest girls.
Ethel frowned. Manny had taken great offense at being called a boy the moment he'd started secondary school. He was in year 9, but his voice had dropped and he already had facial hair, and everybody called him a young man. Why then did Ethel have to be a girl when she was already 21? She was too old for it, wasn't she?
Oh? Don't you like being called a girl? I didn't offend you, did I?
No, it's fine. I don't mind. I mean, probably offended you more with my staring. I should have said something. I'm sorry.
Oh, you don't need to apologize, silly. I don't mind.
You don't?
The girl shook her head.
I was only teasing. It might be rude to eavesdrop, but I prefer singing when I have a captive audience. Otherwise, it feels a bit pointless. So, what did you think?
About what?
About my singing, obviously. Was it good? Great? The best thing you ever heard?
You were enchanting.
Enchanting, huh? That's a bit more flowery than I was expecting. Do you like reading by any chance?
I study English literature at university, so I guess.
I knew it. You did give me that impression. So,
The girl took a seat upon the pew, then shot Ethel a look which could only be described as "come hither." I like her little fangs.
Yeah. me when a girl says "come hither," like, oh fuck. Yes, ma'am.
Usually whenever a girl tells me to come hither, I just jingle over, you know?
Yeah.
Just, you know, I just walk along and it's just like...
Yeah.
I probably didn't come through the mic on that one, huh?
No.
No.
Here, I'll try that again. They say come hither to me and I just go...
It's
Almost
not coming
worked.
through. It's not
Didn't
coming
work
through.
now.
Yeah.
I
Did
see.
Discord
Girl
turn on?
named- Girl
Yeah, I
named
think it
Hither?
did.
No. Hi, Ollie.
Hi there. Now I can make it work.
Holly. There we go.
There you
Yay.
go. That's the sound I
Yay.
make going over there.
Yay.
With a thin, half-moon smile, she patted the pew, her pale hand cleaving through the darkness.
Why don't you come here and talk to me? It feels like it's been an age since I last had a chat with a girl my age, and I'm dying for it. Luxbury's so boring.
Ethel hung back, abashed, almost afraid at the girl's insistences. Why was this girl so interested in her? She wasn't anything special. It seemed ludicrous, unthinkable even, that she should care. The girl really must have been bored. Was Ethel her last resort? A last-ditch attempt to keep herself amused?
Hello?
The girl cocked her head to the side, her smile an amused, impish one.
Didn't you hear me? I would have thought the rain would have washed those ears of yours out. Won't you come and sit with me? I can hardly have a conversation with you from all the way across the church. Unless you're afraid that I might bite.
Please.
Please.
Please. Please. Please.
Ethel allowed herself to think, briefly, of the girl's bite.
Please.
Just digging into her throat like something from a gothic novel, and she shivered. She wasn't sure if she wholly disliked that thought, and this left her feeling unsettled.
You're a pervert!
Listen, she can have a gay panic in a church. It's fine.
Yeah, in a church.
In a church, it's fine.
In a church.
God wants this.
God wants this. God says, let girls kiss.
God is a Hime Joshi, by the way. People don't want you to know this.
People don't want you to notice. It was gonna be Eve and Eve initially.
Oh, no, it's fine. I'm not afraid. I'll sit.
Ethel crossed the church, her soles slapping against the flagstones. Thud, 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 and then sat.
Slapping.
It was a really funny choice of words. She was still damp, and droplets of water slid from her clothes as she walked. Small puddles tracked her progress from the entrance of the church, with its domed door, all the way to the pew where she sat. Ethel's long skirt was clinging to her thighs, and her sweater was uncomfortably damp. Ethel tended to wear baggy, oversized clothes, but the rainwater had rendered them uncomfortably skin-tight. She would have felt self-conscious regardless of being in such a state being seen in such a state by anybody, even Mr. Brown, but being perceived by a girl as pretty as whatever her name was, she looked like she could have been a Celeste or even a Celine, wasn't doing her self-esteem any favors.
Celine mention! Celine mention! Celeste mention also.
This game has so many references.
Is that a reference to Cash Rabbit?
Whoa.
Is that a reference to Cash Rabbit?
Wetly, Ethel looked down at her lap, and wanly she threaded her fingers together.
Soggily.
This is our wettest cat that we picked up out of the storm drain.
Listen, we thought about it, and we could make this game wetter.
So, she had sat, just as the girl had asked her. Now what?
My, you're quite the awkward one, aren't you? You've barely said more than a word to me since seeing me. Please, don't tell me you're really afraid of me.
What? Oh no. I'm just shy. I'm sorry. You've not done anything wrong. This is all my fault.
The girl frowned, one hand resting beneath her chin.
You say it's your fault, but I don't think you've done anything wrong either.
You don't?
No, I don't. I don't see why you feel the need to apologize. I'm not upset. I was just stating a fact. You're so quiet. I was wondering whether I'd done something to upset you. But I guess this is just the way you are.
Never been very good at small talk. I never really know what to say, so I'm sorry. That must be so boring.
Oh, now, I'll be the judge of that. I've not known you long enough to find you boring. And I wouldn't have started talking to you in the I don't know what she said! And I wouldn't have started talking to you in the first place if you hadn't piqued my interest. You don't think I'm a poor judge of character, do you?
In this case, maybe she was. But Ethel was so afraid of offending the girl, even inadvertently, she hastily said,
I don't think so, but it's hard to say. I mean, I don't know you very well.
You raise a good point. We're strangers. And this has been a pretty strange meeting. I wouldn't be surprised if you're wondering who this crazy girl is. Who's been singing by herself in the church at night? I must seem like a total nutter.
A
Total
reminder that they are
nutter.
British.
Total
Hey.
nutter.
Hey, you know what I do? Sometimes.
You nutter?
You know it, sister. Hey.
Uh-huh.
Does 30
Minus two.
cartwheels.
God.
I don't know if I'd say that.
You probably wouldn't know. I think you're too considerate. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what you're thinking, though. Had a brain to give you.
Well,
Go on. You can be honest with me. You must think I'm barmy.
I don't know if I'd call you that. But this is a bit strange, I suppose.
Oh, come on. You're being too generous. I'm more than a bit strange.
Your hobbies might be a bit unusual, I guess.
Again with the tact. You'd make a good politician.
But who am I to judge? I went for a walk in the woods late at night, but I knew it was gonna rain. I'm not much better.
I guess not. Maybe that's what brought us together then.
What, the rain?
No, silly. I think there's a deeper meaning behind our meeting than this.
Deeper?
Yeah. We must be like two alike souls. Or maybe two birds of a feather, if that doesn't sound too out there. We're both weirdos, so we ought to stick together. The world isn't very accepting of people like us. Now, what's your name? Surely you must have one.
Oh, I'm Ethel.
Ethel's voice was quiet when she replied, as if she were repeating a curse word, and to her ears it might as well have been one. As far as names went, Ethel wasn't very flattering. It was so old-fashioned it spoke more of elderly spinsters than it did 21-year-olds. Shania had teased Ethel about her name incessantly, as though she hadn't been named after the country singer. Oh, it's Shania, okay. Ethel would have preferred to be a Shania any day of the week over a boring old Ethel, though. Ethel often resented her parents for landing her with that name, though it was mostly Lauren's fault. She supposed for naming her after her grandmother, Ethel's great-grandmother, especially when her brothers had suitably modern names. Why was she the only one stuck with a name plucked straight from the dusty archives of a Victorian poorhouse? It was so unfair. The girl didn't seem to mind Ethel's name, however, because she laughed.
Ethel!
Oh, sorry, that's you. Sorry.
That's me! That's
you.
me!
Wrong line, streamer.
Wrong line.
Ethel, how pretty.
No, it isn't. You're teasing me.
No, I'm not. Honest to God. We're in a church, and I'd never dare to take the Lord's name in vain. I'm a good Christian like that, you know?
Oh, she's a Christian.
Yuri got canceled. Sorry,
Yuri got
guys.
canceled. Everyone, go home. I'm sorry.
Next, you're gonna tell me that they're British. I can't believe this.
I have some bad news.
Oh no!
They might be saved. I think they might be Scottish.
Oh, thank God.
You are?
No. Now I really am pulling your leg. Yuri's back on the menu!
Let's go.
Let's go!
Right. Well, I suspected as much.
You shouldn't be so self-conscious, though. Ethel's a perfectly nice name. I've met girls who were saddled with much, much worse.
Right, well, try telling that to Shania.
Who's Shania?
Oh, nobody. She doesn't matter. Not anymore. You wouldn't know her.
Right, that's me. Ethel's voice trailed off. Then she frowned.
God, she can't even read her line.
Fuck you.
By the way, where are you from? You aren't a local, are you?
Oh no. And thank the god I don't believe in for it. This village is so small. I think I'd go mad. Madder than I am, I mean. If I had to live here.
Are you visiting then?
That's right. I'm here to stay with my grandparents over the holidays. My parents are pretty busy right now, so they dumped me here. I've only been here a couple of days, but I'm already bored out of my tree. I can't sleep, so I went for a walk. Figured I might as well stretch my legs. I was afraid I'd go stir crazy otherwise, but maybe it's too late for that.
I see. I see. Will you be staying in Oxbury for long?
Not too long. My parents will be picking me up in a few days.
Oh, right. Of course.
Ethel tried to keep the disappointment from her voice when she spoke. Why should she care when the girl went home? She hardly knew her. She still didn't know her name, in fact. Maybe Ethel thought worriedly she should have asked the girl for that. Asked the girl for that before inquiring if she was local to the area. That would have been the polite thing to do, but Ethel spoke to others so rarely she found it difficult to know what the polite thing to do was. She was so awkward. Well, there was time enough to right this oversight.
I'm sorry, but it just occurred to me. What?
I might not have been born here, but I am pretty familiar with this village. I know my way around rather well, which is how I wound up here. Not that that's saying very much, since there isn't all that much to know, but you know what I mean.
Right.
Ethel blinked, her plans to ask for the girl's name summarily scuppered. There was a small pause, then...
You come to Oxbury very often?
More often than I'd like. This place is pretty dead, but oh well. I wind up in Oxbury a lot during the holidays, since my parents are always palming me off on my grandparents. I spend a lot of my summers here, and a lot of my winters too. The summers here are depressing enough, since there's nothing to do. But the winters are even worse. It's so cold and dark. It's so wet too. It rains so much the ground gets all mulchy. It's pretty miserable. No offense. I don't want to insult this place too much, not when you were born here. I hope you don't mind.
It's fine. I'm not offended. Actually, I agree with you.
Hell yeah. This place fucking sucks. Cool.
Yeah, this place fucking
Alright.
sucks.
I think Coolsville sucks.
I think Coolsville
Well-
sucks.
Well, good. I'm glad I'm not the only one. It's a different story with my grandparents, though. They love this place. They've been living here for... God, I don't know. Their whole lives, more or less, so... They're pretty settled. They won't hear a bad word against Oxbury. They're obsessed. They were old, when I was a kid. But they're even older now, if you can credit that. I think that's why they like Oxbury. It doesn't change, just like them. Completely static.
Ethel frowned, lost in contemplation. The girl's voice was light, but there was something sad about her words, something which twisted Ethel's insides. When people reached their twilight years, typically when they passed into their 80s, it became almost impossible to discern their age from their appearance. There wasn't much difference, or so Ethel had always thought, between an 80 and a 90-year-old. Old age had an anonymizing factor. It stripped out the It stripped the individuality out of people, rendering them indistinguishable. As far as Ethel was concerned, people were all white-haired and rheumy-eyed, their faces scored with wrinkles. Their fingers were choppy, their hands shook, and they complained of myriad problems: bad backs, bad eyes, bad hearts. Ethel didn't like the body she inhabited at the present. She'd been teased over her appearance one too many times, but she liked the thought of getting older even less. She didn't think she ever wanted to be 50, much less 80 or 90. She liked life too little to try and cling to it for all that long. Oh no. What was the point?
My parents have been having my grandparents look after me since I was a kid, but I don't think they've ever been cut out for the job. They could never keep up with me. I was a wee little thing back then, about this tall.
The girl gestured with her right hand for emphasis.
But even then, I got this feeling I was no good for my poor old grandparents. I used to fret having to run around them having to run around after me would drive them into their early graves. But it's been years since then, and they're both alive and kicking. But not literally. They're so old. I don't think they'd be capable of it.
They might dislocate their hips if they did that.
Ah! I've got to say, I didn't expect that from you. You're more fiery than you look.
Oh, I hope you don't mind.
Nah, I think it's funny. I like the contrast of your sweet exterior and your spicy interior. It was a surprise, but it was a pleasant one.
I don't know if I'm particularly spicy, but thank you.
You're welcome. I hope you're not getting the wrong idea, though. I know I'm being mean about my grandparents, but I do love them. They're the only grandparents I have, and I owe them a lot. They're dear to me. But I've had to spend a lot of time with them in this pokey little village, and it does get stifling. Someday, I'd like to take off, see a bit more of the world. It's all very constricting.
What about your parents? Where did they live?
Oh, some tiny town not far away from here.
And have they never taken you on holiday with them before?
They've never bothered. Whenever they go anywhere, I've always been dumped here with my folks. My old folks. And let me tell you, they really are old. I'm not even sure if they're pushing 90. Maybe even 100.
100?
Ethel stared, all the while trying to solve some basic mental maths. Ethel's grandparents on her mother's side were relatively young as far as grandparents went, as they'd had her mother when they were in their very early 20s. Her maternal grandmother was only 62, her maternal grandfather 66. Her paternal grandparents were a bit older, they were both in their mid-70s, but they weren't pushing into their 80s just yet, and they definitely weren't close to 100. The girl's family must have skewed awfully old. Ethel was still trying to work this out, something the girl seemed to notice because she smiled.
I'm exaggerating, of course.
Oh, right. Of course.
I'm not joking when I say they're old, though. I don't like being with them in their rank-smelling house, which is all brown and green and damp. The walls have rot and it's moist all year round. So the window panes are all waterlogged. It's awful. I wouldn't stay there if I had a choice, but I don't really have any friends, and my family's pretty small, so...
The girl shrugged.
Shrug. I guess it could be worse, but I don't like having to spend all of my holidays out in this dump. I wish my parents would think about me a little more, but that's never gonna happen. They've always been so selfish.
The girl sighed. She sounded bitter, unexpectedly so, given how lightly she'd spoken before.
I'm so bitter you didn't see that coming.
It was obvious that a degree of resentment simmered beneath her seemingly irreverent surface.
It's coming out.
Resentment which didn't seem to be buried all that deeply. Well, if she had inner demons, she wouldn't be the only one. She was only human. Right?
Well, I guess we'll have to do with that. I don't know.
Oh.
Alright. The girl suddenly cast a wide eye as she stared at Ethel.
My God.
Leave me alone.
Where are my manners? I've spent all this time talking about myself, but I've not asked about you. You were born in Oxbury, weren't you?
Oh, yes. That's right.
And you still live here, I'm guessing?
With my parents and my two brothers. Yeah. Rowan and Manny.
Ah, I see. I don't have any siblings myself. No brothers or sisters. I've always wondered what it would be like, though.
It's... alright, I guess.
You don't sound too sure.
Well, it's hard for me to say what it's like. I've had brothers for most of my life. Rowan was born when I was 4, and Manny when I was 7. So I can't really remember what life was like before they arrived.
I see. That sounds kind of nice. If I had a sibling or two to keep me company, maybe spending all this time with my grandparents wouldn't be so bad. But who knows? Maybe they'd just annoy me. I don't know if I'd like to share my stuff with them either. I can be pretty selfish.
The girl's eyes glinted when she said this, with a spark of mischief which made Ethel's skin prickle. There was something a little unsettling about the way she looked at Ethel. Her eyes were intense, as though she meant to devour Ethel from tip to toe.
Please.
But surely that was nothing more than a fancy.
Surely. It could mean nothing.
Yeah,
Nothing.
So, where's your family right now, Ethel? Are they back at home waiting for you?
This is a trap.
I hope that they're not worried about you. It is pretty late. I wouldn't want to make them anxious.
Oh, no. It's fine. They won't be waiting. I mean, they're not even at home. They've gone to Australia.
Australia? That's so far away. I've never been before. But is it true that their seasons are all mixed up compared to ours?
They're reverse, yeah. Their winters are like summer. It's something to do with the hemispheres.
Crazy.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
I'm so used to wet, damp old Oxbury. I think that would take some getting used to.
That's what I thought too. I was worried going there would throw me off. Especially when it's been so cold here.
Is that why you didn't want to go then? Did you turn down their invitation? Or did they not invite you?
They did, yeah. My ticket was booked and everything. Mom had been planning for a few months. Ever since
Yo,
April this
British
year, actually.
moments!
Mum.
Yo, British
Mumsy.
moments!
Mumsy.
My mum has been playing again for a few
Dadums.
months!
British point and laugh.
She was pretty insistent that I accompany her. It was supposed to be a family holiday, but... oh well.
Ethel sighed. How, she wondered, was she supposed to explain her reasoning for staying behind this girl? She wasn't entirely sure if she understood her reasoning herself. She had overcomplicated things by being so moody. But wasn't that what she always did? She was forever making things more difficult, not that she wanted to. It just seemed to happen.
Hey, Ethel. You didn't have an argument with your family, did you?
Oh no, it's not like that. We're fine, really. Everything's fine.
Then why didn't you want to go? I'd leave England at a drop of a hat if I could. It's so wet and cold and... I can't stand it here. It's so gloomy. Australia sounds much nicer.
It does sound nicer, but...
But...
The girl shifted a little closer to Ethel, so much so their eyes brushed.
Don't you like being with your family? Don't you get on with them?
It's... not that I don't get on with my parents. They're nice enough, I think. My mom nags me about my clothes and my hair sometimes. My dad can be a bit... insensitive, maybe.
Ethel thought back on the numerous occasions she'd tried to practice her violin at home, occasions which had been swiftly terminated by her dad telling her to put a cork in it because he was trying to watch the telly.
They're not bad parents. They're not abusive. Other people have it much worse. It'd be unfair of me to complain.
And yet, despite that, you still didn't want to go on holiday with them.
It's... not like that.
What is it like then?
It's... my fault, really. They've not done anything wrong, it's... all me.
What's all you? I don't understand.
It's... not that complicated, really. It's just, it's the way I think about things. My parents are fine. They're lovely, even. My brothers... We argue sometimes, but I think that's normal. All siblings argue. Clementine always picked a fight with her sisters, too.
Clementine?
My...
Girlfriend, Ethel was about to say, but that would have been a lie. Clementine wasn't her girlfriend anymore. They'd spoken so little after their breakup, Ethel was uncertain whether she was even her friend. What was Clementine to her now? Was she anything to her now?
She's... just a person I know from university. We talked a bit.
Ah, a friend then.
We were friends. I don't know about now. Not that it matters. None of it does, really.
What doesn't matter?
My... feelings, maybe? I've been a bit down, I guess.
I couldn't tell.
But it's all very silly. And it's mostly self-inflicted, anyway. I just get like this. Strange moods, I mean. That's what my mom says. She thinks I should book my ideas. Put my ideas up. Maybe she's right. It's not like I want to feel sad.
Of course you don't. I don't think anybody does.
But sometimes... no, most of the time, I feel like a burden. I just bother my parents and my brothers. Clementine, too. That's why I didn't want to go on holiday with them. They insisted, but... they said the holiday wouldn't be the same without me. Which is probably right. But I think that's for the better. I've been so gloomy, I don't think they want to put up with me. My parents were planning this holiday for ages. They were looking forward to it. That's why I didn't want to come along. I know I'm not in the right mood to enjoy it. I'd make everyone unhappy and spoil everything. I think.
Ethel's fingers lying on her lap curled in on themselves. Her nails, which were short and serrated, she'd been biting them lately, though it was a habit she'd tried for years to kick, digging into her palms. Her shoulders shook. Then, very quietly, she said,
I think they'd be happier without me.
Clementine certainly had been. Who was to say her family wouldn't share her opinion?
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said all that. I've been silly, really. I know my family do care, obviously. They do. It's just sometimes...
Shh.
Ethel started, surprised. The girl was sitting even closer to her than before, their fingers twined together, with their eyes round, almost owl-like in their concern.
Hi.
Ethel stammered, stunned by this sudden, unexpected closeness. Stunned, too, by the sensation of the girl's skin upon her own. Her hand was icy cold.
It's alright. You don't need to try and explain yourself. Not to me. I understand how you feel. I understand only too well.
You do?
A little. You aren't the only person who's been feeling lonely. But I wish you wouldn't be so very hard on yourself. Don't say nobody cares.
I know I shouldn't. It's childish to think that way. Of course my parents care, but...
They don't make you feel like they do.
Ethel looked into the girl's eyes, held captive by the intensity of her gaze.
Her gaze?
For a For a few moments, she could do nothing except sit there. She swallowed, tasting sawdust in her throat and dead, empty air. Then, like an aged automaton that was in dire need of oiling, she shook her head.
Oh, you poor dear. It sounds like life has been very hard for you. But try not to worry. You're not alone. I know how it feels being wanted. Or being unwanted, rather. It's awful. It feels so unjustified in your case, too. After all,
The girl reached out.
Yeah?
Yuri! Yuri!
She cupped Ethel's cheeks with her fingers, her palms icy against Ethel's warm skin, and said,
you're so nice.
Do you really think so?
I think you must be. Otherwise, you wouldn't have listened to me so patiently when I was complaining about my grandparents. You're a sweetheart. And no matter how other people might have made you feel, I'm happy to be spending time with you. Meeting you has been really refreshing, actually. It's almost enough to make me think this was fated. That's right. I think you were sent here for a reason. You can laugh if you want, but I'm pretty superstitious person. Maybe it comes from spending so much time with my grandmother. She's always put a lot of stock into that sort of thing. Tea leaves, and the alignment of the planets and star signs. And I don't think our meeting happened for no reason. It must have been ordained by, I don't know. Fate, destiny, karma, kismet.
I'm stuck.
Call it what you will.
Nope.
Maybe it doesn't matter.
Not right.
Maybe I'll let I'm gonna restart that one. Maybe I've let one too many of my grandmother's silly stories get to me.
The girl leant in even more closely, if such a thing were possible. Then, quietly, she said,
But there must be a greater reason behind why our paths crossed tonight. I'm sure of it. I've been so lonely here these last few days, with nobody my age to talk to.
The girl's eyes continued to bore into Ethel's, large, dark eyes lined with long, dark lashes, which seemed pregnant all of a sudden with meaning.
But now I have you. Yes, I have you. You're mine now, just like I'm yours. I can be your strange singing girl who takes refuge in the church at night to recite hymns, and you can be my wet, windswept stranger, come in from the cold.
You can be my wet little fucking meow meow thing.
You could be my damp little meow meow. It's fine. I'll wait for you tomorrow night too, in this church, and we can have another wonderful tryst inside this crooked old building. How does that sound? Don't you think it's romantic? It's just like something from a fairy tale.
Ethel thought of this, the girl's icy fingers, why were they so cold, upon her own, and as she did, she felt herself blush. It wasn't a very pretty blush, of course. Ethel wasn't very pretty in general. blushes when they came were uncomfortably intense, red and blotchy, and not so very dissimilar from acne. She wasn't attractive. Stop making me be mean to you. Ethel knew she wasn't attractive.
Stop!
But she wondered, in that quiet, understated moment in the church, whether she was pretty to the dark-haired girl who cupped her cheeks.
If this is a fairy tale, would this have a happy ending?
Well, now, that depends.
On
On whether you come back here, of course. I'll be waiting here, so don't be a stranger. Stop on by. If you don't, I think we'll both regret it. I mean,
Impishly, the girl smiled.
then I won't be able to do this.
Do what?
The girl dipped her head before Ethel could say anything, before she knew what was happening.
I just got a Steam achievement that says nothing matters, nothing in the whole world.
Oh, wow.
Oh, interesting.
That's good.
Like
Ethel
nothing
soon
else
felt
matters.
something soft against her lips, and she gasped. She could hardly believe it, but the girl was kissing her. The kiss lasted for but a few seconds. It was little more than a faint brushing of the lips, but it was enough to make Ethel's heart stammer. She knew, as the girl kissed her, her palms still pressed against her cheeks, that this signaled change. Though what sort of change it was exactly remained a mystery. It was undeniable, however, that this would alter her holiday for the good. Looks at the title of the game. Things would never be the same again. The girl had branded her. Her kiss corroded like acid, disintegrating all of Ethel's thoughts as if they were made of nothing more than the flimsiest, most insubstantial of crepe paper. There was the church. There was the girl. There was the kiss. And there was nothing else at all. Nothing in the whole world. Achievement comes a little bit early, honestly.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Every Human presents.
2 hours in.
Ethel
Damn.
Briggs has been feeling restless recently. Ethel. Hi, Ethel.
Shoot for goals!
There's something strange in the village of Oxbury. There's a lesbian in the woods.
Be wary, there's a lesbian in these here woods.
The girl. Something which wants to consume Ethel alive. And as the days start to blur together, Ethel begins to wonder.
Ooh.
Would it be so bad to give in? Her love, like poison.
That is a crazy late title drop.
That
Yeah.
is.
We're 2 hours in.
we have been reading out loud as a thing, which takes a bit.
I mean,
Yeah.
the rain had let up somewhat when Ethel picked her way back home, but it hadn't abated yet. A fine smattering of raindrops continued to fall from the obsidian sky, drumming disaffectedly against the foliage above and about her as Ethel tramped through the forest. The ground was muddy and uneven, and Ethel had to take great care with every single step she took. One wrong move could easily spell a sprained ankle and muddy knees, bruised and bloodied palms. The rain struck Ethel's scalp. It trickled down the nape of her neck. It stuck her clothes to her skin, and it chilled her to the bone. By the time Ethel finally managed to make her way back home, more than half an hour later, she was sniffling. Ethel shed her shoes at the front door and shed her coat not long after. Her shirt, her skirt, and her socks all went the moment she made her way to the bathroom where she ran herself a bath. Then she sank into the tub, sighing with relief as she submerged herself within the awaiting water. If there was one positive to being caught in the rain, it was that taking a nice warm bath always felt better when chilled right to the bone marrow. Ethel could feel the bathwater restoring life anew to her icy body. It was refreshing, rejuvenating even, and she sighed in dazed relief from it. Ethel almost believed as she curled herself up inside the tub that she was being reborn. The water was restorative. It would help her shed her old skin, butterfly-like, so she could emerge from the bath as a brand new girl. A more confident, conventionally attractive, pretty girl with smooth skin, which had never known a spot, hair which wasn't quite so prone to tangling. Her old skin, her old shell, would lie like a deflated balloon in the bottom of the bathtub, gray and bloated and swollen from the soapy water. Ethel would deride it. Then she would discard it. God, Ethel wished she could step out of her own skin, if only for a few brief, glorious moments. But when she finally pulled the plug and stepped out of the tub, the rest of her body came with her, every last fold and every square centimeter of skin. Well, so much for that. Ethel toweled her hair dry, pointedly looking away from her reflection as she did, and pulled on her pajamas. Oh, those are cute. Then she retreated to her bedroom, which wasn't really hers. Not anymore. It was Manny's. He had remade this room in his image, and Ethel didn't much like what she saw. It was a room which was obviously meant for a teenage boy, so much so that she felt like an interloper. Manny might not have been there to chase her out of his room, but his disdain lingered. She didn't belong here. Pro her set up. Feeling displaced and disoriented, she lay back on Manny's sheets and let her eyelids fall shut. Had the events of that night really happened? Had the girl truly kissed her? It was hard to say. Everything had unfolded with a subtle sense of surrealty. The girl's voice light and irreverent enough to mirror the beating of a butterfly's wings. Now Ethel had put some time and some distance between herself and the girl. She found it even harder to believe what had happened. What reason would the girl have had to loiter about at St. Catherine's so very late at night? It didn't make any sense. And it made even less sense that the girl had kissed her. Ethel had found it hard to come to terms with Clementine's affections when her ex-girlfriend, had confessed to her. But she found it harder still to accept this girl's feelings. Clementine's septum had been pierced. She had dyed her hair pink. She had kept a Tumblr blog long after Tumblr had stopped being cool. And in her childhood, she had written fiction about Sam and Dean Winchester from Supernatural Kissing.
Oh, she's a Fujoshi.
Yeah.
She's a Fujoshi. Okay.
Clementine hadn't been perfect. Clementine had been more than willing to admit that she wasn't perfect, and she had since disavowed the problematic fan fictions she had crafted in her heady, uncomplicated teenage years. Apparently, she'd been too young and stupid to know not to make the two brothers make up for several hundred words, though she had sounded rather proud when she told Ethel that one of her immature, incestuous efforts had garnered a whopping 207 kudos on AO3.
This is
We're
like
just
the
referencing fucking everything, huh?
this is like the most like real shit ever.
This
Not
game was
as
made in 2025.
like this girl exists in the real world.
These are real people.
These are real people.
So is the mushroom.
They're
So
real
is the
British
mushroom
people.
girl.
There had been something reassuringly human in Clementine's flaws, in her dark roots which showed through her pale pink hair, the gap in her front teeth, and the way she'd snorted when she'd laughed.
I'm currently booking a plane ticket to Oxbury right now.
No, don't!
Wait.
Clementine had been brash and loud and brassy, and she'd intimidated Ethel when she had first met her at the university's writing club. Ethel hadn't ever imagined that a cheerful, outgoing, interesting girl like that would ever care about her. But she had been prepared to believe that Clementine was still an ordinary girl like she was. A girl who was made of flesh and blood, who could laugh and who could cry, and who could laugh at herself when she was talking about her old embarrassing fanfiction. The girl at the church, however, was different. She was so pretty she seemed almost otherworldly.
She was a supernatural girly. She was a homestuck girly.
She tried dabbling in Doctor Who, but she wasn't quite there for it.
She was a Reddit girl. She was a Tumblr girl.
No, no,
Could these two girls fall in love?
no. Ethel couldn't imagine the girl at the church crying. She couldn't imagine her blushing, and she definitely couldn't imagine her shipping Sam and Dean Winchester. The girl seemed removed from petty concerns like fandom drama. What interest did she even have anyway? How did she fill her free time beyond kissing complete strangers in churches late at night? Ethel tried to furnish a past for the girl, some sort of backstory, but kept coming up blank. Like the awkward pieces of an old jigsaw puzzle, nothing quite seemed to fit. The girl was an enigma, just like the woman from the famous Byron poem that literature professors still talked of 2 centuries later. She walks in beauty like the night. Who was she, though? Where was she going, and what was she thinking? Perhaps she wasn't going anywhere, or thinking anything. The woman who walked in beauty never managed to arrive at her destination. How could she when she didn't have one? Beautiful people didn't need to. They only needed to be. Ethel was unsure, however, if the girl really was. She didn't feel real. None of that night had felt real. Ethel, meanwhile, felt far too real for comfort. Her hair was still wet from her bath. She hadn't dried it thoroughly enough, and it was soaking the sheets. It felt like there was a damp towel pressed against the nape of her neck, and it made her squirm. It wasn't exactly comfortable, but she was too tired to get up and dry her hair again, much too lazy to hunt for her mother's hairdryer. She would simply leave it be. Slowly, as she lay there, sleep began to creep up on her. It clouded her senses, dulling them, until her thoughts felt oddly hazy. Ethel could still hear the rain as it fell outdoors, but it was very faint and indistinct, hardly audible. The soft pitter-patter of these scattered raindrops mingled with the sighing of the breeze, Ethel's own exhalations. Once again, Ethel thought of the strange girl and of her strange kiss. It must have been over an hour since the girl had brought their lips together, but Ethel's body was still burning. Her thoughts, meanwhile, continued to run into one another, all of them blurring together into an incoherent, indistinct mess. Ethel saw Clementine in her mind's eye, with her sweet smile and her fluffy pink hair, but she was beginning to skew, to twist, split apart. Like a reflection viewed in a film of water's undulating surface, Ethel couldn't pin it down. One of Clementine's eyeballs began to fall out of its socket. Her mouth began to melt. She was starting to shift. Ethel wasn't picturing Clementine, not anymore. It was the girl from the church instead. Ethel saw her vivid eyes. She saw her pale skin. She saw her legs so slender like a ballet dancer's. She thought of how those legs had swished back and forth like metronomes. The girl smiled at her. Then Ethel's consciousness failed her, and she fell asleep. Ethel's sleep was anything but restful, however. Restive. In her dreams, which were faint and half-formed, she was in the forest again, flanked on all sides by walls of dark, damp vegetation. The forest was pulsing about her just like a living creature. It throbbed, and Ethel felt her own heart throbbing in tandem with it. She was running, her bare soul sinking into the dirt, though she had no idea what she was running from, didn't know what was pursuing her. What was it that chased her in the dark, lurking amongst the trees? Ethel thought to turn her head, if only to discover the identity of her shadowy assailant, but she couldn't afford to let her attention wander. Tripping and falling would spell disaster. Ethel continued to run on and on and on, her heart hammering in her chest all the while. Her hair fluttered as she skirted the trees, and her long shirt billowed behind her, about her. She turned this way and that, searching desperately for an escape. A part of her already knew that it was too late. Her shadowy pursuer was fast approaching. It was much quicker than she was, and she could never hope to outrun it. She could never outpace it. It would find her, and when it did, its lips would curl upwards in the corners, its teeth sharp as knife points glinting in the moonlight. It would sink its fangs into her neck. Then it would tear out her throat. She would scream, of course, as she oozed red-black blood, and then... Suddenly, Ethel stumbled. Her right leg had snagged in the root of a tree, and she fell. She tumbled forward, her arms flapping, her eyes wide and afraid. But she didn't hit the ground. Instead, she woke up, tangled amongst her sheets like a fish in a net, gasping for air. Her face was uncomfortably flushed, despite it being another cold morning, and her palms were slick with sweat. There was an unpleasant taste in the back of her mouth, like mold or decay, and her tongue felt oddly furry. Had she forgotten to brush her teeth last night?
Also, real quick, I want to say, if I went out into the woods in the raining night and I went into a church and I saw a girl and I talked about some of my most vulnerable shit, and she said, "Hey, that was really nice. Come, I really like talking to you. I want you to come back tomorrow again because I like you," and then kiss me, I would be unwell for like months.
No, that would like
I-
that would like alter me permanently.
I would think about that as I'm lying down in bed, and I won't be able to sleep. I will be unwell.
Ethel tried to cast her mind back, but she couldn't. Her mind felt like it had been scrubbed clean, her thoughts a vague, hazy blur. Its terminal says Hollywally 3000, yeah.
Yeah.
Would.
And the thing is that I don't even know her name. I don't even know like a lot about her other than like she lives with her grandparents right now. And like it's mysterious and like oh my god. Fuck. It's
Like,
Oh,
it's
no.
me at that point.
it's dire. It's dire. Like I would it's dire. I would not be able to function. It's worse than crack.
I mean, like, yeah. Like,
Yeah,
what the fuck do you do after that?
It's worse than crack. I smoke fucking crack cocaine after that, and it does nothing to me.
What am I supposed to do? Go home?
Yeah.
Like, go to
That's an
my
option.
job or like school? What the fuck am I supposed to do after that?
Yeah, that's
My
an option.
God.
Just wither away in it.
No,
That's
I
true.
I feel like I would definitely go that way if I did not go the next night.
Oh yeah, if you like didn't go, you'd be like thinking about that for the rest of your fucking life. Like,
yeah.
the back of her head hurt. Her limbs were aching as though she really had been dashing through the woods in a desperate bid for her life. But the remnants of her dream were fast beginning to fade, exposed to the daytime light which was filtering in through the windows. Ethel sat up, then pressed her palm against her forehead. It felt clammy. Was she getting sick? She hoped she hadn't caught a fever after wandering about in all that rain. She didn't want to prove Mr. Brown right. Not, she supposed, that it mattered all that much. She doubted she'd be seeing him again. Ethel blinked, her eyelids heavy, and stared at the wall of the bedroom. A bedroom which had once been hers but was no longer. Most of Ethel's old furniture remained. The bed was still her old one, and so was the wardrobe beside it. But Manny had transformed it in her absence. Ethel's old books and her journals and her little collection of ceramic fairies had all been thrown out or replaced with trophies from Manny's various football matches and his favorite sports manga. Bro was reading Haikyuu. At least Ethel's old swivel chair, salvaged from a friend of Jude's who'd meant to throw it out, was still there. Ethel's ancient PC, however, had been chucked, replaced with a brand new model with a translucent case which lit up like a display of pyrotechnics. Ethel could see traces of her old life in this room, but they were few and far between. The times had changed, and they moved right past her. She didn't belong here. She was no longer wanted. Had she ever been? Ethel sniffed. The wall blurred, and she had to wipe her eyes fiercely with the back of her arm. What? Oh, not my line.
What is wrong with you?
Sharply, she scolded herself.
Stop thinking too much. Never get anything done like that.
Ethel pressed the heel of her palm against her eyes so hard her vision blurred. Then she forced herself to stand. Threw aside the covers of her bed and set about her day. Not that there was much of the day left. It was already 1 o'clock. How could she have slept for such a long time? At university, she'd gotten into the habit of waking up early in the morning, at 8 if not sooner, for her lectures. She'd been letting things slide at her parents', maybe because she'd gotten into the holiday spirit. She didn't have any lectures to attend, so there was no real reason for her to get up with the rising of the sun. She didn't have anything to do, nor anywhere to go. Full stop. This thought was depressing, though, as was the realization that she had only about 3 hours of sunlight left to her. The days were so short lately, the nights so long. It was cold, too. Ethel shivered as she changed out of her pajamas and into her casual clothes. The same sweater she'd worn last night, and the same shapeless skirt which she had left to dry on the radiator. She didn't care enough about her appearance to rootle around in her suitcase for any other clothes, and everything hung up inside the wardrobe now belonged to Manny. Once she tied her hair back into plaits, she then set about her day. She meant to work on her thesis. She should work on her thesis, but first she had to have breakfast. Or lunch, given how late it was.
She has to have her Brexit.
Ethel made herself a cheese toastie in the kitchen, using the toastie press that her father always forgot to clean, so crumbs kept getting stuck on it. What the fuck is a cheese toastie?
I'm quick to imagine like a grilled cheese, but it's just made in a toaster.
That's
It sounded like they were using a patini press, but just
Yeah.
calling it something stupid because they were British. Ethel made sure to check the press for moldy crumbs very, very carefully before she stuck her cheese sandwich between it. Ethel ate her toastie and sipped at a cup of peppermint tea she'd made herself, but this wasn't enough to satisfy her appetite. All of a sudden, she felt ravenous. She made another toastie, with ham this time, bright pink like sunburnt skin, and she ate that in silence too, with a second cup of peppermint tea. Ethel even thought, after that ham and cheese toastie, she could go for a third, but it was here that she stopped herself. There wasn't much bread left, or much cheese, and she didn't fancy trekking to the corner shop. She wasn't in the mood for human interaction. Ethel washed the toastie press in the sink, if only to stop herself from daydreaming about a third toastie, and set it on the rack to dry alongside the butter knife and her plate. This task accomplished, she brewed her third cup of tea, there were still plenty of tea bags at least, then took her mug to the living room. She would work on her thesis later, she still had time. First, she wanted to see what was on the TV. There was nothing wrong with that, was there? She needed to relax.
They got an Xbox though. They got one of the.
They do have the Series X.
They got a little
They have
gnome
a
on their
Xbox
mantle.
Xbox too.
Robbie Dude mention?
Robbie do?
Hey yo, Robbie Dude mention?
Yo, they got Cluedo.
They got Cluedo, they got Monopoly, they got
Jenga.
Catan, they got Connect 4.
They got a little ceramic cow.
They got her
Yeah.
ship in a bottle.
Yo, they got a globe.
Normally, I would say she's procrastinating and it's stupid, but like after what happened, I wouldn't be able to think straight either. So.
Yeah. Like, I mean, like,
I don't think
Yep.
anybody here can think straight.
would I be
That's
able to work on my fucking schoolwork after what happens?
Not without some interesting quirks.
Ethel flipped through the channels, but nothing caught her fancy. They were mostly showing old Christmas movies, the Santa Claus and the like.
Wait.
What?
Wait.
I'm dying, Squirtle.
It was appropriate, Ethel supposed, given the season, but she wasn't in the mood to watch any Hollywood actors wearing fat suits ho-ho-hoing. For want of anything else to do, Ethel wound up rifling through the DVD shelf. Manny might have thrown away her old wind chimes and her fairy figures, but her DVDs were still here. The box sets of Buffy, and the Vampire Diaries and Doctor Who.
Which Doctor Who? Which Doctor Who? Is it the old one, or is it the new Who? In that case, which season?
After some deliberation, Ethel settled on Supernatural.
Fuck!
In the series
Damn.
multiple times, but the adventures of the Winchester brothers always cheered her up. The series was old and it was definitely corny, but that was where all of the appeal was. It was fun, and that was something Ethel's life was severely. I'm gonna explode.
They're in the background. They're on the TV now. It's them.
Oh god! They're here.
It's a Supernatural on the TV.
Okay, like
Thank you everybody for being here. It was a great stream, I think.
They're like how are they getting away with this?
I
They're
don't
using,
know.
like real series names and like likenesses of actors.
I feel like it's more general to like kind of get away with it. I guess I don't know.
I guess.
Do you think that somebody at
Also,
CW
it's like
is like going to see this and be like,
That's fair.
"Oh, this game is actively using our characters in a way that's not transformative."
it's driving away customers from our fucking fuck ass show that has ended for a few years now. Like, I don't know. Whatever, it's fine. It's Supernatural. Who gives a shit?
I mean, that's true. Ethel watched 5 episodes of the first season of Supernatural, then made a start on the 6th. She paused at intervals to make herself fresh cups of tea or just snackable snacks from the kitchen. Then, before she knew it, the day disappeared. When Ethel checked her phone, she saw it was almost 9 o'clock. Where had all the time gone? Ethel gnawed worriedly on the end of her plate as she weighed up her options. It wasn't too late to make a start on her thesis, she supposed. She wasn't tired, despite it being pitch black outside, largely because she'd woken up so late herself. Ethel will make ton progress if she applied herself. She just had to focus. She could. Ethel's thoughts were soon interrupted, however, by a ringing in the kitchen. It was the rarely used landline. Somebody was calling her. But who and why? Wasn't it a bit too late to receive any calls? Part of Ethel hoped, stupidly, that it was Clementine calling at long last to check up on her. She soon dismissed this thought, however, as a fleeting fancy. Clementine hadn't spoken to her in over a fortnight.
Yo.
Ethel couldn't see any reason why she would do so now. Not if she hadn't bothered to call during Christmas or on New Year's. There was nothing special about the date. It wasn't anybody's birthday. Besides, if Clementine had wanted to call her, she would have called Ethel's ancient Samsung. Ethel's mobile had been silent all day, however, and the day before that, and the day before that. It wasn't as though Ethel had no friends, even if her social pool had dwindled significantly after she'd broken up with Clementine. None of them had wanted to check up on her, however. It wouldn't be a friend then who was calling. It was far more likely to be her parents. The phone kept ringing, the sound shrill and unpleasant as it echoed inside Ethel's skull, and she winced. Ethel got to her feet and shuffled her unenthusiastic way into the kitchen. Then she removed the phone, a bulky, boxy thing, from its cradle and held it to her ear.
Since
Oh, hello there, honey. I'm glad I finally got through to you. It took a minute. I was worried I was having trouble with the connection. I texted you a couple of times, but you didn't reply. I was starting to wonder about you all alone in the house. How have you been? Are you hanging in there? Everything okay, isn't it? Ethel took a step back, unnerved by the sudden deluge of words from the other end of the line. She wasn't sure how to answer this. How had she been hanging in there, metaphorically speaking? She was still alive, at least, but she didn't necessarily feel it. Her sleep schedule had been so shot, she still felt half awake, or maybe that should have been half asleep. There was a pause, and then... That's great, Effie. I'm glad things are going well. And what time is it over there? It's 8 here, and we've only just woken up. We'll be on our way down to Brecky soon. That was very like Lauren. She had a way of infantilizing her own speech, breaking down words like one might when talking to a baby, regardless of whom she was interacting with. Ethel did wonder sometimes when she was feeling especially cynical if this was a habit Lauren had picked up from TikTok in her attempts to make her videos suitably inoffensive and toothless. But Lauren had always been like this, long before becoming a micro-influencer. She had embarrassed Ethel plenty during her school's parents' evenings when Lauren would, without any trace of irony, whether her then teenage daughter had been would ask without any trace of irony whether her then teenage daughter had been a good girlie who'd not been up to any mischief. But I'm waiting for Manny. You know what he's like in the mornings. He's awful for it.
I know.
Ethel knew this only too well. She'd been on the receiving end of Manny's many sour stares more times than she could count over the last couple of years when she'd come back to her parents from university. Manny had been sweet enough when he'd been a child. Ethel could still remember the way he'd clung to her, begging her to play with him, but he'd undergone a drastic transformation once puberty had hit him. His skin hadn't turned green and he hadn't sprouted any antenna, but he had become surly. So much so, Ethel sometimes wondered whether her parents shouldn't have called him Moody instead.
Well, Uber, your audio is coming in only on the right. I haven't changed any audio settings.
Sounds normal on Discord. Check your mic input and check, but it's set to because it might just be weird.
Oh, it stopped? Okay.
Weird.
Yay! That was weird.
Well, that happened.
Well, that happened.
Manny had also
that was
become
wild.
something of a night owl. It wasn't uncommon for him to stay up until the early hours gaming. He would commandeer Rowan's old laptop when Ethel was at home, and he could no longer access his fancy PC. But he said it was too old to run his favorite games properly, that it stuttered and lagged.
Manny, hop on Fortnite.
Hop on Fortnite. You know that kid is back to Fortnite. Being parted from his gaming PC always put Manny in a bad mood, and when he lost a match on Rowan's laptop, his cries of disappointment would filter through the thin walls of the house. It looked like Manny was up to his old tricks, even in Australia, but maybe the jet lag could be a contributing factor to his inability to wake up. Well, whatever the case, Ethel didn't begrudge her mother for having to wake him. Although, now that she thought about it, the task of waking Manny up had probably fallen upon Jude's capable shoulders instead. They were a lot bigger than Lauren's.
It's almost 9 here.
Ethel said in response to her mother's earlier question, a reply which, though Ethel could not see it, she was sure made her mother blink. In the morning, dear.
No, in the evening. It's pitch black outside. Australia is 11 hours ahead of UK, remember?
Oh, yes, 11 hours. You're always so on top of these things, Effie. You're such a smarty pants.
I don't think so.
Oh, but you are. Don't be so hard on yourself. You need to learn how to take a compliment. Now, how's that thing that you've been working on?
Thing?
Yes, you know, the thing for your uni, what's it called again?
You're referring to my thesis?
Yes, that's right, your thesis. How's it going, baby girl? Well, I would hope. You did miss out on coming to lovely Australia after all for it.
Oh, everything's alright, I guess.
That's great, honey. I'm glad to hear it. Your mother's rooting for you. You've got this. Her parents actually do seem kind of nice.
Yeah.
Lauren might not have understood what Ethel was studying, but at least her support was genuine. Ethel knew that her mother really was rooting for her, regardless of what happened. They were about as different as it was possible for a mother and daughter to be, but Lauren's love for her daughter wasn't sincere. Ethel was quite fortunate, really, to have a pair of parents who did care about her so much, even if they didn't understand her. She appreciated everything her parents had done for her. But that only made her feel worse for fudging the truth. Why couldn't she be more honest? Listen, who hasn't lied about their assignments?
Yeah.
Well, I'll leave you to it then, my little genius. Study hard, but not too hard. You know what they say, all work and no play makes Effie a dull girl.
All work and no play makes Effie a dull girl.
I miss
Go and have fun if
you.
you can. Not that there's much to do around Oxbury, I'll admit. Still, you could always get the car, maybe go for a drive to Marsden.
I can't drive, Mom. I haven't passed my test.
Oh, yes, my mistake. Still, you're almost there. Even I can drive, and I was hopeless at school. Miss Pike always said I was thicker than a brick wall, and she was probably right. You should be able to manage your driving test easy peasy, a clever clogs like you. There's nothing to it. Just don't kill anybody and you'll be golden.
Thanks. I'll try to keep that in mind.
Atta girl. Now I must be off. It looks like Jude finally managed to get Manny out of bed. And about time too. He was sleeping like the dead. I'll speak to you later, Effie. Have a nice rest of your night. Not that there's much of the night left too. Ta-ra now.
Yes, goodbye.
There was a click on the other end of the line, and then there was nothing. Lauren had gone. She had left her sad, serious daughter, who was sequestered away in their too small home in the grey and desolate Oxbury, and returned to the sea and the surf of exotic Australia. Well, the sea and the surf would come later, probably. First, Lauren and the others would go down to the dining room where they could eat their fill of fried sausages and fried mushrooms and baked beans. Ethel frowned. Her mother ate just as much as she did, if not even more, but she was as skinny as a post. Ethel, meanwhile, couldn't look at a full English fry-up without gaining weight. Life could be so unfair. Speaking of food, Ethel could hear her stomach rumbling. Maybe it was time to root through the fridge again. With some luck, she should be able to find something worth eating. Ethel commenced her search and was soon rewarded with some spoils which looked promising. At the back of the fridge, covered with a taut layer of cling film, was a shallow baking tray full of her mother's cherry pie.
Ooh.
Lauren wasn't the best cook. She tended to wing things, and her culinary creations always ended up overcooked or underdone as a result. But she was a surprisingly decent baker. Lauren's grandmother, Ethel's great-grandmother, whose name she had inherited, had taught Lauren the arcane art when she was younger, and Lauren had always been very close to her granny. Lauren had taken her granny's recipes to heart. She had practiced and perfected them for birthday parties, village fetes, and charity sales until her brownies and blondies and chocolate chip cookies became the talk of all the mothers at Oxbury Primary. Lauren had stopped baking quite so much once Manny had grown up, but she still liked to dabble from time to time. That was where this cherry pie sitting in the bottommost shelf of the fridge had come from. Lauren had been anxious the night before her flight. She was afraid of heights and terrified of planes, and hadn't been able to sleep. Not knowing what else to do with herself, she'd gone downstairs at 2 in the morning wearing her favorite pink nightgown, which made her look a bit like the stuck-up poodle from Oliver and Company, and she'd begun to bake. When Ethel herself had awoken later, much later, at 1 in the afternoon, her parents and her brothers had already left for Luton Airport. They hadn't awoken her to wish her goodbye, though perhaps they hadn't needed to. They had said goodbye the night before, and in any case, Lauren had left her daughter a note. "We've already left for the airport, love," she had written, the loopy cursive. Lauren's spelling wasn't the best, but her handwriting was a work of art, picked out in patchy blue biro, so don't worry about us or wonder where we are. I'm sure we'll be fine. I couldn't sleep last night, so I made some cherry pie. It's cooling in the fridge right now. Have as much as you want. If you don't, it'll go to waste. Love you, Effie. See you later. Stay safe. XXXXXXXXX. That was one of the things Ethel liked about her mother. They might not have seen eye to eye on a lot of things, but Lauren wasn't exactly stingy with her affection. Ethel allowed herself a small smile as she took the cherry pie from the fridge. It had been a few days since her parents had left for Australia, and she had been grazing on the pie in their absence. It wasn't as good as it had been. The crust had long since had lost some of its crunch, the cherries inside their contradictory sweet sharpness, but it was more than edible. There was only one slice left, and Ethel meant to make short work of it. She slid the remaining slice of cherry pie on an old IKEA plate, which she then shoved inside the microwave. She let the pie rotate in the microwave for a couple minutes before drawing it out. The center of the pie had cratered, and the bright red cherry filling it looked almost garish. It was streaked across the plate, bright enough to be obscene. The darker pieces of cherry mixed among the lighter, more inoffensive sauce looked unnervingly like blood clots. Ethel was reminded rather forcefully of the toilet bowl during her period, and her stomach turned. Maybe she wasn't as hungry as she'd thought. For a few moments, she considered scraping the cherry pie into the bin, but she discounted the idea. She didn't want to throw away her mother's hard work. Ethel took the cherry pie to the kitchen table and then sat down. She began to eat, trying to force all unfortunate associations with the lopsided pie on her plate and the toilet bowl to one side. But this soon proved to be a difficult endeavor, especially when a strange, musky taste spread across her tongue. Ethel's nose wrinkled. What was that? It tasted like Jude's compost heap in the garden, smelt of dirt and decay.
Ooh.
Girl is infected. The spores are taking over. Ethel had sampled her mother's cherry pie numerous times in the past, even the less than perfect pies which had burned on the bottom, but it had never tasted quite like this. Ethel swallowed her mouth full of pie as best she could, then she examined it. It looked normal at a cursory glance. but a quick excavation of its underside with the tines of her fork revealed something rather alarming. The crust, which encased the pie, once a uniform gold, had endured a troubling transformation process. The pie crust was flecked with discolored patches, ghostly white, and, more worryingly, a sickly lichen green.
Oh, it's mold.
Mold! Was that mold? Ethel's stomach, which had felt uneasy ever since awakening, lurched. She felt like she was going to be sick, but she didn't want to be. Just like some people felt faint at the sight of blood, Ethel couldn't stand the sight of vomit, a fact which had made her very popular at Madeline Dawes' 6th birthday party. Girl, same.
Fucking Brits.
Madeline
God.
had forced them all to play a game, overseen by her mother, where the participants had to stuff as many marshmallows into their mouths without gagging.
Chubby Bunny,
One
we know
girl-
this.
What?
Chubby Bunny, we know this.
That's a real thing? Okay.
Yeah.
You've never played Chubby Bunny?
No, I was homeschooled.
Oh, okay.
That makes it even more surprising, quite frankly.
We just ate marshmallows.
You just ate them and did not tempt fate or
There,
God.
there used to be a trend called Chubby Bunny where you put marshmallows
You put
one by
in and
one.
say Chubby Bunny. Yeah. Did he do it until you can't do it anymore?
Gotcha.
Just trying to see who can do it the best.
Let's play Chubby Bunny and choke to death.
God.
Yeah, that's it.
Yay. One girl, Naomi, had managed a whopping 21 marshmallows before her gag reflex had kicked in. A lot of 21s going on.
Yeah.
There were quite a few. She had thrown up a horrible pastel pink, semi-thick sludge which had oozed, not trickled, down her chin and onto her frock. I really wish we weren't describing this.
I think HIO. The policy for fucking NSFW content. This would get banned.
You want me to?
Yeah,
you want me to take over for you? Yeah. Okay. And I will do my best to also not make it sound as graphic. Naomi's vomit had smelled awfully acidic, but it had been sickly, coyly sweet at the same token. Her vomit semi-solid and full of pillowy pastel chunks of marshmallow. It had been the smell of it more than the sight of it, which had turned Ethel's stomach. Her had twisted like kneaded dough. Then, in sympathy for Naomi, she had also, This had triggered a chain reaction, and by the end of Madeline's party, 4 children had emptied the contents of their stomachs all over Mrs. Dawes' newly installed Siberian white carpet.
I threw up.
Why did you soften carpet of all words?
I got together. It's like, it would be funny if I did this, and I was right.
Okay, that's fair.
Ethel hadn't been invited to Madeline's house again, though Naomi had. Ethel had always found that unfair. Naomi had been the one that had thrown up first, but maybe it didn't matter who'd done it first. It mattered that Ethel had, because she had only ever been there under duress. A pity invitation sent by Madeline's mother, because she knew Ethel didn't have any real friends at Oxbury Primary. Oxbury Primary. Madeline's mother had soon stopped pitying her after that great vomiting incident, however. This memory brought a fresh flood of shame to Ethel's face. She swallowed the bile, which was rising in her throat. Thick and fast! That's what I'm not gonna censor. and pushed the moldy cherry to one side. She then leant back in her chair, pressed her hands to her cheek, trying to force herself to breathe. What was she supposed to do with the rest of her time? She supposed she could always play the violin, but the thought didn't fill her with much excitement. She couldn't see the point in playing if it didn't make her happy. But that was where the problem lay. Nothing had been making Ethel happy as of late. When she thought about what she wanted to do, all she could see was a void, blank and empty. Ethel continued to sit there, the nape of her neck pressed up uncomfortably against the back of the chair, her cheeks sticky from the cherry pie. She was sure, though she couldn't see herself, that she must have looked like an awful mess. But the girl yesterday in the church had been nice to her, nicer than she probably deserved. She'd called her pretty. Then she kissed her. The thought of this kiss surfaced to the forefront of Ethel's mind. Then she flushed. Maybe she would go and see the girl. It wasn't as though she had anything else to do. Ethel rose from the dining room table, then padded over to the front door. Once there, she put on her shoes, which were old and worn like all her clothes, the inside worn away from rubbing against Ethel's soles. They felt a little snug around her feet. Perhaps she ought to buy a new pair, but Ethel endured it. The physical discomfort was a worthwhile trade-off for the reassuringly familiar fit of them. Dressed and ready to weather the great outdoors, Ethel retrieved her father's torch from his toolbox once more, where it slumbered in the dark alongside his other tools, his screwdrivers, his Allen wrenches, his other bits and pieces Ethel couldn't name. It would be very funny if they just listed all of the tools in the box and it was very much just a rendition of the breakdown from the hardware store song.
Yeah, they got elements to review. Electrocutors, walkie-talkie.
Yep.
Real
Now
quick,
armed,
you wanna take a turn since we've been talking an awful lot for your stream.
What?
We've both been talking an awful lot for your stream. Do you want to like take a turn narrating or?
I'd be sure. Right? Do you want to get paid for talking?
Wait, is that an option? Give me money.
Are we getting paid?
No,
Wait,
listen, I'm moving next week. I need it.
I don't have a job.
I also presently don't have a job. I need this. Hey, $5 my way, please.
God,
Please, I'm hungry.
I wish I could pay my fucking co-host. God.
Now
You could go to Coffee right now and give us money individually.
Yeah. Donate or support or whatever if you have the money. Smiles.
Now armed and feeling a little like a discounted knight from an old fairy tale, Ethel then left the house. Ethel closed the door behind her with a thud and fumbled with the keys for a few moments. She tried to jam them rather futilely to the lock before she realized she was trying to use the back door key instead. Ethel's face flushed at this folly, though there was nobody to tease her for it. She didn't come back home very often, and she got simple things like this mixed up sometimes. After locking the door, she then set off into the night, the rickety gate fencing the family's house creaking beneath her fingertips as she pushed open. She hoped that she'd be able to make it into the woods and loved it, but... Yep.
Oh fuck! It's Mr. Brown
man, I'm
again. God,
What
duh.
up, brother?
The distinctive high-pitched sound of a dog barking made her pause. That barking sounded awfully familiar. Was that? Yes, it was. Ethel could see a small, fluffy dog rounding the corner. One of such a diminutive stature, and with such floppy ears. It looked like a little like a toy brought to life. There was red collar around his neck. Right, it seemed like the glazed exterior of the candy apple. And a leash attached to the collar. The leash extended upwards into the gloom. It was wound about the fingers of a man whose height eclipsed the dog's at the comical degree. The dog could only have been Sparky, while its owner was Mr. Brown. Ethel hung back, feeling shy and stupid, half hoping that Mr. Brown hadn't seen her. She didn't want to get involved in any conversations. Part of her hoped that by sliding into the shadows, he might walk past her, but to her disappointment,
Well, now this is a coincidence. I didn't expect I'd be seeing you twice, not 2 days running.
Get out of the way, gay boy. I need to see my girlfriend. Get out.
Leave!
Ethel wasn't slender or insubstantial enough to sink into the shadows, not as she fancied the girl from the church could. All she could do was stand there, feeling foolish as Mr. Brown approached her. He blinked and said,
Ethel, you alright?
Ethel knew Mr. Brown was being nice. At least, that was what he was attempting. But his niceness rankled. Why did people keep asking her that? Did she really look that miserable?
Yes.
Juice, do you want to take Ethel?
No, I'm good.
Well, I gotta narrate.
Well, yeah, but you're also like the streamer.
So streamer
You
got
want
the
me to
main
take Ethel?
character.
Yeah. Do you want me to take Ethel?
Take Ethel.
Okay.
I love the shuffle we do every once in a while.
Yeah.
here.
The musical chairs happening. With
I
the
can take
characters.
narration if you want.
No, I can do narration.
Okay.
I'm fine.
I'll be the
I'll
dog.
go for a walk.
One.
Another walk.
One.
One.
Wow, 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 wow.
One, two.
Thinking of that, thinking about that TikTok of like the woman who has like the immersive driving setup for an RC car, driving it around her like neighborhood in the middle of the night, and she just starts barking at a dog that she runs across. Wow, 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 wow.
Mr. Brown raised his eyebrows, which were full and bushy.
Didn't you get your fill of exercise last night?
I know what else is full and bushy.
Shut the fuck up. No, well, I just wanted some fresh air. Oh yes, the air is very fresh around here, if nothing else. Makes a nice change from the city. Well, so I say. Like I've not lived here for almost 30 years. You used to live in the city?
Ethel didn't mean to take an interest. She didn't want to carry this conversation out longer than it had to. But she couldn't help herself. She'd only seen Mr. Brown as a teacher, an authority figure who exists solely to tell her what to do, more often than not, and what not to do. She never thought about his past before. Why should she? It hadn't been all that long ago that Ethel had been a child. She hadn't realized that other people actually have lives of their own. That the world didn't revolve solely around her. Her aching desire to be accepted by the cool girls in her class, who went horse riding and had sleepovers and played one another's
Dude,
hair.
the world revolving.
Well, mom.
Oh, I
Mr. Brown answered casually, with a small smile.
lived in Glasgow. I was born there, born and bred. You can hear it in my accent. Comes out from time to time. but that's not here nor there. I don't know what a Glasgow accent sounds like. You do look very pale, Ethel. You aren't coming down with something, are you?
I might be going down, actually.
I thought,
Fuck off! I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna fucking beat you to death.
What? Am I wrong? God. Ethel thought back of the cherry pie she had eaten, which had been flecked with mold, her stomach churned. She didn't think that she could have done her health many favors. But surely that had been enough to make her seriously sick. She put it from her mind.
I'm fine. I just wanted to stretch my legs, like I said. So you did. My wife was like that. She was a very outdoorsy person. She's always going off on little jaunts out into the countryside and on hikes.
Mr. Brown's voice trailed away, and he shook his head.
Hope you didn't get caught up in that awful rain yesterday, at least. I got a bit damp, but I was fine. Were you able to get back home in time? Not quite. I had to take shelter in the church. It let up after that. That's just as well. I'm glad you didn't get too drenched, or worse, that you fell and broke something. I was worrying about that, actually. You were worrying about me?
Also, chat. I'm gonna. Fuck, I can't. Okay, read
Whoa,
this first.
whoa, stand back, everyone.
Read this first.
Okay. Of course I was. Thought it was awful late to go on a walk, and it started coming down so hard, too. I was afraid you might have gotten yourself hurt, or you last like yourself.
I'm gonna save, return, and I'm gonna go to the washroom. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay. Drive safe.
Drive your car on the sidewalk now.
No, wait, no.
Reach your hand into that cash register for no reason. I'm gonna see how far I can get in my hallucinate run before Uber gets back.
Yeah,
We're
I'm
trying to
kind
get
of
help.
taking an extended break from having to analyze a random speech for school,
Gotcha.
so.
Ooh, what the speech?
It's Obama's first commencement speech.
Ooh. Obama.
Yeah. It's for my grammar class.
Nice.
Funnily enough, I had to do a whole a whole thing about how do you know the song Word Crimes by Weird Al Yankovic?
Yup.
I had to do an analysis of that song specifically in the advice that it gives.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's a fun time.
Doing stuff like that for music was really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
We had to do listening logs for my one of my music classes when I was in college, which was actually different in that for the music class we were specifically instructed to analyze the composition, so how things were mixed, where the drums came in, what direction the guitar was coming from versus the rhythm versus the lead guitar was coming from, the difference between the bass and the higher pitched notes, like the singer, because there's very specific ways you're supposed to mix audio positionally, things like the bass and the drum kit should always be very, or like the kick drum anyway, should be very centered, along with like your lead vocals. While the rest of the kit should be more, the drum kit should be more spread out. So you should have more of it panned left and right to like more create the feeling of like being in the room with the instruments, with the band. Hi.
Welcome back.
I pissed.
Piss.
And let's continue with
Let's go!
mushroom music.
Woo!
Woo!
Sorry, I wanted to be a jerk.
Ethel knew Mr. Brown meant well, but she had to stifle a snort in the face of this last remark. She was a lass, yes, but there was nothing particularly wee about her. She was a lot older than she had been, and she'd gotten taller. Though
She's
Mr.
more of a
Brown
game
was still... Though Mr. Brown was still taller than she was.
Thank you, but I'm not hurt. You don't need to worry. Yes, I can see that. I'm glad of it. It's clear you know how to look after yourself.
Yes, well, Ethel thought, I am 21. I'm not a child.
Anyone?
Anyone?
I'll try to stop hectoring, I'm not your father. I'm not your teacher anymore either. It's not my place to fuss, it's just force of habit, I guess. You said you went to the church last night, though? What? Oh yes, I did. Is there a problem with that? Not really, no, it's just...
Mr. Brown shifted, adjusting his grip on Sparky's leash as he did. His dog yipped in response and nuzzled his nose against Mr. Brown's trouser leg. Mr. Brown smiled at this, his expression tender, as she said,
Yes, Sparky, we'll be on our way in a minute. It's just...
Mr. Brown frowned. Then he sighed.
It might be nothing, but I've heard some strange things about the church at night is all. And the forest too, come to think of it. Strange things? Aye, that's right. Never seen anything myself. I don't go into the woods after dark, but some of my friends from the running club, they said, well, it sounds like a lot of silly superstitions, really. I don't know if I'd pay too much stock in it, but they said there've been some odd going-ons by the church in the early hours. Such as? Oh, you know, it's all the usual stuff. They said they heard, noises, I suppose. Strange whispers and the like. I was skeptical myself. Thought it must have been down to some small animals, rabbits or the like, but they're rather insistent that something's going on in the forest. Can't say I've heard anything out of the ordinary myself, but like I said, I don't go there at night, so it seems like a trip to the emergency room waiting to happen, what with how uneven the ground is, especially during the winter. This accent is all over the place. It's not safe, but not because of any bugbears or ghouls and goblins and what have you. And there's that Delaney girl.
Well, of course. How could Ethel forget about her? She never met the girl, yet she hung around Osprey like a ghost. It was impossible to ignore her. It had been much the same when Chloe What's-Her-Name had gone missing more than a decade prior.
Faint, wet noises.
No. Noises.
But Ethel had been in primary school then. And Kurt Gulp. God. She hadn't really understood the significance of a teenage girl. Only 14 or 15, sneaking out of her parents' home late at night and disappearing without a trace in the woods. Well, Ethel said, without a trace, but more of Chloe had been found than the nameless Miss Delaney. They had found one of her shoes, almost 6 months after her disappearance, deep in the woods, half buried beneath the leaves.
If you keep a good head on your shoulders, I'm sure you'll be fine. You're too old for me to tell you what to do, but do be careful. I'd hate to have to explain to your parents when they get back what you're doing in the hospital with a broken leg, or worse.
Mr. Brown's words were light, but Ethel rather got the feeling that there was more to his warning than he was letting on. His tone seemed a bit too irreverent, in a manner which wasn't like his usual serious style of speech. Did Mr. Brown set more store in ghouls and goblins than he wanted Ethel to think? A cold wind blew, disturbing Ethel's braids. The temperature was low enough that it made Ethel's finger tense like claws, buried though they were in their pockets. Her teeth, meanwhile, were chattering, but this wasn't necessarily from the cold. Maybe there was something ominous in the woods. Ethel thought she had felt it herself. The uneasy feeling of invisible eyes trained upon her. But that was all her imagination. There wasn't anything dangerous lurking in the woods. Not really. Or was there?
Dun, dun, dun.
Ethel made slow progress as she walked through the woods, her passage impeded by how muddy and uneven the terrain was. It had rained too much the night prior, and the forest had suffered from it. The earth a cacophony of dun brown mud, loose leaves, and fallen foliage. The heavy rainfall had transformed the path through the forest into a veritable quagmire. Diggity. Ethel did it.
Shut up! Fine! Can't fucking believe you!
Fuck. Okay. Ethel didn't have any hiking boots. I'm sorry. God damn. She didn't go outside often enough to justify it, and she had been forced to settle for her trainers. Her trainers were relatively sturdy, but the heels weren't particularly thick. They sunk into the mud with every single step she took. Ethel tried to go as carefully as she could. She knew that she was clumsy, and she didn't want to take a spill when the ground was so muddy. But she still stumbled on several occasions. During one particularly anxiety-inducing moment, her right foot caught in a tree root, and she very nearly toppled into the dirt. Fortunately, the tree trunks, which aforementioned root, had been attached to what was in the immediate vicinity, and Ethel had been able to use it in order to steady herself. That really had been a close call. Ethel delved even deeper into the woods, trees sprouting up around her like pagan monuments. Typically, when Ethel went walking in the woods, she would hear the wind through the boughs of the trees, and nocturnal animals, moles and rabbits, snuffling about in the undergrowth. Osprey's forest never really slept, no matter how late the hour. There was always something to see, and if it was too dark to see, there was always something to hear. Ethel couldn't hear much of anything, however, and she traversed the forest, beyond the squelching sound of her own footsteps and her nervy inhalations. It was quiet. Perhaps too quiet. There was something eerie about it. But maybe this, too, could be attributed to its rainfall. It had poured down rather a lot the night prior. So much so that the leaves still looked damp from it. The late-night animals with their inquisitive snouts and their scrabbling claws must have been taking refuge, still, in case of another storm was brewing. Mr. Brown has said the weather looked clear enough tonight. But how are the animals to know that? It would make sense if they were being skittish. The trees eventually began to thin out, and as soon as Ethel emerged in the moonlit clearing where the snake had been sat, the church didn't exactly loom out in the darkness. It wasn't grand enough for that, but it had a somber, reassuringly solid presence regardless. Ethel didn't know quite how old the church was, but Rowan was something of a history buff. He had told her about it once before. Rowan was hands-on kind of person, like Manny, and he had spent a lot of his free time going to rambles around Osprey and the fields which surrounded it. Rowan did etchings of the graves, and he liked to take photos of them. A little gray lozenges, which were stained with lichen and crumbly ever so gently around the edges. The parish council might have dissuaded teenage from hanging out in the churchyard. Here they would desecrate the graves and leave cigarette butts strewn in the wake. But Rowan wasn't like that. At 17 years of age, he was one of the kindest, most conscientious teenage boys Ethel knew. Which wasn't saying much, given Rowan was one of the only teenage boy he knew. But still, if Rowan had been there, he could have told her when the church has been constructed down the exact year. He could have told her about the history of the stained glass window, which Ethel had always thought of a curious addition to such a small, humble church. He probably knew when the window had been installed, who it depicted, and he probably could have told the name of the glazer who made the damn thing. But Rowan wasn't there. He was in Australia, with Lauren, Jude, Manny, and though he shared his nuggets of information with Ethel once, she had already forgotten all of it. Ethel felt a brief flicker of guilt over her awful memory. What a callous big sister she was. But all of her thoughts of Rowan soon dissipated, and she took a step towards the church. Its wooden door was ajar. It was only ajar by a small crack, a hair's breadth, in fact, but it was enough to instill in Ethel a hope again. Maybe the girl really was there. Was she waiting for him? Ethel pushed the door open just enough, and then slipped inside the church. The sound of the old doors opened seemingly uncomfortably, loud and near total silence, and rent the air quite clumsily. Ethel winced as she heard its low, obnoxious creaking, which sounded like the malcontented rumblings from a nightingale's stomach. She hadn't wanted to spoil the magic of the girl singing, but it was too late. The silence had been broken. Ethel knew the girl would soon turn her head. And she did. The girl turned, her dark hair fluttering, half melted into the darkness, as though her head was made of shadows. She took a step forward, her skirt swishing, and said,
Ethel, I was wondering if I would see you again. I was getting so bored and lonely waiting for you.
You were?
Of course I was. I asked if you would see me again, didn't I?
Oh, yes. So you did.
It was true enough that the girl had asked this during their last meeting, but Ethel hadn't really believed in it. She hadn't thought that girl cared. Why would she? She was beautiful, while Ethel was.
With you here, this whole church feels more like homey. Homer! Sorry. Now then.
The girl took a seat on one of the pews, and I patted the empty space beside her.
Won't you sit down? There's an awful lot I'd like to ask you. I only managed to scrape the surface last time. You're still such an enigma to me. I could call you Miss Mystery.
I think I could say the same about you. I still don't know your name.
All in good time. First, I want to ask about you. What's your story?
Story?
Bill frowned.
I don't think I really have one.
Oh, don't be silly. Everyone has a story. You hardly grew out of the ground, did you? Like a turnip?
Oh, no.
Then you must have a story to share. Parents, grandparents, maybe some siblings? Hey, didn't you say you had a couple of brothers?
I do, yeah. Manny and Rowan. They're both younger than me.
And what are they like?
Manny is... He's... Well,
Bill paused. How could she put this tactfully? It was hard to talk about her feelings about Manny while trying to maintain a veneer of politeness. But Manny himself wasn't a very polite person. Manny was practically glued to his PC. He had been banned from numerous lobbies for using words he really shouldn't have.
this boy is saying slurs.
And he swore
boy
and
says
swaggered
swears.
around the house as though he owned the place.
You gotta get off the forums, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
He padded about the kitchen barefoot, sometimes shirtless, talked with his mouth full at breakfast tables, and the only person he ever listened to was Jude. Manny thought everyone else was so uncool. Ethel in particular, because she was shy and awkward, and she had an awful acne in her last year of secondary school, and because she played the violin.
He's... a typical teenager.
Does that mean he's a pain in the neck?
He can be.
And what about your other brother?
Rowan's lovely. He's not like Manny at all. He's very quiet, actually, and mostly keeps to himself. Mom's a bit worried about him as it happens.
Yeah?
Yeah, she thinks he's being bullied at school, maybe. But if he is, he'd never tell. He doesn't like to talk about it.
Maybe he's afraid Manny will make fun of him.
I thought he was more worried that Mum would make a fuss. But maybe.
Teenage boys can be like that.
Ow.
They have a lot of pride, even. No, especially the quiet ones. Some of the boys I've had to deal with at school were such wankers.
It sounds wrong when American.
Yeah. Wankers!
Sorry, here, let me do that again real quick. I've had to deal with so many fuckboys. So rough and tumbly, I hate them. Ah! That's me throwing up. Oh, sorry, that's me throwing up.
The girl scoffed dismissively and said,
So, what about your parents? Didn't you say yesterday you weren't all that close?
It's complicated. My mom means well. I know she wants me to be happy, but
But
I don't think she understands what would really make me happy. And I don't think she understands me either.
doesn't she try?
She does. She paid for my violin lessons, though she doesn't see the point in classical music. She said it's boring. And she was supportive when I said I wanted to study English Lit. She didn't try to make me change my mind, not like some people's parents would have. She didn't tell me I should study something useful instead, like mathematics or medicine or I don't know, physics. But she didn't seem to really get it either.
I take it your mother doesn't read a lot then.
She doesn't read at all unless you count women's magazines.
I thought I was just constipated, but then I gave birth in the toilet. Those sorts of magazines.
Ethel nodded.
My mother and I aren't very alike.
I gathered. She doesn't sound like the sensitive sort. Not like you.
Do you think I'm sensitive?
Let's see. Are you upset?
Bites you, bites you, bites you.
I guess so. Oh my. It's the impression I'm getting, yeah. I mean, you stuck around to listen to me singing. It sounds like your mother would have told me to shut up. That I was giving her a headache.
I don't think she would have said that. My mother isn't cruel.
Though Lauren could be blunt. Lauren had made many careless remarks about Ethel's appearance before. Perhaps to the tune of, God, you aren't going to go out dressed like that, are you? Ethel knew that Lauren didn't mean any ill by it. She was probably trying to show an interest in her only daughter. But sometimes, the way her mother looked at her hurt. Lauren was nice to Ethel because Ethel was her daughter. But Ethel knew that if her mother had been one of her peers, Shania or Imogen or Morgan back in school, she would have teased her relentlessly. Lauren, with her peroxide blonde hair and her French manicured nails, had probably made any number of frumpy, unfashionable girls cry, but she'd been a student.
Sorry.
Lauren might never have made a conscious effort to upset her own daughter, but she definitely made Ethel cry on more than one occasion.
Cruel or not, it doesn't sound like she takes much of an interest in you.
We just like different things. It happens. It happens. We might be related, but that doesn't mean we all have similar interests.
And what's she into then?
Oh, you know, skibbity toilet and
Ohio, Riz, something
Ohio
like
is? Oh yeah.
Love
What the
Island
Sigma?
and TikTok mostly.
Love Island?
It's a reality TV show. It's awful. The contestants are all horrid, but I think that's why my mother likes it so much. I tried watching it with her, but I felt like gulping at animals in a zoo.
that. Gladiators in an Olympic Coliseum, out for once and not for blood.
Right. So your mom's hopeless. And your dad?
He's your typical dad, I guess.
Meaning...
He likes football and Formula One. Let's go! And his favorite band is Iron Maiden. He does woodworking and DIY, and he can play the guitar too. Let's go!
Oh. So... he's a creative then?
In a way, he was in a couple of local bands when he was younger, but they never went anywhere. I don't think he resents it though. He was just having fun. Dad asked me once why I bothered practicing the violin so much when it was obvious I'd never get anywhere with it.
He didn't.
He did. He He said if he'd not been able to get anywhere with his band, there's no way I'd be able to make it. I mean, he was playing punk and I'm doing classical, so...
He shouldn't have said that. Whether he was right or not. I'm slowly dipping into the accent.
Influencing you.
Yeah. Quite honestly, I could dive right in and not make it a joke, but also the joke's too fun, so... It was uncalled for. Some people like to perform for their own sakes. You don't need to be popular just to make your pursuits worthwhile.
That's what I said, and Dad said it was a good thing I got something out of the hideous screeching my violin made, because he sure as hell didn't.
Wow. Okay, now that's interesting, because that's not how they would say it over there. That's not how they would say it.
He sounds like a
Yeah,
poot.
that's just written like American English.
Yeah, that's exactly American English right there.
They would
Wow.
there would be an R there.
Yes, exactly. He sounds like an arsehole. Oh, putting the arse in there just threw me in the accent like a full thing.
Yay.
All
Become
right,
British.
I'm committing now. No, I'm going Scottish.
Become Scottish.
I'll do that one.
Insensitive. He isn't that
Very
bad,
lightly.
really.
Right, cunt, this one is.
Alright, cunt.
He was rude about your hobbies. No, your passions. I think that's plenty bad, especially coming from your father. I thought parents were supposed to support their children.
I actually like this voice you're doing way better.
Same, actually. I'm committing. I'm in there.
There are a lot of different parents in this world, and a lot of different children. I don't think I'm quite what either my mother or my father wanted.
Yeah? Well, parents can't choose their kids, but kids can't choose their parents either. I doubt you would have been stuck with them if you could decide, would you?
Well,
I thought of her real parents. Neatly groomed Lauren and the wannabe rocker Jude. Then she thought of the parents she had imagined for herself by growing up. Sweet, sensitive couple who appreciated the arts and who encouraged Ethel in her musical pursuits. She thought of the upbringing she could have had. A Parisian apartment with an overlook avenue Montagne.
Montaigne.
Montague.
Montague. Inside wistfully.
Alright.
I fully made up the word. That wasn't it.
Montagne. Montagne.
Montaigne.
I think it was actually just Montaigne.
Yeah, that's close.
Yeah.
It's French. It's not a
Okay.
real language.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess not.
I thought as much. Their folks sound rotten.
They're not so bad. But it is nice being able to talk about my interests with somebody who seems to care.
Well, of course I care. Why wouldn't I?
The girl pouted, adopted the tempestuous tone of a Celtic warrior queen of the century past.
You're interesting.
I'm not so sure about that.
You might not be, but I am. I wouldn't bother talking to you otherwise. I didn't suffer fools gladly, you know. I don't like spending time with people who tire me. And you most definitely do not do that. I enjoy listening to your stories. I enjoy listening to you. Goodness. I think I'd enjoy simply sitting with you, even without talking. Your company's very soothing.
Oh, I thought that you'd get bored of me eventually.
When I'm with you,
The girl grinned, a cheeky grin which was less Celtic warrior queen and more Not
Oh,
even
she's
for your
Scottish as
chimney
fuck.
sweep.
Yup.
Never. I'm certain of that. And I'm sticking to it. Why do you look so unsure, Hollow? Wow. Had a little bit of a processing error for a second there. Why do you look so unsure, though? Haven't people ever told you that you're interesting before?
Not really.
Well, people are stupid. Shouldn't pay attention to what they think or don't think in this case. Because it doesn't sound like they had any sensible thoughts rattling around in their thick skulls. They're too empty-headed to realize something truly special when they see it.
Ethel didn't reply. She was starting to feel too overwhelmed. The girl's words were so forceful, Ethel felt oddly breathless in their wake, stunned into silence. Ethel had never before been given any cause to think she was anything special. In fact, it was quite the opposite. But
You're too nice. That's your problem. You have a hard time standing up to people when they ignore you or overlook you or underestimate you. You roll over and accept it. You don't want to cause a fuss. So you agree with all the negative things people say about you, even things that are blatantly false. You're so afraid of causing any offense, you don't know how to properly live your own life. But I think that makes you special too, in a sense. It means that you're very kind. You're a lot kinder than I am, at least. I'd never let anyone insult me like that. It's time to start kissing again. Bring me the cheeks.
I just got an achievement saying your head in her hands. Let yourself be claimed.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
I'm sure that means nothing.
I'm gonna smooch your brains
sure.
out. I'm gonna smooch your brains out, girly. Come on.
the girl leant in as she spoke, cupping both Ethel's cheeks with her bare hands. The girl's skin might have been cold, almost inhumanly so, but the words which poured from her lips were so warm they made Ethel's body tingle. It was a dark, cold night, but she was beginning to blush. Ethel couldn't help but be self-conscious about this. If Nai was there, she wouldn't pounce on even the smallest sign of weakness. But the girl didn't use it against Ethel. She
It's
wasn't trying to
spreading
hurt her.
more.
It's
It's
spreading.
spreading. It's spreading.
We are all being infected with Scottish.
She wasn't trying to hurt her. Her voice was even sweeter than honey as she said,
But maybe that's why we get along so well. You can make up for what I lack. And maybe I can make up for what you lack too.
What I lack?
the girl nodded.
If you can't tell people what you want, then I'll have to do it for you.
And what makes you think you know what I want?
I think I have a pretty good idea. You might be bad at being honest with your true feelings. Verbally, at least. But they show up regardless. All over your pretty little face.
This art is gorgeous.
Yeah.
Pretty.
Yes, that's right. I think you're very pretty. And you're really easy to read too. It's so obvious what's going on inside that dome of yours.
The girl leant in even closer, the tip of her nose brushing against Ethel's. She inhaled. Then she said, her voice newly playful.
And I think that's very cute. If you're gonna act like this, then you don't leave me with much choice. I simply have to kiss you.
The girl shifted closer to Ethel as she spoke. Her fingers still splayed against her Ethel's cheeks, effectively affixing her head in place. The girl might have been skinny, but her grip was surprisingly strong. Ethel could feel her fingertips digging into her skull. Such intensity in her. Ethel trembled, her eyes a little too large, as the girl brought their lips closer. She exhaled, and when she did, Ethel felt the girl's breath against her cheeks. Maybe it was just Ethel's imagination, but in moments, Ethel thought she could smell something subtly off about the girl's breath. There was something that's almost old about the air which brushed against Ethel's cheeks. If age, indeed, had a smell. It put Ethel's mind in an old person's home, the same one her great uncle had been sequestered away when his health has begun to deteriorate and he could no longer shuffle around his bungalow without stumbling over his own slippered feet. Ethel had only visited her great uncle a handful of times in his home, despite her mother's frequent invitation that she tagged along. She hadn't liked it. All of those old men and women had upset Ethel. Her faces wrinkled, their wizened fingers gripping the armrests of their chairs. Their skin shrunk down to the bone. Everything in the old person's home has been brown. The floors, the walls, the chairs. And though it had been scrubbed clean from top to bottom with Lysol, there had been a pervasive stench which cut the beneath the cleanliness. Cleanliness. The air had smelled unpleasantly rank, just like mildew. It had reeked rapidly impending death, impossible to staunch. The girl's breath was just like that. There was a perplexing rawness to it, which made Ethel's skin prickle. All of a sudden, Ethel wanted to pull away. But then the girl's mouth was upon her, her lips wet and warm and yielding, and this didn't smell right. The girl's tongue was inoffensive as it slid between Ethel's parted lips, as was the saliva which coated it. Ethel couldn't find a reason to squirm away from her. If anything, she would far rather squirm against her. So she did. Ethel felt the girl's tongue exploring her mouth. Slowly at first, but she moved more vigorously as the second elapsed, and Ethel made no attempt to push her away. Ethel felt as if her skin was prickling with static electricity. Ethel had kissed the girl before. This was nothing new. But she had never kissed her quite like this before. It was intense enough to leave her head reeling, intense enough to render her breathless. Juice!
Are we really we're gonna make me do this? Okay.
Can you do this in a Scottish way?
No. No, I can't.
Seems not.
Oh, fuck!
Oh, fuck.
This pong is fucking minging!
Fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
Sorry.
Speaking of her breath, Ethel soon realized that she had been holding it. Her lungs were burning. Was kissing supposed to hurt quite this much? She had never been kissed quite this intensely before. Not by Clementine. Their makeout session was now beginning to seem almost demure, even when they had escalated to robing hands beneath shirts, robing hands between thighs. The girls had yet to take her hands off Ethel's face, but her kisses were unlike anything Ethel had ever known before. They were intense and driving. So much so it was scary. But it was exciting too. Ethel's blood was beginning to fizz inside her veins, like cream soda. Her head, meanwhile, felt light. All my bloods are leaving my brain.
I think more is happening than just faking out at the moment.
Yeah. But her lungs were still burning. This was no good. She had to get some air in her. Otherwise, Ethel was afraid she would asphyxiate, drowning in her own pleasure like a rat in vat of soup.
What a way to go.
Ethel drew back from the kiss. Her face stopped bright red with an intense, almost angry blush, which looked like sunburn. Her chest was rising and falling from the effort of trying to inhale enough air which felt strangely light and sparse, as it might have a heady peak of towering mountain. Ethel's lips were damp from the girl's kisses, and her heart was hammering from the intensity of it. It was a cool night, but her palms felt uncomfortably sweaty. Surreptitiously, Ethel tried to wipe her palms off on her skirt. All the while, she felt like a fool. Why was she worked about a kiss of all things? It's hardly her first, but she never felt anything like this before. It just felt like a dream.
You like that then?
The girl addressed Ethel directly, her eyes boring into Ethel's as if Ethel were her prey. The girl heard her.
It wasn't too much for you, was it?
Ethel didn't know. Everything seemed like too much in that moment. Even existing seemed a difficult art, especially when her breathing was so very labored. She felt as she had back in secondary school, lagging behind her classmate in the middle of cross country. Her heart wouldn't stop hammering. The girl's affection had been far too coy, as she poured into Ethel's mouth. Her kisses sweet like molasses, like candy floss, cherry pudding. It was all too much. It was overwhelming, but by the same token, it wasn't enough. Ethel wanted more of the girl. More of her fingers in her hair and her mouth against her own. And maybe the girl could see this, though Ethel was too ashamed to say it, because she giggled.
Good girl. I'm glad you warmed up to me so much.
Why can't I take a screenshot here? I'm pressing F12. I'm pressing F12.
There's just a delay and you suddenly hear...
Use the sniffing tool. Use the sniffing tool.
I do wish you'd say a little more though. It's put me at ease. That's alright.
The girl spoke softly, caressing Ethel's damp lower lip with her index finger as she did.
You don't need to talk. Not when we're together. I'm not interested in hearing more about your awful parents or obnoxious brothers. There's plenty I can learn about you from kissing you. The whimpering that you make... the whimpers that you make are rather informative. So is the way you shudder against me. It's utterly adorable. No idea why your girlfriend dumped you. She must have awful taste.
Huh?
Probably, Ethel blinked as though awaking from a dream. Eyelids felt awfully heavy, as though they had been weighed down from the bed. But she was still able to pick out the girl's features in the dark, her face looming centimeters away from her own. What was bad about her girlfriend? Or ex-girlfriend, rather? Had Ethel told the girl about Clementine? She couldn't remember doing that. But she couldn't remember much of anything other than hands, teeth, and lips and tongues and grasping fingers and soft and breathy sighs. Her thoughts were all jumbled.
Shh. It's alright. I know she hurt you. But you don't need to think about her now. You don't need to think about anything. All you need to do is focus on me.
Why can't I take screenshots?
Hold on, if you wait a little
Give
bit,
me
I
give me a
can. They're not
second.
gonna be as good though.
Give me a second.
Open snipping tool.
I'm just print screening and posting it in chat.
There you go. That'll work.
Yeah, it's literally what I was doing for you as well. Why is there so many farm merge Valley in the text?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm not cruel. Not like her. I won't abandon you. I like you.
The girl leant in, her lips parted, red lips like cherries, which were lips slick from Ethel's saliva. She was so close, Ethel could feel herself inhaling the air that the girl exhaled, taking in the breath and stripping it for oxygen. Ethel was reminded, as the girl caressed her, of the cyclical snake which ate its own tail. What was it called?
Ouroboros.
Ethel had known once, but she couldn't remember.
It's Ouroboros. And I'm gonna keep on liking you.
Had the girl's eyes always been so dark?
No matter what. That's just the sort of person I am.
It was with a light giggle, one which sounded oddly eerie, that the girl leant in again, reclaimed Ethel's lips with their own. Ethel gasped with a kiss, though it wasn't at this point a surprise. She had expected it. The girl had kissed her innumerable times already. After all, that night. So much so, Ethel couldn't keep count of it. Ethel still found herself squirming, however. This new volley of intense kisses. Ethel felt the girl's teeth nip at her lower lip. It was this to be truly teasing, while the fingers of her right hand cupped her cheek. The fingers of the girl's left hand, meanwhile, seemed imbued with the newfound recklessness. They began to unfold, slipping between the hands of Ethel's sensible sweater. Then, Ethel shuddered. Her nerves ended in flame as the girl's palm pressed against her newly bared skin. The girl's touch was cold enough to be glacial. It felt like icy needles were being inserted beneath the skin. Sharp, pointed needle which drove the air clean from Ethel's body. The further the kiss progressed, the greater Ethel's deterioration became. Her eyelids flickered, though she had her eyes open. The girl was so close Ethel couldn't see very much of her. In the dark of the night, the girl seemed amorphous being made of teeny shadows, something which wasn't wholly human. Ethel whimpered helplessly against the girl's mouth, her whole body aflame. An uncomfortable sort of dread has begun to crawl up Ethel's spine. It was cold, thin, and left her paralyzed, completely incapable of moving. A few moments, Ethel could only sit there, accepting the girl's kisses, but no longer reciprocating them. The girl's tongue felt a thick, sort of thing in her mouth, like a slab of leather, and Ethel was filled with the sudden desire to bite down upon it. Her shoulders shook. She didn't want this. was all happening too quickly. The girl's finger rolled higher as though beneath Ethel's shirt, and Ethel jolted. Her eyes widened. Then she shifted back, breaking the kiss with such suddenness it seemed almost akin to violence.
I'm sorry. I don't want to be rude. It's just this is all so sudden.
Oh?
The girl examined Ethel, her head cocked to one side, like a curious robin. Her lips curved into a smirk and her voice lightly amused, she said.
What's this? Don't tell me you're coming all. Aye, why? Could
You're
not break
coming
that
all
sentence.
over?
Whoa, don't tell me you're coming over all shy.
No, it's just
Ethel looked away from the girl, newly incapable of meeting a gaze. Who was she anyway? Ethel still didn't know her name. She could have been a serial killer for all Ethel knew. Shadowy stranger who seduced hapless young girls. Not that Ethel herself was so young, not anymore, that led them to their destiny. This seemed a bit of far-fetched assumption, but the girl had been singing when Ethel first had seen her. Wasn't that something that the sirens did in the Greek myths of old? The sirens were a beautiful woman with long curling hair and glittering tails, who had perched prettily upon their rocks and calling out to passing sailors. They had drowned more than a few hapless men that way, reducing their boats to pulps driftwood on the pointed, impersonal rocks. Ethel herself was no sailor, but she had felt though she was drowning. Her lungs might have well been full with foetid,
fetid.
fetid, muddied water, and the longer she sat with the girl, the more intense this feeling became. Ethel pressed her fingers against the lip. They were tingling. Fingers, lips both. Her brow, meanwhile, felt cold and clammy.
Oh,
The girl, evidently taking Ethel's silence as a tacit confession that yes, she was feeling shy, giggled.
that's very cute.
You keep saying that, but am I really cute?
Of course. Got to be a little bit cute, else I wouldn't like kissing you so much. In fact, I've been quite taken with you. It's a bit of a shame you decided to cut our little rendezvous short.
Rendezvous? Was that how the girl wanted to term it? How delightfully European. It almost made what they had done before, the girl's tongue shoved inside Ethel's mouth, seem cultured.
But it's alright. I wouldn't want to push you. Not too much, at least. So I'll play nice for now. I won't demand too much from you, although...
The girl's smile widened until, modulated by the shadows, it looked uncanny.
if you care for me at least... let's say one-fifth as much as I care for you. You shouldn't play games with my poor heart. Blowing hot and cold will only keep my interests for so long. We won't have much time together. Not after today. I wouldn't want you to wind up missing me too much. Be a shame if you never got to say anything you wanted to say, or do anything you wanted to do.
Here, the girl raised her eyebrows suggestively, in a manner which didn't seem quite in keeping with her heart-shaped face.
So, you might as well make the most of it. Or at least try to. Don't they say it's better to regret the things that you've done than The things that you've not done?
It was saying Ethel was familiar with, but she didn't hold too much stock in it. There were a lot of things she'd done during her short life that she wished, in retrospect, she hadn't. She wished she hadn't plucked up the courage to hold Clementine's hand for the very first time, when they'd both gone to the cinema to watch some mindless superheroes. She wished that she hadn't had the wild idea of asking Clementine out on a date once the film has ended and the credits start rolling. And she wished that Clementine, giggling, hadn't said, "What's this? I thought we were already on a date." If a relationship had never begun between the pair of them, then Ethel never would have known how much it hurt when a relationship fell apart, one that you care about. She regretted that a lot. Sometimes, Ethel wished she could have scrubbed her mind clean of the entire relationship. All the late night texting, trips to the movies, the sleepover in Clementine's dorm room, which had been bigger than Ethel's. And maybe some good has come out of the short-lived relationship after all. For a few months, at least, Ethel had been really happy. When she became Clementine's girlfriend, she hadn't felt at all lonely. This loneliness had returned full force, however, once everything had come to an end. But what was done was done. There was no sense in dwelling it. For the present, she existed here and the now, only on a pew in Osbury's church with the girl, and that was good enough for her. In any case, hadn't the girl said something rather strange?
What do you mean we don't have much time left to spend together?
Exactly what I said. My parents will be coming to pick me up soon. Tomorrow's my last full day here. I'll be gone on Monday morning.
Oh,
Ethel hadn't expected that, though why she hadn't expected it, she wasn't sure. The girl had told her earlier, hadn't she, that she was staying in Oxbury indefinitely. She was just visiting. She had made it quite apparent that she couldn't wait to be rid of this place, a sentiment Ethel shared. If she could have escaped Oxbury, she would have. It felt oppressive. It did seem awfully upsetting, though, that the girl had announced her departure now, so soon after they met. Ethel had only known the girl for 2 days, or nights rather. They barely had a chance to talk. Hell, they barely had a chance to speak. The girl had been so aggressive when it came to kissing her. Very little in the way of actual conversation had passed between them during the last 15 minutes. Now, it seemed unlikely that Ethel would ever see the girl again.
There.
The girl, perhaps sensing Ethel's anxiety, let her hands rest on top of Ethel's arm. She smiled gently, but said,
We have one more day. At least to share all of our dirty little secrets with one another. So don't worry. This isn't the end. Who knows? It might even be a new beginning.
Foreshadowing is a literary device.
I knew. What?
Ethel was stuck on the girl's words. They were rather corny, and the girl leant in. Then, the girl pressed her lips against Ethel's cheek.
Bless you.
Thank
The
you.
kiss was a fleeting one, of a magnitude less intense than those she had previously bestowed upon her partner. But Ethel still blushed. She simply couldn't help herself, not around the girl. She was hopeless.
I don't mind giving you my phone number or my address. Heck, I'd even give you my national insurance number if you wanted it.
Can I have your credit card number? And the three funny numbers on the
747-3472-27777. 9382714
And
37295 and
uh,
312.
That was
okay.
Cleaver's real credit card number. Go ahead
Yeah.
and use that whenever you want. Go ahead and clip this.
What if that was a real
This
credit card number
section.
and it was actually
God.
Johnny Depp's? I don't know why that's the name I pulled out of the ether, but it is.
I
Johnny
mean, it
Depp.
very well could be, as long as it was the correct amount of numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was.
Oh,
I was a little over.
I don't know. I wasn't keeping track.
Nor was I.
I don't think you need to go quite that far.
I thought not. Still, I want to show you how serious I'm being about this. I'm serious about us.
Us? Was there an us? That was news to Ethel.
But I have to make a bit of an effort too, alright? If you want to keep seeing me, then I need to test your resolve. It's like a quest from a fairy tale, you know? Not that I'm as sadistic as the princesses from those.
I don't know about that, ma'am.
I won't have you scouring the ends of the earth for golden apples or slaying any dragons. What I want is much more manageable. You just need to come to the church and see me tomorrow night. Like you usually do. You think you can manage that? Do say that you will. I hate for things to end like this.
The girl looked at Ethel. Her gaze poignant. I can't. I know how to.
Poignant.
Poignant. Why did I forget how to pronounce that? Poignant.
Poignant.
Poignant. As her lips pursed, and as Ethel was staring at the girl's pretty face, she found herself incapable of looking away. She was spellbound.
On the fucking moon now. Whee!
Thoughts of the girl was Ethel's constant companions as she navigated the forest twisting paths, and as she emerged from the thickest trees which surrounded her. These thoughts percolated inside her skull as she went her way through the Oxbury street, until she returned to the nondescript lane where her parents' house was situated. Ethel thought of the girl as her finger fumbled for her keys, as she thought of the girl as she pushed the front door inwards with a click. She thought of her as she bent to unlace her shoes, and as she ascended the stairs with a series of heavy, lumbering footfalls. She thought of the girl as she drew a bath. Ethel had always liked having baths, and it was nice being able to fill the tub so late at night without having to worry about waking her parents. And as she submerged herself, nymph-like, in the warm water. Ethel had run the water hot on purpose. She liked her bath scalding. Hot enough that the sensitive skin on her soles became to prune, and her face turned pink. She could feel it permeating her pores. She curled up inside the tub like a newborn, shivering as the ceramic pressed against her skin. The hot water was soothing, as the sound of the water as it rippled around her. But though she was now far away from the forest, and far from the church which dwelt within it, Ethel thought had yet to stray away from the girl. Still, she thought of her, turning her visage over and over in her head as a child might play with pebbles at a beach. The girl has overtaken her thoughts entirely, seemed in fact to have permeated through her Ethel's skin and into the core of her very being. Ethel's bone ached for the girl, so did her muscles. Ethel's thoughts were becoming vague, side effect of the bath water, which might have run a bit too hot after all. Steam was rising from the undulating surface of the water, and mist over the bathroom mirror, and the silvery taps on the end of the tub. Ethel's flushed cheeks were starting to prickle with moisture. When she blinked, A pearly bead of sweat was dislodged from her left eyelid. Slowly, it trickled down her nose. Ethel brushed it away. Ethel's body felt as though it was burning, but this wasn't wholly the fault of the water. The heat was an external thing, sloshing against her thigh, her stomach, and the curve of her back. It seemed to be inside her too. It has infiltrated her. These thoughts of the girl, of her life-lean body and her dark hair, were so overwhelming they were almost intimidating. Like the particularly sadistic parasites with infected insects, to have them climb to conspicuous places so they could be consumed by predators. Ethel too felt her body moving. She was hardly conscious of what she was doing. It was very late at night, and she was tired. The bathwater was so warm. As her hand shifted, Ethel's left hand found one of her breasts. Her supple flesh was damp from the bathwater. Okay, so she's jerking off. Okay.
Yeah, it seems like that's where we're going.
Alright. Cool. Ethel has never felt like, and never liked her breasts very much. In fact, she had in fact considered them a constant source of shame ever she had become a young girl. They had swollen much more quickly than the rest of her female classmates, even when she had been in private school. Lauren had taken her bra shopping when she had only 9 years old, much to Ethel's chagrin.
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 Yeah.
The other girls her age, the Shanias and the Imogens and the Morgans of the world, had still been playing hopscotch in the playground, tying one another's hair on their pigtails. Ethel, meanwhile, had to go bra shopping with her mother. She was the first in her class to wear a bra, and she felt like it marked her, the ugly beige flesh harness that made her stand out when she tried to change PE class with the other girls. Shania and Morgan had both giggled when she had seen Ethel's bra, as though it was something shameful, as though they themselves would never need to wear a bra one day. That had been nothing new for Ethel. However, even at the tender age of 9 and some change, Ethel had been tragically accustomed to the teasing of her little classmates. She had been prepped for the other boys to gang up on her too, however. There had been one boy in particular, Aiden Yates, who found Ethel's new bra supremely fascinating. He had sat behind Ethel's class. He'd soon taken the twang to the elastic on the back of her bra beneath her clear yellow and white check school dress, so the band snapped against Ethel's skin. This had hurt her, though. Worse than any physical discomfort, it had been humiliating. She had been so very humiliated. Why did I say it? Humiliated by this. She hadn't been able to tell Mr. Brown about Aiden. She hadn't wanted to draw more attention to her or to her breast, which she had despised. Ethel had been on the receiving end of the jeers and cattails from men twice her age. In the streets before, she had been in double digits. It had been a miserable experience. One had made her resent her body. Even now, when Ethel had grown and the rest of her body had filled out to please, she no longer looked as horribly disproportionate as she had as a child. Ethel still loathed her breasts. If she could have, she would have clawed them from her body like lumps of clay or lumps of dough. Ethel couldn't do that, however. Are you trans? Are you trans? Do you want to be trans? Do you want to take tea? Do you want to make this YURI a hetero relationship? All she could do was endure them, and that was precisely what Ethel had tried to do. She had endured and endured and endured, never much liking the cumbersome cage of flesh she had been trapped in.
No, stop, please.
But it
Listen,
wasn't.
we did this once before.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to be a doll. I don't want to be a toy.
But it wasn't the resentment which prompted Ethel to massage her breast now, rolling them between the pads of the palm, and pinching her nipples between her fingertips. Her action was not those of a woman who wanted to surgically remove the bags of a fat which swayed on her chest. They were reverent instead, almost worshipful. Ethel's index finger rubbed at one of her nipples, which was slick from the bathwater, and a jolt of
Thank you for not
electricity.
making me read.
A jolt of electricity coursed down her spine. Her back arched, water sopping against the inside of the tub. Ethel had touched herself before. As much as disliked the body, she wasn't necessarily afraid of it, but she couldn't recall ever feeling quite like this. She never been quite thorough when she had been giving herself pleasure in the past. Typically, Ethel was only to get the act over and done with, so she could do more productive things with her time. Things which were dedicated less embarrassing. That's kind of real though.
Yeah.
It's like, I guess I gotta jack off. Gah. Ethel wasn't asexual.
Jacking off again.
At least she didn't think that she was, but she never enjoys moving really that very much. She had the urge to herself, but the urge was a fleeting one. And when it did come, she didn't like to linger upon it. She didn't like to indulge. Her reservations stemmed in part because she didn't like to look herself naked. She thought she looked hideous. Maybe she didn't think that her body deserved pleasure, and might have been why she had always denied herself. The size of her breasts, however, which were too large to cup in her hands, didn't seem to matter very much at the moment. Moans were beginning to spill from Ethel's lips, moans which during other circumstances she would have tried to stifle. The sounds of her enjoyment embarrassed her. Everything about it embarrassed her, but maybe it was time she overcame her anxieties. She was already 21, for goodness sake.
21.
If she didn't learn how to like herself, how could anybody else? That was what Clementine had said during her last, most explosive argument. "I'm trying to be here for you," Clementine said, her face blotchy with emotion. "But how can I, when you always push me away? I tell you that I like you, but it never sticks. It's like you're determined to hate yourself. How am I supposed to love you when you're always so negative? It's such a drag. I've been doing my best, but Ethel didn't want to think about Clementine. Not right now. She would far rather think of the girl. Her ex-girlfriend was now a blip of a half-recalled memory on her radar, and Ethel soon shut these thoughts down, terminating them with the finality she used to stop herself from dwelling on their pieces. It was better to forget, to drift away inside her own memories, to daydream. Ethel moved her right hand now, sliding it
This is a
between
good
her thighs.
sandwich.
Sorry, that was just
the level of that
Mm.
was.
Harry Pie.
That is a tasty burger.
I've gotta say, this is the best nachos from the concession stand I've had in a while.
And as she did, she imagined that it was from the girl touching her. Ethel's own hand, which flushed pink from the warm water, might have been red and blotchy just like Clementine's face had been when they argued. But in her mind's eye, her hands were whiter than ivory. She saw the girl resting atop her, saw the girl's dark eye disassembling her, and she moaned. Ethel's fingers began to speed up, heedless of the water she was splashing onto the floor, the sound she was making. She had hated herself for far too long. Did you clip your nails first, though, honey?
They straight up said earlier that like she
She's like
has a
chewed
nervous
them all.
habit of
Okay.
chewing them off, so
They're
they're prepped.
okay. Just
It's
making
not a
sure.
clean edge, but she'll probably be fine.
Yeah. Why couldn't she love herself now?
What was so wrong about that? The girl at
Disaster.
the church had said that Ethel was cute. She called her adorable. She seemed to think that Ethel was worth loving. And Ethel could only hope, as her fingers explored the crevices of her body she didn't usually touch, that they would be able to see one another again. Otherwise, she really would be on her own. Also, you don't need short nails to chill off per se. That's true.
Yeah.
But
Just have to
like,
be careful.
yeah. It's easier, I suppose. Ethel had felt weary while she had been walking home through the forest, but she felt even wearier after her bath. She was so fatigued and scarcely had the stamina to rise from the tub and towel herself dry. Her arms felt too feeble to properly dry herself, so she scarcely bothered. She gave her stomach, thighs, and armpits a perfunctory wipe of the towel, but she didn't bother with her hair. She let it fall around her shoulders, damp strands sticking to her cheeks. Ethel was so tired she could feel her torso slumping forward as she brushed her teeth at the bathroom mirror. Could feel her eyelids begin to droop, as though she's been caught by the same wicked spell that which had tormented. This was a fanciful thought, though, however, one which made Ethel scoff. She might have fulfilled the sleeping part of the equation, but she was no beauty. She was plain, dull, and uninteresting in each and every way. It still seemed the dream that the girl has taken such great interest in her, but she still had. Ethel clung to this thought like a talisman as she bent, her legs almost buckling beneath her, to remove the plug from the bath. When she rose and turned up the lights in the bathroom, the girl was interested in her. She cared about her. The actions Ethel had engaged in earlier, fingers rolling in the exposed curve of her damp, naked body as she lay in the bathtub, hadn't been born out from some selfish disillusion. Ethel's fondness for the girl was reciprocal. The girl liked her too. Didn't that mean it was fine to think of her when she stroked herself to climax? When she came? It was fine. Everything would be fine. Girl says this, who wouldn't be fine? Ethel had no reason to feel ashamed, which was for the best, really, given Ethel was too tired to bother with that at the moment.
Girls only say these things when they feel perfectly normal and fine.
Ethel padded over to her bed, dripping residual bathwater in her wake, slid beneath. She was so sleepy, she engaged in the ritual of tossing first this way and that in an attempt to get comfortable. She wasn't comfortable. Her hair was sticking wetly to the nape of her neck, her pillow, and the back were scattered with droplets which were beginning to freeze. But that was of little consequence to them.
How cold is it in your fucking house?
It is winter, I guess.
Yeah, but it's like the UK. Those houses
Yeah.
are really well insulated.
Yeah. I don't know.
Why is the water freezing?
Maybe she forgot to turn on the heater. The warm water.
Girl, you are going to die of hypothermia before she can turn you into a fungus.
Ethel's eyelids fell shut, as they had wanted to in the bathroom, weighed down by the sheer force of her own exhaustion. Her breathing began to even out. Then, less than a minute after she had dropped sheets about her, she fell fast asleep. Damn, I want to be cozy in bed.
You can.
I kind of want to be cozy in bed. It is getting close to midnight, so I'll probably sleep.
Yeah.
Ethel felt weary when she awoke the following morning, but Was it the morning? The curtains were ajar. She must have forgotten to close them last night. The light which filtered into the butterscotch sort of tint granted by the encroaching must have been past midday, at least, for the daylight to take on such a burnished caramel sort of color. But Ethel was rather more preoccupied by the dull, heavy aching of her limbs, and the humming in the back of her skull, than she was at the exact hour. Sleeping was supposed to take a restorative act, but Ethel didn't particularly soothe her. It wouldn't have been an exaggeration, in fact, to say that she felt rather wretched. There was a foul taste in the back of her throat, which reminded of her mother's moldy cherry pie, and her bones hurt, her ribs and her wrists, and every individual phalanges of her fingers. Ethel could breathe without any complication, but her stomach was churning so uncomfortably that she might have well been dingy out of an Atlantic Sea.
On a dinghy.
On a dinghy. Dinghy! Maybe she was getting sick. Did she have a fever? Ethel didn't feel hot though. If anything, her skin felt uncomfortably cold and clammy. Maybe she'd fallen asleep without proper drying her hair the night before. You're becoming one of us, one of us, one of us.
I don't know, one of.
Mushrooms.
Ethel had long hair, though it was more owing to necessity than choice. Ethel didn't like going to the hairdressers. She found the thought of engaging in small talk with strangers a terrifying one, and in any case, there was something uncomfortably intimate about the thought of letting strangers run their fingers through their hair.
Scissors.
Skizzers.
Skysers.
Skysers. Sizers.
Snips.
Ethel didn't like it when other people brushed her hair either. It made her feel tense. Ethel kept her hair long because she did not want anybody touching it. Didn't want anyone cutting it. But she didn't trust herself enough to cut it either. Ethel's hand-eye coordination was good enough when it came to playing the violin, but it evaporated when it came to her appearance. It was why Ethel never wore her makeup either. Despite her mother's best attempts to teach her, Lauren had tried to show Ethel the benefits of foundation, eyeliner, lip gloss, but Ethel had never taken to it. The one time she had tried to apply eyeliner, she had poked herself in the eye with a pencil. Her eye had watered horribly from the encounter, and it had swollen for 2 days afterwards. Shania had teased Ethel about her eye at school. Of course she had. She called her a cyclops, which was a bit high fault and insult coming from a girl like Shania. But they had been studying the Odyssey in English.
That's
Highfalutin. Yeah.
Highfalutin. Whatever.
Okay. It took me a second to be like, that's highfalutin. Yeah, that's highfalutin.
Yeah.
I ain't here to study English words. I'm here to fucking kiss girls and turn into something not human.
Well, too bad.
Oh.
Unfortunately, that requires a little bit of English.
Oh.
It's the only way to become inhuman. What can I say?
Not the learning English part, but the learning language part.
Mrs. Fritt would have been happy to know that at least some of her lessons had stuck, if nothing else. Shania felt a very long way away from that. However, as Ethel sat in her bed, not morning, Shania and Mrs. Fritt at secondary school in general, the back of her head was throbbing. Why
farther
did she...
do we want to?
I feel like we're near the ending.
I do too, but like yeah.
Well, I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going until we got the ending.
Okay.
Yeah. Why did she feel so tired? Ethel might have gone to sleep late, but she knew she'd slept for a long time. She couldn't remember having any bad dreams either. She hadn't awoken in the middle of the night, covered in sweat, a scream but burgeoning on her lips like a
Burgeoning, yeah.
put upon heroine from a gothic novel. Heroine. She had slept so soundly. Instead, she might have been the dead, an unmoving corpse. Ethel felt as cold as a corpse. It was chilly outdoors, but it should have been relatively warm in her room. Why, then, were her teeth chattering? Ethel forced herself to sit up, though this took much more effort than it should have. With blearily half-lidded eyes, she looked around the room, which wasn't her room. Not anymore. Ethel thought, or hoped rather, that she might regain some strength if she tried to regulate her breathing, but... Ethel coughed. She could feel her chest convulsing, gripping with a sudden paroxysm. Paroxysm. Which brought her tears to her eyes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to go with your guess on that one. I don't know that word.
There was bitter, bilious taste in the back of her mouth. It tasted
Bilious.
foul. Bilious taste in the back of her mouth. It tasted foul, like something dredged from the depths of a lake. Ethel raised one hand, which was trembling, to her mouth as she continued to cough, her body shaking feebly like an autumn leaf in the chill. More hacking coughs. More hacking coughs escaped Ethel's throat. More dry, rasping wheezes. It wouldn't have been too surprising if she come down with a cold, given she had spent so much time outdoors at night, surrounded by the pervasive chill of the winter months. But this cold did not feel like the natural consequence of her admittedly foolish actions. How could she have a cold when she didn't have a temperature? Ethel's arm and her leg were weary. That much was true, but her forehead felt quite cool, and did her armpits. She wasn't sweating. What was going on? Ethel rode out her coughing fit the best that she could. Her eyelids squeezed shut. The back of her head was throbbing. She felt sick. It only took 30 seconds, and if that, for Ethel's coughing to fit to wait, but it felt like far longer. When she had finally finished, Ethel felt enervative. It took me a little bit. Enervated, completely drained of her energy. Weakly, she drew back of her hand, which she had used instinctively to cover her mouth.
What?
There had been no real reason, she supposed, to press her hat to her mouth,
I think that's
given she was all alone.
That is a typo for sure.
There was nobody here she could pass her cold on to. Consideration was a learned habit, however, which had been ingrained into Ethel, though her uncomfortable, awkward years spent around other humans. There were worse habits one could get into, and there were no shame in being too conscientious. Ethel straightened her back, feeling a little calmer, and glanced in.
Oh,
There it is.
stranger.
There it is. Now, what could that be?
Well, it's a
Her right-
bubble.
Her right palm, which had been pressed to her mouth during her convulsion, felt a little damp. It was spittle, most likely from all of her coughing. That was what Ethel assumed, at least, with a wrinkle of her nose. But when Ethel actually saw what stained her palm, she stared. It was nothing incongruous as a spittle after all, and neither it was decidedly more unpleasant, but still reassuringly mundane. When Ethel's palm was stained black, just like tar. What in the world was that? Where had it come from? The only logical explanation was that it come from Ethel herself. But how? Ethel didn't quite like herself, but she couldn't see any reason why she would start acting up like this. Whatever this was. There was a strange black sludge smeared across her fair skin, and that was all. There were white spores mixed amongst it, cloudy and clumpy like freshly fallen snow. Ethel had no idea what these spores were, but she recognized the small, skinny objects, the rounded heads which curled like common against the felt. There were mushrooms, like the mushroom Yuri, like the mushroom girl. Ethel stared at her palm, her heart hammering wildly in her chest. Part of her hoped if she kept on staring, the strange black blemish on her palm would disappear. This soon proved to be wishful thinking. It didn't vanish. Tightly, Ethel shut her eyes. She counted to 5. Then she opened them. The stain was persistent, however, and it refused to shift. The black ooze, the white spores, and the little mushroom remained all mixed up in gooey substance which must have been her own saliva. Was this some sort of medical emergency? Ethel had been fortunate to never suffer from a health complication so prominent that she'd been admitted to the hospital, but she had suffered a few cuts and scrapes in her time. A particularly unfortunate incident with a pair of roller skates when she had been 8 years old and had resulted in quite a nasty gash in her left knee. A gash would have been bled, which had bled profusely. A gash, like rabbit. Ethel's knee had been sticky with gore following that little incident, but the blood which spurted from her perforated skin had been scarlet. It's a pigmentation that had been so very bright, and it had almost it had been almost garish. The strange fluid smeared across Ethel's palm was nothing like that, however. It couldn't have been blood. It wasn't red. It looked more like a motor oil. But that didn't make any sense. Why would she coughing up oil of all things? She's a robot. It didn't just sound unhealthy. It sounded inhuman. If Ethel had been an inorganic girl, perhaps, made of steel and bolted together with screws, this might have been possible, but Ethel was wholly human, at least as far as she was aware.
Maybe I am not real. I could be a robot if I wanted to.
Her skin was soft and her flesh was quite yielding. She was weak, delicate even, but she was definitely human. There was no reason why she ought to be vomiting up oil. There was no reason why she ought to be vomiting up anything. She might have felt sick, but she wasn't that sick, not physically at least. Mentally, however, Ethel wasn't sure, and that scared her even more.
I am now a robot.
Ethel did her best to go
Whee!
about her morning, though she'd actually awoken in the early afternoon, like she usually did. She hauled herself out of the bed with no small amount of effort, then padded to the bathroom. Once there, she cleaned her palm free of the dark sludge which had marked it. She cleaned and cleaned and cleaned. Her motions slow and regular and repetitive, the warm water cascading over her skin in rivulets. The water turned a curious coppery color when it made the dark stain on her palm, but Ethel tried not to dwell on this too much. Like Lady Macbeth, she focused only on washing her hands, her motions slow and methodical. Ethel let her hand stay under the hot water tap for almost 3 full minutes, minutes during which her flesh turned pink and then began to burn. The water was hot enough to be scalding, but Ethel paid it little heed. She liked the pain. It helped drive her other, rather more pernicious thoughts from her mind. It stopped her thinking about what it was she had coughed up earlier, as she sat in the bedroom, and it stopped her from thinking how horribly tired she felt too. Ethel eventually shut off the hot water, with a hand which struggled initially to find purchase on the silvery tap. The skin of her hand was pink and swollen, taut and shiny. Ethel doubted that she'd be able to play the violin with her hand like that, but maybe it didn't matter. It wasn't like she'd been playing the violin very much during the last few years anyways. It seemed strange that the violin had once been so important to her, and she'd been able to give up so easily. Maybe she never cared about the violin as much as she thought. It had just been a distraction, really, a means of filling the empty, aching chasm of her life. For a while, the violin served its purpose. It had made Ethel happy. But that had been many years ago now. Ethel's university degree, likewise, had only given her joy, or the semblance of joy at least, but she took little pleasure in that now. She took little pleasure in most things. With her hands newly cleaned, Ethel dressed herself. She dressed herself slowly and clumsily, with hands which did not want to obey her. Her skin was stretched tightly over her bones, like the surface of a drum, and bending her fingers hurt. Her arms, meanwhile, were aching. It took Ethel almost 2 minutes to pull her sweater over her head, and another 5 to fasten the clasp of her skirt. Eventually, however, Ethel was able to make herself presentable. Her hair was still messy. She had to run a brush through it in the most perfunctory way of ways, and she had bags under her eyes, but it would simply have to do. Dressed and ready to face the day, Ethel took a seat on the bed and retrieved her laptop. She thought that she might make a go at writing the introductory paragraph for her thesis, or failing that, the introductory sentence. But this was wishful thinking. Her thoughts were slow and sluggish, and she couldn't concentrate. She had thought that working on her thesis might restore some normalcy to the day's proceedings, but why in the world would that? It would have been abnormal, in fact, if she had made a start on her thesis, because she was woefully behind on it. Writing so much single sentence would have been almost shocking, the occurrence as coughing up all the while had been. But Ethel wasn't going to think about that. She didn't want to think about her thesis either. In any case, she couldn't think of it. It was starting to give her a headache. Ethel set her laptop down, defeated, and she began to ponder. What she was really wanting to do was see that girl again. It seems imperative, all of a sudden, that they speak. Tonight would be their last chance. After all, that they would have to discuss anything. This thought made Ethel feel nervous, but she tried to swallow it down. There was a little sense in getting agitated. She could save that for later, when she actually saw the girl. For the present, she would try to relax. What else could she do?
Supernatural once again!
Yay!
Ethel descended down the stairs and took a refuge in the living room, as she had the days before. She had many more episodes of Supernatural to work through.
Yay!
And that was what she did. Yay! Yay!
Way to spend your final day as a normal person.
Yeah, watching Supernatural. You know, as per the theme. You are becoming
It's the
one
same
with the
episode.
supernatural.
He's staring. He's pointing at his Adam's apple.
Ethel watched the TV, her eye fixed to it sightlessly. She was only half paying attention. for 2 hours until she was distracted by uncomfortable rumbling in her stomach. It was only then Ethel realized she hadn't eaten anything all day, and she had not eaten much the day prior either. Ethel can only recall having a couple of toasties, and then only a forkful of her mother's cherry pie, which she had inevitably bent. Was the pie the reason, Ethel wondered? She hadn't much of an appetite lately. It might explain why she felt so queasy too. Ethel's stomach felt empty, but she didn't have any particular desire to fill it. The thought of getting to her feet and shuffling all the way to the kitchen to look through the fridge was immensely unappealing. Ethel would far rather sit to the overstuffed sofa, which was uncomfortable, and watch Supernatural. But Ethel knew she had to eat something. It wasn't like her to skip meals. Typically, food was the one bright spot in her day, the sole thing that she looked forward to. Now, it felt more like a chore. Still, Ethel forced herself to stand. She was 21 now, which meant she had to try to marshal her body. She had to be a responsible adult, no matter how little she wished to encapsulate either of the roles. There was nobody else in the house, in any event, to look after her. She had to look after herself. Ethel walked into the kitchen with some degree of effort, and then examined the contents of her fridge. She examined the freezer. She examined all the cupboards, looking for stray tins of soup, leftovers maybe from shopping trips her parents had embarked years prior, or packets of half-eaten pasta, but drew a blank. There was no food in the house, not unless one counted some boiled in the bag rice, a sticky jar of pickles, and the several packets of pork scratchings, her father's favorite. Ethel wasn't the best at cooking, but she could manage to boil in the bag rice. It was an option, but what was she supposed to eat the rice with? There was no curry sauce. There was any vegetable either. Plain rice on its own didn't sound very appealing. And the less said about Jude's pork scratching is the better. It seemed like she had no choice. She would have to make an emergency trip to the corner shop. It was fortunate that the Alsbury did have a corner stop. The village was small, but it still boasted a place where its overwhelming elderly resident could buy bread and eggs and milk when needed. The shop was tiny, its inventory limited, but that was fine. Osprey didn't need anything grander than that. Her next half hour blocked out for her, Ethel decided to step out. She put her shoes on at the door, jamming her feet into the mud-caked trainers almost haphazardly, and set off. Like everything else in Oxbury, the corner shop wasn't far away. It was only an 8-minute walk, if that. Ethel had hoped that the fresh air might help brace her, restore some color in her cheeks, maybe, but she hadn't banked on it being so very cold, or so very miserable. It wasn't cold enough to snow, thank goodness, but the temperature must have been in the single digits, perhaps 7 or 8 degrees Celsius. The sky overhead, meanwhile, was festooned with clouds. There was nothing particularly joyful about it. In fact, it was the exact opposite. Ethel shivered all the way to the corner shop, wishing she had put on a coat. How could she have forgotten? She was so scatterbrained. Her father sometimes said she would forget her head if it weren't attached to her neck. Ethel soon made it to the shop. The bell over her head jingled. The boy behind the counter didn't raise her head to meet her. He was too busy scrolling through his phone. So much for customer service. Ethel selected a few items, a frozen pizza, some frozen chips, a bottle of Pepsi, and brought them to the counter. And then she stood back and waited for the clerk to register her presence. This took a little longer than Ethel had hoped. The clerk really was
Ensconced.
Ensconced in his phone. But a soft
Hey.
"excuse me" from Ethel made the boy lift his head. He met her gaze. Then sheepishly, he smiled.
Oh, sorry about that. I was caught up. Let me get this rung up for you.
Oh, what up 24 from Venture Bros? Juice!
Thank you. I'm paying attention.
The
I'm
clerk
here. I'm awake.
Hi. The clerk scanned Ethel's item while she stood there, feeling awkward and not quite knowing what to do with her arms. Her headache had yet to subside, though she had taken some paracetamol
Paracetamol.
paracetamol earlier. Unfortunately for her, however, it seemed to be having the desired effect. Ethel's stomach, meanwhile, felt horribly heavy, as though she had been stuffed full of newspapers. Ethel eyes the frozen pizza, a meat feast, ham, chicken, and pepperoni, with some trepidation. She had come to the corner store shop for something to eat, but the food now seemed the last thing she wanted. How could she eat when she would be seeing the girl again? That was much important than meat feast pizza. What would she say when she saw her? What would she do? Or perhaps more pressingly, what would the girl do to her? This thought of the girl's lip against her own sent a secretive thrill of pleasure running through Ethel's stomach. She squirmed. Did the boy behind the counter with the bright eyes and his piercing ear knows what she was thinking? No, surely not. How could he? The boy bagged Ethel's purchases, the plastic carrier bag crinkling, and then presented her card with a cherry smile. Boy might have wearing black, and he spotted rather a lot of piercings, but he was rather personal. He reminded Ethel a bit of a puppy. Oh, puppy boy.
Oh, little puppy boy.
A little puppy boy. A little Ryuki.
Little puppy boy.
He was quite sweet, really, in a boyish way. His face soft, heart-shaped, and devoid of even the slightest suggestion of facial hair. He looked even younger than Manny, though Ethel presumed he was older. She was sure, in fact, that he was her age. He looked familiar. Hadn't they gone to the same primary school? It seemed inevitable. If he and Ethel were the same age, there was only one primary school in all of Osprey, unless his parents had sent him somewhere else. Ethel should have known what he was called, but he was drawing a blank. She had always been bad with names, especially when it came to boys. They all blended together with their short hair and their dirty, stubby fingernails. If they had been former classmates, Ethel hoped the boy wouldn't try to embroil her in a yarn about the good old days. That would have been excruciating. Ethel fumbled in her pocket for her phone, which she tapped on her electronic meter. Her purchase approved, Ethel then took a bag from the counter. By this point, her palms were sweating, knees weak, arms are heavy. Her stomach,
Literally,
meanwhile,
I've been
felt
thinking
heavy.
about that every single fucking time that phrase has been uttered.
There's vomit on my sweater already. Mom's mushrooms. Mom's cherry pie. Her stomach, meanwhile, felt heavy as though she'd eaten a cinder block. But that didn't make any sense. Why did her stomach feel so heavy? She hadn't eaten anything all day. Ethel had gone to the shop to buy food to satisfy the empty aching inside her, but this emptiness had shrunk while the boy had been ringing up Ethel's purchases. Or maybe it had expanded. She felt dazed. She lurched uneasily towards the exit, feeling like an amphibian out of water. She could very well have been a web-toed creature, which did better underwater than on dry land. Her stomach was still churning.
They should have made her look more fucked up here.
Yeah. Make
They should have made her
girls
look more
fucked
British.
up. Give me more fucked up girls, please. I beg you.
You got
She
it,
is
boss.
decomposing internally. She should look more fucked up.
Yeah. There's mushroom growing inside your stomach, girly.
And lungs.
And lungs.
And lungs.
Her heart felt like a clenched fist. A sudden wave of nausea assailed her, making her gasp and then
Ethel? That's probably Mr. Brown.
Yeah.
Probably.
a concerned voice drew Ethel out of her reverie. But it wasn't the boy from the corner shop, calling after her as she made her anxious escape.
Yep.
It's Mr. Brown!
Yeah.
Brown, the
It's Mr.
goat,
Brown!
man. My brother in Christ.
Ethel's former teacher must have been going to the corner shop himself, because he met Ethel a stone throw away from the shop's illuminated exterior, and it was a good thing he had too. Ethel had been about to collapse when Mr. Brown caught her, his powerful hands pressed against her forearms. Mr. Brown looked at Ethel worriedly, his eyes narrowed. His gaze was discerning, as she soon sensed something was amiss. Gently, he rested a hand against Ethel's back, not low enough to make Ethel feel uneasy, and said,
Are you alright?
Ethel winced. Her vision was beginning to blur. The street looked alarmingly hazy. Uh-oh, I'm feeling hazy. I might rap about Patrick
Feeling
Swayze.
kinda hazy. Getting kinda hazy.
It's getting kinda hazy. She might have well been viewing it through the thick film of fog.
Her head hung uncomfortably heavy as she said,
I'm alright, I think.
Mr. Brown frowned.
Mr. Brown frowned, Mr. Brown frowned.
Approaching trains when they come to the intersection.
He didn't look convinced, and neither did he sound it, for that matter.
The face is awfully pale, not to mention clammy. Do you have a temperature? You look feverish. You seem like you're having trouble standing. I'm alright. Really, I think I just have a bit of a cold. Cold?
Ethel nodded.
I was out in the rain a couple of nights ago. It must have come up to me. Ah, yes, there's that. I would tell you to be more careful, but it's too late for that. I suppose it would be unreasonable of me to tell you to build a time machine. But I can always let you come back to mine if you want to put your feet up. My home is closer than yours. Just spare you a bit of a walk, and I can put some tea on maybe. Make you feel better. No, alright. You don't need to go out your way. I'm a teacher. It's my job to go out of my way for my students. I'm not your student, though. You were once, and old habits are hard to break. I'd feel guilty in any case letting you go off on your own in this state. What if you collapsed? I'm not that unwell. I hope you're not, but would you let me be the judge of that? I might not be a doctor, but I am a primary school teacher. They might seem like very different professions, but they have their share of similarities. They both involve looking after people.
Ethel thought that some doctors would dispute this claim. In fact, she imagined that a lot of surgeons would take offense to the assertion that corralling children was at all similar to performing triple bypasses. Mr. Brown sounded so earnest, however. Ethel didn't want to argue with him. Not that she would have done anyways. She wasn't really the sort who argued. She wasn't like Manny, who could turn any co-op game he played into a
Huh.
whirlwind of racially motivated insults. Ew!
He was
Yikes!
saying
Yeah.
slurs.
He was saying slurs. Ew!
Yeah. That's rough.
Ethel didn't want to rebuff Mr. Brown's kindness either, though she didn't relish the thought of going back to his home. She had no desire to see how her old primary school teacher lived or where. She wasn't even sure if Mr. Brown's house was closer to the corner shop than hers, but she didn't want to question him. She presumed he knew what he was talking about. Mr. Brown was nothing if not reliable, and Ethel didn't feel up to walking. The
Hi
mere
there.
act of
What up?
Hi, pal.
Hi.
Hi. We're nearing the.
Hey, I don't
end-
think they have the rights to put Pepsi in the game.
Oh, you don't think they have
Take
rights
this shit
to-
down. They don't have the rights to Pepsi. Take
How
this
about-
shit down.
How
you
about
should have been here 10 minutes ago when we were in the shop. She straight
Yeah.
up bought a Pepsi.
No,
How about
they don't have the fucking rights to Pepsi.
Why? You should be there for it next time.
how about Supernatural?
I
How
was-
about Doctor
I
Who?
was
How about Monopoly? How about Catan?
How about a small porcelain cow that you can use for juices or milk even?
But yeah, we are nearing the. I think we're nearing the end of the Mushroom Yuri, and we're
I hope-
Yuri.
we're reading. So yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. The mere
Yeah.
act of holding the carrier bag with her Pepsi, diet of course, Lauren would be proud, and her frozen pizza, her mother would be less proud about that, was making the upper arm ache. Dazed, Ethel nodded slowly.
Very good. I always knew you were a sensible girl.
Girl. Ethel winced. Was that still how Mr. Brown saw her? As a foolish child? The thought rankled. She was already 21. She was old enough to drink, to smoke, to vote. She was old enough to drive, not that she could. She was old enough to have sex. She was old enough to get her heart broken. She wasn't a child anymore, though she often wished she was.
Alright, now let's go. I'll have you back in a jiffy.
Vaguely, Ethel wondered what Mr. Brown has come to the corner shop for himself. He hadn't gone inside, hadn't had the opportunity to purchase anything. He must have forgotten about his errands in an effort to look out for Ethel. Well, whatever he wanted couldn't have been that important.
Come on now.
Mr. Brown spoke reassuringly, giving Ethel a waist to squeeze.
He smoked reassured.
It's alright. I got you. Don't worry.
Under normal circumstances, Ethel would have been worried if an older man had been escorting her back to his home with her arm around her waist. Lauren and Jude had never been the most hands-on, but they had at least instilled Ethel with a sense of stranger danger in her childhood. Even to an outsider, this situation would have looked suspect. But these circumstances were anything but normal, and for once, Ethel didn't worry.
Hi,
She didn't have to
Alexa.
Hi Alexa. We're nearing the end of Mushroom Yuri, I think. And it
Or
has
at
been
least nearly close.
it has been quite very Yuriful so far. And also very toxic. In
The
terms of
Yurification is pretty strong. The mushroomfication, pretty strong.
learning. Yay. She didn't have the strength to worry, for one thing. And for another, Mr. Brown wasn't so very unsettling. She had taught Ethel when she had been small. She had been afraid of him as a young girl. That much was true. But she didn't think he was so very threatening now. Not when he looked just as concerned, if not more than she was. He really did seem to care. That was something.
Thing.
Okay.
Save your thing.
Yeah, okay. That was something
Hooray!
Ethel could take solace in, at least. Stop! We gotta play. No.
Save your day.
It was a cold sort of comfort when her head was aching and her limbs felt so numb, insensible almost. But it was better than being alone.
You're doing a good job. You can do this. Just a few more steps. A few steps more.
Ethel continued to walk, putting one clumsy, sluggish foot in front of the other, until, at long last, Mr. Brown has led her to her destination.
And here we are.
Mr. Brown spoke in an uncharacteristically jovial voice as he came to a halt outside a nondescript house uncannily alike to most of the house in Oxbury. Pebble dash with 2 floors and a crooked chimney jutting out the
Home sweet home. There's nothing quite like it.
Mr. Brown unlatched a wooden gate, circled his property one-handedly, still using his other arm to support Ethel, and then stepped forward. Ethel followed in his wake, feeling like an obedient pony being taken to a butt of water. Mr. Brown crossed the garden path, an array of geometric stones cut to algorithmic precision, in a manner which rather suited her former teacher, eased Ethel onto the front step. Then he searched his coat pocket for his keys, which inserted it into the lock. This was something of a production. Even Mr. Brown was still supporting Ethel, but he was able to manage it with surprising amount of dexterity for a man of his age. But perhaps this was not so very surprising after all. Mr. Brown wasn't so very old, not really. He was only in his late 50s. He looked a good deal healthier than Ethel was, and a good deal more energetic too. Mr. Brown guided Ethel inside his home, paused to shut the door behind him. It wasn't long after Mr. Brown had shut the door when Sparky dashed into the hallway, his entrance heralded by a series of excited barks. The dog must have been left to man the house in Mr. Brown's absence, though how well a dog could man anything was debatable. Sparky couldn't have been waiting for his errant master all that long, but incessant barking was uncannily reminiscent of nagging wife. "Where were you?" Sparky would have said, if he could have talked, which of course he could not. "I've been waiting ages." Mr. Brown must have thought similarly, because he smiled wearily and shook his head.
Alright. I know you missed me. You don't have to make such a production out of it, you daft mutt.
If Ethel hadn't been there, occupying so much of Mr. Brown's attention, maybe he would have been bent to ruffle the top of Sparky's head. As it was, however, Mr. Brown was otherwise preoccupied, and he couldn't do that. Instead, he gave his dog, or daft mutt rather, a gentle, rather affectionate nudge in the side of his chin. Sparky yipped at this, appreciatively. Perhaps... and Mr. Brown chuckled.
Well, I'm glad you're happy to see me. I could do without you making such a racket. Oh, what must the neighbors think?
Sparky yipped at in response and wagged his tail, his dark eyes bright and eager.
What? I'm the dog. What?
Mr. Brown chuckled and led Ethel into the living room, once the pair of them had divested of their shoe. Mr. Brown guided Ethel to an armchair, which she sank down in grateful relief to be finally off her feet. Sparky followed the two of them into the living room, his tail trembling all the while. With wide eyes, he looked up at Ethel and cocked his head, and he yipped. It was a yip which carried with the question, one which was so unmistakable it transcended the barriers between the species. "Who," that yip said, "are you, and what are you doing here?" Ethel had a half a mind to reply to the dog's query, but bit back her response. She didn't want to look completely insane, nattering away at the dog that had posed a genuine question. Fortunately for her, however, Mr. Brown seemed to have understood Sparky's query, because he took it upon himself to answer.
Ah, yes, that's you.
That's me. Ah, yes. I didn't tell you I'd be bringing a guest back, did I? This lassie here's Ethel. You know her, don't you, boy? Remember you met before?
One, 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 one. One.
Sparkly yipped at
One,
his
one.
response in appreciation, and Mr. Brown smiled.
That's right. I'm sure you two will get on like a house on fire. But could you try to tone down all the barking? Ethel here has a headache. Isn't that right, Ethel? Oh, um, I've felt better, I suppose.
One, 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 one.
Thought as much. Here's pears on anything. I do hope that Sparky's not bothering you. Oh no, it's fine.
One, 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 one.
Are you sure? I can always put him in one of the upstairs rooms if you'd like. Don't want him making a nuisance out of himself. And I know some people don't like dogs.
Ethel briefly contemplated Mr. Brown's offer, but the thought of Sparky being shut away upstairs for the sake of her made her feel guilty. She wasn't much of a dog person. She didn't want to impose upon poor Sparky. This was his home, not hers. And he hadn't done anything wrong either, other than being a little too excitable.
Really, it's fine. I can deal with him. Well, good. I'm glad. Just give him give him a nudge if he tries to jump up on you. Can be a bit overly friendly like that, especially since I don't have guests all around all that often. Now, is there anything I can do for you? Would you like a cup of tea? Oh,
Ethel blinked, momentarily stumped. The question was a simple one, but Ethel was tired and achy and her head hurt, and she wasn't sure how to respond. Her stomach still felt tight in knots. She wasn't unsure if she could stomach anything in her current state, not even liquid. But tea was rather inoffensive, wasn't it? Maybe it would help soothe her, and if nothing else, it would let Mr. Brown feel like he was doing something useful.
oh, alright.
Ethel eventually capitulated. More for Mr. Brown's sake than her own.
I wouldn't mind a cup of tea. It might help. Of course, I'll whip that tea up for you in a mo. Hang tight. I will.
Ethel's reply was half-hearted as Mr. Brown exited the living room, shuffling in his thoughts. Sparky looked between Ethel for a few moments, who was slumped in the armchair, and Mr. Brown's retreating countenance, before, with a decisive yip, he set off. He must have decided he would rather spend more time with Mrs. Mather than the strange, frumpy girl after all.
Frumpy?
Ethel might have been an amusing distraction for all of 5 seconds, but she couldn't compete with Mr. Brown. Nobody had ever picked Ethel first, not during PE, nor when the boys had been carousing the school's hallway looking for girls to invite to the prom. Why would Sparky be any different? With the absence of both owners, it was obvious, based on where Mr. Brown thought about. Sparky had free reign of the house. The living room felt staid and sad, oddly inhospitable. Ethel hadn't had a chance to properly examine her new surroundings, but now she did. There was nothing else to distract her. She turned her head this way and that, her eyes wide. Unfortunately for Ethel, however, Mr. Brown's living room did little to alleviate her sunken spirits. It was hopelessly drab and depressing. The carpets and the curtains were uniformly dull. The cabinets which lined the walls, meanwhile, were dark oak, all full of ceramic figures. There was something sad about Mr. Brown's home. The color scheme matched his name so perfectly. It would have been funny. It would have been funny were it not so sad. There was a strange smell, too, which lingered in the air, one of stagnation that air freshener plugged in the wall could not quite hide. It was a curious sort of smell, actually. It made Ethel think of the forest, of the damp and the decay. It made Ethel think of the mold. Maybe the wooden joists of the walls had begun to rot. It wouldn't have been so surprising, but how rainy England was. Ethel's parents' house had mold problems too. It wasn't so very bad in the summer, but it always showed up in patchy stains and spread by the windowsills and the radiators when the winter rolled along. Wiping the wall clean of the mold had become something of a tradition when the Christmas holiday rolled around. Mr. Brown's house must have been afflicted by the same curse, just like all the other homes in Duxbury. Ethel doubted the house in Australia, with its golden beaches and sapphire surf. I said
Sapphic surf? Ooh.
would
Ooh.
be plagued with similar problems. Australia was far too sunny, not at all like England. What a dreary country it was. What a dreary house this was. Mr.
Girl,
Brown
you gotta
was,
remember the evil spiders that live there. You're not missing out too much.
yeah. Mr. Brown wasn't so very old, but his home seemed to belong to a man at least 2 decades senior. Ethel didn't like the interior decor. Try though she might, she couldn't get comfortable. Mr. Brown's home put her mind rather too much of an old person's home in Marsden that her great uncle had stayed in after he had taken a tumble and broken his hip bone. Ethel hadn't liked visiting him there, at the Dunn Brown communal home of elderly men and women, but she hadn't had to pay him too many visits. He had only died a few months after being admitted. Apparently, he had succumbed to pneumonia. That was the official story, at least. Privately, however, Ethel did wonder whether being stuck at home like that with gurgling radiators, brown curtains, and naughty broad excluders hadn't succeeded in carrying off good. Old people's home was supposed to exist as a place where the elderly went to succor, but Ethel couldn't imagine experiencing any modicum of comfort in such places herself. It had been much too depressing. Ethel had been depressed simply visiting there, and she had only stayed half an hour at a time. Mr. Brown's home reminded of her tragic visit to her old person's home 4 years prior. The color scheme of her living room was bad enough, but those china figures locked away behind the display case really sold the impression home. They looked like the sort of figures only a woman well into her 80s could care for, even when viewed from a distance. Such figures might have been fashionable once, but they seem woefully outdated now. Ethel has unearthed similar figurines in her bed childhood during her weekends spent in her car boot sales with her mother. These ornaments had always been grouped together in plastic boxes, all sold at discount at £250 a pop, if that. Some of the more sorrowful ones was missing fingers and hairline cracks running down their faces. Had fetched for a quid or 50 pence, or they'd been bundled together in humiliating deals. Buy one, get one free. Ethel wondered how much figure is in Mr. Brown's cabinet itself at that market. She couldn't imagine many people wanting to part with their hard-earned cash for retinue of sailor boys whose blonde hair and blue eyes had begun to fade. There was a girl too, sitting beneath a ceramic tree with a book in her lap, and beside her, shepherd's girls who were holding a crooked old lamb nuzzling her thigh. There was a boy with a fishing rod, and a girl holding a tray of what Ethel supposed were freshly baked cookies, and a clown who looked almost alarmingly realistic in his ceramic sorrow. Ethel busied herself trying to count the ornaments Mr. Brown had in that cabinet. Were there 20 of them? 30? One.
Have Evie's little figures tickled your fancy, huh? Sorry, I was ordering replacement razor blades.
Yay! Yay.
Oh,
Ethel jumped as she looked over the doorway, her head swiveling
One,
like the
one, one.
sunflowers.
One.
She had been enraptured by the figures. In trying to count them, she hadn't heard Mr. Brown's approaching the footsteps, or oddly enough, Sparky's cheerful yips.
One.
Her ex-teacher had returned from the kitchen while she had been examining the spoils. However, now she was approaching her, a tray clutched between his hands.
those ornaments aren't really to my taste, if you're wondering. I'm not the one who bought them. They're Evie's, though they belong to her on first. She left them to us in her will after she died, and Evie was adamant that we take all the blasted things. They were very important to her aunt, apparently, so important we simply couldn't leave them. I was less enthusiastic. I said they'd just be more things to dust who really needs so many knickknacks, but Evie talked me around. She was very good at doing that, was my Evie. Could never say no to her, not when she really wanted something.
Mr. Brown shook his head at this, touching bemusedly, or Ethel thought. Was he self-conscious, perhaps, that he had let so much slip about his wife? Maybe he didn't think it was appropriate to talk such great length to a girl 30 years his junior, a girl who had once, more than decades prior, been one of his students. Mr. Brown cleared his throat self-consciously and approached Ethel, tray held steady in his hands.
Here you are. I got some tea. Hope it's to your taste, or at the very least, I hope it warms you up. I do worry you might have made yourself sick going outside in the cold like that, especially when it's been raining so much lately. Can't be good for you. But if me mom's to be believed, there's nothing a good strong cup of tea can't fix. She was an awfully optimistic woman, my mother. Oh, thank you.
Ethel accepted the cup of tea from Mr. Brown and nursed it in her hands, holding it to her chest like some sort of talisman. The mug was hot to the touch, and Ethel's fingertip tingled as she rested against the curved, smooth ceramic. Steam rose from the meniscus of the tea, a fine, gauzy stream which smelled faintly fruity. As for the tea itself, it was startlingly red color, which put Ethel's mind of poisonberry, a small round sort you found nestle among trees during the summer. It had been kind of Mr. Brown to brew her a cup of tea, but Ethel didn't trust the liquid inside that mug. It was far too vivid, almost garishly so. It was red enough to be visceral, gore splashed on ceramic. Ethel wasn't sure, all of a sudden, if she could drink it. She felt nauseous. Fortunately, Mr. Brown wasn't the sort of over-attentive host who insisted that his guests drink all their tea, every last drop. Maybe he did not want to be overbearing. He might have been Ethel's teacher once, but he wasn't her teacher anymore. They had both grown older since Ethel's primary school days, and there were very little to link them together. They weren't friends. They were hardly friendly friends. Mr. Brown himself might have felt awkward about inviting Ethel to her house. He must have been worrying that he overstepped some kind of boundary, because he didn't speak to Ethel, not for a few moments at least. Instead, he busied himself with sipping his low tea, which must have been too hot to drink comfortably. Ethel was certain his tea was too hot. In fact, because she saw Mr. Brown's wince as as he set his cup aside. Had he scalded his tongue? Deep rooted silence stretched between the pair as seconds passed. Silence almost intense as the wish could have been found in the depths of Oxford Forest. Mr. Brown bent. He patted the top of Sparky's head for a few moments. His beloved dog began to nose about his feet, and the carriage clock on the mantelpiece ticked. The clock ticked and ticked and ticked, noting every second that passed, till Mr. Brown coughed. He cleared his throat. Then looking up at Ethel, he said,
And how's the tea? Is it to your taste?
Ethel had yet to take a sip of the tea. It was still too hot, and anyway, she wasn't thirsty, but she nodded regardless. She didn't want to seem ungrateful.
Good. That's good. I'm glad. I think it's a bit too strong myself, but Evie liked it, so I suppose I've gotten into a habit of buying it. Isn't really to my taste, but I got 2 boxes of the bloody stuff. I need to get through it somehow, which is why I palmed it off on you. I hope you don't mind too much.
Ethel shook her head mutedly. She didn't mind really. Though she did think it had, in a way, that this tea was yet another memento of Mr. Brown's recently deceased wife. A good portion of the house, in fact, seemed dedicated to her dearly departed people. The china ornaments on the shelves had been all hers, too. That and the floral curtains and the overstuffed cushions, the cross-stitch patterns. The dead woman's influence had seeped in every nook and cranny of the house. The tea bags which proliferated in the kitchen cupboards to Sparky's mere presence. It was enough to make Ethel rather somber.
Don't feel obliged, though, to drink it. I mean, not if you're not thirsty. I won't be put out. I rather think I forced it on you, just like I forced you to come here. I'm not sure if I gave you much of a say in the matter, but you did look rather unwell when I saw you outside the corner shop. I was worried about you. You feel better now, at least, after sitting down for a while.
Ethel frowned, still clutching the mug of unsipped tea between her hands. He had cooled down a little by now, but she made no attempt to drink it. She hadn't felt particularly thirsty before, but now she knew the tea was a relic from Mrs. Brown's days, assuming it would have been felt akin to sacrilege. Why? It would not have been too many steps removed from consuming the dead woman's ashes.
I do feel a bit better, yes. Thank you. You were very helpful. I don't know if I'm very helpful, really, but I do my best. I can't leave people when they're in a bad state, I suppose, even if it does make me a bit of a busybody. That'll be all my years as a teacher coming through. Hope though I've developed a bit of a bad habit. But I didn't bring you here to talk about me. How are you, Ethel?
Now that was the question. How was she really? Ethel was unaccustomed to people asking her how she felt, largely because nobody has ever much seemed to care, not even her parents. Maybe that's why Mr. Brown's innocent query had left her so shaken. Part of Ethel appreciated it, she supposed, but another part of her, greater part maybe, felt uncomfortable about the attention. She wasn't accustomed to it.
Ethel?
Mr. Brown prompted, his voice gentle.
If something's bothering me, you can tell me, you know. I don't bite. I might have been your teacher, but that was a long time ago. I'm not gonna start doling out detentions. Not that I ever gave detentions back at Oxford Primary. I'm not a strong believer in their effectiveness. Just. You've not been looking at all well. Your face is so pale even now. You aren't feeling sick, are you?
Ethel cast her mind back to the events earlier that day, following the coughing fit which had left her doubled over, out of breath. She remembered, too, the strange black fluid which had stained her fingers. What had that been? Even now, she didn't know. If she had been coughing up blood, though, surely she would have been suffering from other symptoms. Should she not be shivering, shaking? Shouldn't she have a fever? Ethel didn't feel particularly flushed, though. If anything, she felt uncommonly cold. For all Ethel knew, that strange black tar which had stained her hand could have been a hallucination. She had been very tired lately. She had been worrying too much about her thesis, and then there was that girl at the church.
If nothing else, you look rather distracted. You might not be sick, but it's clear there's something on your mind. Would you care to share it with me? I don't wish to pry, but they do say trouble shared is a trouble halved.
Ethel pondered Mr. Brown's word for a few moments, letting the syllables percolate in her head like brewing coffee. She knew there was a degree of truth in what Mr. Brown was saying. Sharing one's problems with another could, in many cases, help lighten the burden of trying to endure said issues on one's own, particularly if the party was sufficiently receptive. For most of her childhood and later in her teenage years, Ethel hadn't had anyone she could confide in. Her parents might have been supportive of her, but that was only in nominal sense. Lauren and Jude had always been there for her, and they'd done their due diligence as parents, but they never really understood her. They simply hadn't had enough in common. Ethel had been incapable of turning to family for advice, and neither had she possessed any friends whom she could confide in. She'd never had any friends. This had changed after she entered university, and she had met Clementine, but even their relationship had fallen apart. She didn't have anyone she could speak to. She was all alone. That had been the case at least, and if it still held true, perhaps she would have felt enticed into divulging her problems with Mr. Brown. But it was not so now, not after meeting the girl. The girl was everything Ethel has ever wanted in a confidant. She was patient, understanding, well-meaning, and though Ethel felt a touch ashamed for considering this was a word by criteria, she was very pretty. She was close too to Ethel in age, much closer than Mr. Brown. Ethel knew that Mr. Brown had positioning this question, positing this question to her. But how much could he help, really? They inhabited different spheres of existence. He was much too old to relate to her. Why? He was even older than Ethel's parents. He was almost old as Ethel's grandparents, those on her mother's side at least. Ethel doubted he would understand her. She doubted to such an extent, in fact, she did not want to try. How could she tell her old primary school teacher about the struggles with the thesis, the loss of interest in her area of academia? How could she tell him her recent breakup with Clementine, and how much that hurt her? How could she tell him that she felt like an unwanted alien in her own family, that she felt like she had nowhere to belong, and above all else, she felt talentless and uninteresting and ugly alongside it? How could she tell him about the girl, whom she had known for only a couple days, And how could she tell him about how much she wanted her? How could she tell him about how much she would miss her? She couldn't. It was impossible. Ethel turned to these worries mind like pillows. Fingers curled tightly around the ceramic mug Mr. Brown has given her, a mug from which she had yet to take a single sip. It was nice that Mr. Brown cared so much, but he didn't care in the right way. He didn't care in the way Ethel wanted him to care. Ethel had nothing to say to him. There was nothing he could do for her. She forced herself to smile, though she knew it couldn't have looked very convincing as she said,
Thank you for being so concerned, but I'm alright, really. There's nothing wrong with me. Are you certain about that, Ethel? The way you collapsed in the shop looked rather serious, if nothing else. Oh, that's nothing, really. I just not been sleeping well lately, so I've been a bit tired. It's nothing serious, though. You really don't need to worry about me. You've been tired. That's right, I'm used to my dormitory in Durham, so coming back to Oxbury feels a bit strange. I'm not used to it, it's hard to relax. Ah, I see. Well, I can't imagine your fatigue is being helped by your sudden fondness for late night walks. Perhaps you ought to try to have an early night. I know, I've been getting into bad habits. I'll try to take better care of myself, though. Thank you for checking on me. And thank you, really, for the tea. It's delicious.
Ethel hadn't taken a single sip of her tea. At this point, she was certain it must have been stone cold. Steve Austin. Mr. Brown must have noticed this. He'd been looking at Ethel too intensely not to call her bluff, but once again, he didn't comment on it. Instead, he smiled and said,
It's no trouble at all. You'd be doing me a favor, actually, if you drank that up, but you're quite welcome, of course.
Ethel felt a twinge of guilt in her face of Mr. Brown's reply, which wasn't very good-natured. Her guilt was a brief, fleeting thing, however, which didn't last. Why should she worry about lying to Mr. Brown? It wasn't like she owed him anything. He had been nice to her, but his niceness had to come in the form of a cup of tea she couldn't drink and a conversation she hadn't wanted to engage in. Ethel couldn't relate to it, and neither did she want to. Ethel had been 9 years old, time they spent any real time with one another. She had worn a chunky butterfly clip in her hair back then, and she had drawn horses in her copybooks, and she had collected scented pens and stickers. She wasn't the same girl she had once been. Mr. Brown didn't know a thing about her, or what she wanted, or how lonely she had been. Ethel hoped it would stay that way. It took Ethel only a few minutes to return home, a fact for which she was grateful. While growing up, she had found Osprey diminutive size to be negative. The village was so small it had been stifling. Now, however, Ethel was glad for it. It made it easier for her to retreat from Mr. Brown's depressing living room and his equally depressing home, and to return to her own. Ethel's home wasn't better than Mr. Brown's. Ethel found it marginally less miserable, but at least it wasn't aggressively brown. Ethel had clutched her carrier bag with a frozen pizza and the Diet Pepsi in her right hand during the walk back, so tightly it had left a red groove on her palms. Her palms ached. Yanni! Her palms ached, and putting her food away in the freezer made her arms ache too. It wasn't until half an hour that she set about making food, and once she found she didn't much want it. The tomato base of the pizza was almost luridly red, The cheese on the top looked like pus. Ethel hadn't been much hungry before she set out, and what little appetite she might have possessed had disappeared altogether. How could she think of a food at a time like this, when she'd soon be seeing the girl? She was much, much more important than the trivial earthly thing affair like eating. Ethel ate as much as the pizza she could, which wasn't very much, and tipped the leftovers in the bin. If Lauren had been there, she would have tutted about the waste, but she wasn't there. She was in Australia, with her father and 2 brothers. Ethel was on her own. Ethel whiled away the rest of the evening, much of the night as best as she could. She watched more of Supernatural in the living room, and
Supernatural.
Look at my chin! Look at it! I'm supernatural!
God, but
It's
she
me!
wasn't. But she wasn't paying attention to the exploits of the Winchester brothers. They couldn't hold her attention. Like Kai in the ice cream, Ethel felt as though her heart has been embedded with a shard of cold, eternally unmelting ice. The shard of ice was Ethel's link to the girl. So
It was a
long.
shard of ice?
So
I'm turning up the bits too much. My apologies.
no, it's fine. I just kind of want to like, get through the VN a little
You're fine, you're fine.
because I can feel the climax is approaching us.
Mm-hmm.
So long it had remained true, Ethel will never forget her. She didn't want to. When Ethel fancied enough time has passed, she finally stood. She stretched, then her heart aflutter with trepidation, she set off. She thought about retrieving an anorak as she stood at the front door, just in case it rained. The sky did look overcast, the moon obscured with clouds. Ethel didn't want to be caught up in yet another downpour. She dithered, but she eventually decided against wearing the anorak.
It's a jacket.
It was a big, bulky thing made of polyester, and it crackled when she walked, like some sort of giant sweet wrapper.
You just turned on the fucking Game Boy.
Oh, it was my AC.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the music has like weird little bits every once in a while, so I fully thought it was that.
No, it's my AC. It goes ding ding.
Awesome.
It wasn't very fashionable either. It was unflattering, almost militaristic cocky green. Ethel had never much cared about being fashionable before, but she cared now. She didn't want to look too foolish in front of the doll. If she laughed at her, part of it would have died. Anoraks didn't exactly scream romantic moonlit rendezvous in any event. It was better to go without, even if she did get wet. Ethel could endure a little rain.
Girl, you fell down at the store.
She left the house, locking it behind her, and headed off into the night. She soon left Oxbury's cozy, cramped street behind her, in a forest which fringed it. Ethel didn't hesitate before stepping foot amongst the trees. There was nothing to tie her to Oxbury, and nothing to tell her to stop. Nobody saved herself. But why would she? She didn't want to stop. She wanted to see the girl again, which meant she had to press on. Ethel walked and she walked and she walked. Her path lit by the moon, by Chu's old torch. Carefully, she navigated the forest, dodging a root there, a gorse bush there. The ground was uneven, and it was still muddy after the torrential rain from a few days prior. Once, Ethel's foot twisted, but she was able to regain her balance. She wasn't going to fall over face first before meeting the girl. She wouldn't let herself. She wanted to give the girl a better last impression of her than that. Eventually, Ethel escaped the tall trees which towered about her and stepped into the clearing. She could see St. Catherine's in front of her, solid, immovable as it had been during the previous 2 nights. when she had come across the Age building. St. Catherine's looked as it always had, haunted in the inky darkness of the night. But there was something different about the church that night. Something which made Ethel pause. The light wasn't on in the window. The door was tightly closed. Ethel couldn't see the hairline crack of the church entrance, which had become so familiar to her, nor the candle lit which spilled out from it. Instead, the church was sealed shut, airtight like the Egyptian sarcophagus of eras gone by. The church seemed hollowed out and empty, dull, dismal shadow of its former self. Ethel approached the church hesitantly, her gait slow as uncertain as newborn tears. Was the girl really there? Ethel wanted to believe so. The girl had said she would be waiting for her, but she couldn't detect any traces of her life about the old stone building. The nighttime air was cold, yes, with a breeze, but there was no breeze to it. It was as quiet as the grave. It seemed unlikely that the girl would shut up inside the church, which now felt so very devoid of life, still singing an alluring siren song. Ethel couldn't imagine it. She was having a hard time picturing the girl at all, now that she had almost a full 24 hours as the last she'd seen her. What did the girl look like? What did she sound like? Ethel was sure she had been beautiful, but she was sure this was only a very vague, half-formed sense. Too vague and half-formed to be sure at all. She had thought the girl perfect, but perfection didn't exist. Not even Shania, or all her pretensions of the contrary, had been perfect. How could the girl be otherwise? She was just, for all she has allured Ethel, an ordinary girl. Or was she? Ethel approached the church slowly, her soul clenching the tail, unkempt grass in her foot. St. Catherine was a small, squat church, but its shadow soon swallowed her, drowning Ethel in deep, inky darkness. Ethel reached out, her right arm trembling. She pressed her palm against the door, which seemed curiously impenetrable in the dark, the wood too firm and thick to give away beneath her fingers. Then she pushed. The church's wooden doors dwarfed Ethel to such a degree she was almost surprised when they caved in beneath her palms. The door opened with a low, guttural creaking, which swelled in the silence. It sounded oddly alive, like a floating monster hauled from the bottom of some dark, deep abyss. Maybe it was some sort of omen. Ethel couldn't help but recall Mr. Brown's warning from a few days prior. His warnings about the mysterious missing girl.
I wouldn't want you getting lost. And you know what happened to that Delaney girl, don't you?
Of course Ethel remembered that Delaney girl. Her mother had talked about her incessantly after her disappearance. But nothing like that was going to happen to Ethel. She wasn't interesting enough to be abducted. Her life was too mundane. Everything about her was almost painfully ordinary. Ethel had always thought she was ordinary, at least, but the girl didn't seem to think so. She had always been so affectionate, but did she really mean it? Ethel frowned as she gave the doors to the church another push. Then, she stepped inside. She was eager to see the girl again, to speak to her, to ask her whether she would text her when she left Oxbury, and if she would still remember her. But the interior of St. Catherine was pitch black. St. Catherine's, the stillness of the night was dark, the air cool. Felt a bit like stepping foot inside a vaulted, vast ceiling crypt, which Ethel supposed it was. That was one of the functions of the church, as being a place of worship. The flagstone on which Ethel walked upon built over a veritable mountain of corpses. This place was a living, breathing boneyard. People thought the famous Celtic ossuary was grim, decorated as it was in ghastly clinic skulls, but at least it was honest about what it was. It had no pretenses. It was earnest. But this was something that people didn't always appreciate, particularly not when the topic of death was involved. Ethel inhaled. In the air, she could smell several centuries of worth of death. Then she turned. It was obvious that the girl wasn't there. There was no point in hanging around. Maybe all of this, their midnight meetings, had some sort of cruel practical joke. Had that kiss too had been all piece of trickery? Perhaps the girl was there after all, hiding in the bushes, snickering as the door of the church slammed shut behind Ethel. Ethel was unsure whether this idea appealed more than the alternative, that the girl didn't care at all. Being treated like an object of mockery wasn't nice, but it was better than being ignored. The girl had set this up as a means of hurting Ethel's feelings, then she had succeeded. But that would at least mean that she cared about Ethel's feelings enough to want to hurt them. It was stone-cold apathy, in the end, which would have really undone Ethel. Ethel stood mutely beneath the moonlight for a few moments, nibbling on her hangnail. There was no point in hanging around if the girl wasn't going to appear. It was cold, and it was late, and the night sky was overcast. Maybe it would rain again. Ethel didn't want to get caught up in the downpour. She should leave. There was nothing waiting for her here, not without the girl. And now, Ethel was beginning to worry she might have arrived too late. Perhaps the girl has arrived after all, and she had already departed. They had never agreed upon a fixed time for the meeting. The girl had been maddening vague about it, as she was about everything. Part of Ethel enjoyed this vagueness. It gave their meeting a greater aura of mystery. But it had made arranging things difficult. With no fixed time to work with, Ethel didn't know who to blame for what had occurred. Had she been too early? Had she been too late? Had the girl come and gone, or had she never come at all? Ethel continued to stand there, dithering, worrying at hangnail. She bit it hard, until the nail splintered between her teeth. She bit her nail too close to the quick. In fact, her mouth soon filled with the tang of copper. Her tongue was tingling. Christ. Ethel sighed, invoking the name of the Holy Son. Ethel couldn't think of a more appropriate place to do so, and she did. But she was doing, loitering around the church so late at night. 10 minutes must have passed, if not more. She was being a fool. Why did she think the girl would appear? She should have learned from her lesson already with Clementine. Hope only ever seemed to give a way to despair. Ethel squared her shoulders. Then she set off. She would put the girl behind her. Pretend this never happened. That would be for the best, if it would spare her fragile ego. Ethel didn't want to be taken for a fool, not when she felt foolish so frequently regardless. She stalked off, malforming and misshapen the grass beneath her soul's wing.
I'm quick
think
to
we know
assume
who
this
this
is her.
Probably.
Yeah, I think we know who this is.
Why, hello there, stranger. Where do you think you're going?
Oh,
Ethel gasped in the alarm of sudden unexpected darkness descended. One even deeper than the darkness which has previously shrouded her. At least that darkness had been alleviated, if only a little, by moonlight. This darkness, however, was far more complete. she might well be. She might very well have been poured into our eyeballs. Ethel couldn't see. For a few moments, she forgot how to think.
Now, why have you gone all stiff? Don't tell me I scared you.
But a familiar voice, scant a few centimeters away from her ear, restored Ethel's senses. She recognized that voice. It belonged to someone she knew. Not well, perhaps, but well enough. It was the girl. Who else would it have been? Ethel couldn't think of many other people in Oxbury mad enough to wander this far into the woods, all the way to St. Catherine's at this time of the night, not without a prior appointment. Why had she been so anxious? The girl drew her hands away from Ethel's eyes and stepped back. She looked just like she always did. Her dress simple, her hair short and dark. Ethel had thought the girl's hair, which was dark as raven's feathers, was pretty when viewed from the flickering candlelight of the church. Outdoors, however, it almost seemed almost too dark, as though she and the shadows were one undulating, amorphous blob. The girl's skin, meanwhile, seemed too pale, her dress oddly flimsy given how late it was. Wasn't she cold? Ethel examined the girl questioningly. Though Ethel knew her, she suddenly seemed like a stranger. Maybe it was because she had never seen the girl outside of the church before. Ethel must have begun to link the girls to St. Catherine's together, coupling them until one symbiotic organism. Symbiote nature. One could
Yeah.
not one could not function without the other. The girl, without the backdrop of St. Catherine's nave, might have well been a missing limb or an eye or a mouth. The girl's lips, however, were very much present, and they were curved upwards into a familiar crescent moon smile.
Are you looking for me? If so, that's very sweet.
Oh, yes. I thought maybe I was too late or too early or I don't know. I thought
That I wouldn't show up at all.
Ethel fell silent. Anxiously, she gnawed at inside of her cheek. This wasn't necessarily something she wanted to admit to. It made her feel uncomfortably vulnerable, but she nodded all the same. She couldn't hide anything from the girl. The girl's voice might have been light, but her eyes were sharper than knives.
Well, you don't need to worry about that. I'd never stand you up. Do you think I'd be so cruel?
no, I don't. I didn't mean it like that. I just meant
You didn't think you were worth waiting for.
well, maybe.
Jeez. I thought that was probably the case, you silly thing. I wish you had more self-confidence.
That might be quite the big wish.
I did get that feeling, yes. You shouldn't be so down on yourself, though. You're a nice girl. No decent person would ever leave you in the lurch.
That said, Ethel sighed. The girl ought to try telling that to Clementine.
I would have come earlier, actually, but I got a little caught up.
Caught up.
I was doing things.
What things?
Just things. It doesn't matter, though. I've got everything under control, which means we can spend a lot of time together. Provided you want to, of course.
Well, of course I want to.
Ethel replied quickly, perhaps too quickly. Then she winced. Why did she have to sound so eager? That was so uncool. Thought Ethel supposed that she had ever been cool. Did people even use the word cool anymore? Perhaps that was also dated. It's like everything else about Ethel. Her taste in TV shows, her favorite music, and her fashion sense. What fashion sense? Ethel wondered if the girl would judge her for being blatant enthusiasm. Wasn't it a bit excessive, but
Good. I'm glad. I don't know about you, but I've been looking forward to this all day.
You have?
Yeah, you're the only person around here who I can really talk to. Or at least, you're the only person I think is interesting enough to talk to. I don't want to waste my time with anybody else, you know.
Good.
But you're special.
Special? Oh my god.
Yep. I said so. So it must be true. You can trust me.
Me when I'm trustworthy.
the girl giggled, and after a pause, Ethel found herself giggling too. There was something infectious about the girl's laughter. She really couldn't help herself.
I'm looking forward to having a girly chat. Just the two of us. But I don't think I want to stay in St. Catherine's tonight. Not when it's my last day here. I think I'd rather go for a walk. That is, if you don't mind.
Oh,
Yawning.
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock. Sue me.
It's midnight where I am, baby.
The dedication for Yuri.
Go to hell.
Ethel blinked. She was surprised to find that for some inexplicable reason, she did mind this. She minded quite a lot, actually. The word stranger danger flickered, unbidden, inside her head once more. She remembered the missing Delaney girl. Vanished.
Joe Biden.
Joe Biden.
Unbidden.
Joe
Unbidden.
Biden inside her head.
I
On
misfocab.
Biden. Would vanish into the woods without a trace. But surely she was being foolish. It seemed unlikely that the girl meant to lead Ethel into the woods to dismember her. She didn't look like a serial killer, and neither she'd act like one. She did not seem to be in possession either, a saw or any other potentially lethal instruments with the sharp, serrated edges. Ethel was just being paranoid. Why was she such a coward?
That's alright. I don't mind.
You don't mind much, do you?
The girl tittered, and Ethel got the feeling, though she tried to squash it, that the girl was making fun of her.
I thought you'd say that. But it's good to get some clarification regardless. I wouldn't want to drag... And I'll never know what the rest of the statement was. Oh no.
Drag you into anything you didn't want.
Thank you. Now, shall we get going?
Give me a second.
Oh, you
Okay.
La la la.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
La la la.
The girl held out her hand. Her stark white fingers extended into the dark for Ethel to take.
I'd like to show you something.
Oh,
Ethel's eyes eyed the girl's hand uneasily. It hung in the air suspended, much like the moon which hovered above their heads, above the slate roof of St. Catherine's. All of a sudden, the The girl's hand seemed full of meaning, so much so Ethel shivered to behold it. A cool breeze blew about her. So they shivered. The cold was twinning up Ethel's ankles. It was brushing against her knees, the inside of her thighs. She couldn't stop shaking. The girl, however, was resolute, so immovable, so she could have been carved out of a stone, her eyes obsidian. Though the breeze stirred at her hair, it didn't seem to disrupt her. Her hands didn't waver. The expression in her eyes, which were very dark, was pointed, almost unassailable. Ethel stared into those irises, and she felt herself trembling. When she swallowed, she could only taste the cold, crisp air on her tongue, that alongside the undercurrent of something unpleasantly musty. What was it? Leaf mold, maybe? Moss? Ethel wasn't sure, but
Hello? Didn't you hear me? I thought I was talking loudly enough, even if it is pretty windy.
give me a second.
Okay.
Shara's ordering food, and I have to go grab it later when it comes.
Gotcha. I said... That's me clearing my throat.
The girl cleared her throat with an audible ahem, one which sounded staged, and then said, palm still suspended in the air.
Won't you come with me? There's something I'd like to show you. Something that's very important to me. Unless you're afraid I might lead you astray.
Oh, no. I'm not afraid. I'll come with you.
Ethel crossed the churchyard, grass and stray wintry leaves crunching her foot. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Then took the girl's hand. The girl's finger enclosed upon her. Ethel gasped. She was struck once again, as she had been in the church, by how very cold her palm was. There was something unnatural about it. Was that normal?
Good. I knew I could count on you. You're such a good girl, Ethel. Now, come on. Let's go. I have a lot I'd like to show you. If you think you can keep up, that is.
It was without any further preamble that the girl turned, her dark hair fluttering in her wake as she walked. Oh, there's mushroom growing out of her hands. Cool. I'm sure that's normal.
Yeah,
That's regular.
Everything is perfectly normal from here on out.
The girl might have been slender, less like flesh and blood than her ballerina, more like a fragile china figure of one. But her grip around her Ethel's hand was surprisingly firm. Her fingers pressed against Ethel's skin, hard and uncompromising like steel, and Ethel gasped. She hadn't realized that the girl was so very strong. There was something a touch unnatural about her sheer force that the girl was capable of exuding. This slight frame reverse, with a touch of surreality, had tinged their initial encounter from the very beginning, when Ethel had found her singing in the church. Their meeting had felt like something from a dream. Maybe this was a fantasy after all. The way girl moved, nimbly navigating the trees which surrounded them, certainly felt like something from a dream. She made no noise, like minnows swimming into a stream. Excuse me.
Is you?
Bless you.
Ethel, meanwhile, was far less coordinated. She was clumsy, and her feet made no shortage of noise as they trampled the grass and leaves in their wake. Once, she almost stumbled, but the girl's grip in her hand didn't waver. The further into the forest they delved, the firmer her grip upon her Ethel's hand seemed to become. The trepidation that Ethel had first felt when the girl had extended out her hand doubled, only like a second heartbeat in the base of her throat. She could taste the earth when she swallowed, so potent. She felt as though she was choking on it. Her mouth might as well have been stopped with soil. They kept walking, on and on and on, and as the minutes elapsed, has it been hours? Ethel's feet began to sting. Her shoe was beginning to feel like constricted prison. One would squeeze her without mercy. Her hands, meanwhile, was aching. Why was the girl gripping it so tightly? Ethel had half a mind to ask the girl to relinquish her grasp, if only a little. Assuage her aches and pains. But though these cries freely danced upon her lips, she didn't express them. It seemed doubtful that the girl would reply to her, and Ethel was also beginning to doubt the girl's intentions. Her fingers curled around Ethel's tightly and possessively, and as they did, Ethel was struck with a discomforting sense of wrongness. There was something strange. She was only now beginning to realize with the girl's hand. Her flesh was yielding so much so, Ethel had to wonder where they existed any bones at all within that hand of hers. If she didn't have bones, however, how could she have gripped her? And so strongly, too. There was something strange about the girl's touch. There was something strange about the girl, full stop. This night has nothing but been bizarre, but Ethel's surprise had yet to cease. There were more nightmares to uncover, nightmares which Ethel had never before considered. Her imagination simply wasn't good enough. It wasn't enough to preempt the sheer shock she received when the girl came to a halt, and then glanced back at her. She observed Ethel, their hands still intertwined like a couple of lovers out on a midnight stroll.
Well, now, isn't this relaxing? I found this part of the forest quite pretty. Don't you agree?
She looks normal.
She looks normal, completely normal. I mean, I don't know. But there was nothing very lovely about Ethel's companion. The girl's smooth skin, which Ethel had once envied, had altered dramatically during their walk through the woods. Mushrooms! 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 Mushrooms!
Mushrooms.
It was no longer fair as it had once been, and neither it was so very clear. The girl's skin seemed to have tarnished her flesh, stripping away like wallpaper in an old house to reveal not bone, but a cluster of white growth that protruded from her skin. They were mushrooms. The girl's eyes, which had always been dark, now oddly looked bright. Halogen lamps which flickered in the gloom. The girl still possessed the features one needed to recognize as Homo sapien. 2 arms and 2 legs, a head, the suggestion of a nose, and a dark pitted cavern of her mouth. But she looked like no person Ethel has ever seen before. She didn't look like any monsters Ethel has seen on television screen, crafted with the stage makeup and cleverly concealed prosthetics. She looked like something from a nightmare, so removed from Ethel's comprehension that she didn't know how to define her. Ethel's thoughts seemed to have ground in the moment the girl turned glance at her, to halt, slowing and stuttering. The girl must have noticed Ethel's disorientation, The distress which accompanied.
I can't hear. It did cut out on stream, but it did
What?
in call.
What's up?
That's fun.
What cut out?
Oh, your mic cut out in call.
Okay. The girl must have
Cannot hear you
noticed.
currently.
The
Yeah,
it's
really weird. It's just out of nowhere.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I thought it was me for a second.
Okay. The
No.
girl must have noticed Ethel's disorientation, the distress
to
which
refresh.
accompanied it. But it didn't seem to bother her. Okay, who can't hear me right now? Oh, who can hear me?
I can through a very long delay.
You might have to rejoin the call.
We can hear you through the stream.
Yeah, I'll try that real quick.
How about now?
Okay.
Hold
hold
on,
let
You're not
me
showing up in the
stream
Fugi
this
either.
Can you
What
just
the
talk
hell?
again? That's not good.
You're not showing up in the Fugi either. Like, I don't know what's wrong with that.
I think everything.
Yeah, that's
collapsed
weird.
around us.
Yeah. Strange. Strange, isn't it? Try rejoining again.
A rather strange moment in the climax of the stream.
Wait, what the hell? My fucking Discord connection is red right now.
Yeah.
That's usually how strange audio bugs go.
My Discord connection is red right now. What the fuck?
Yeah.
How
Yeah,
about
mine's fine.
I don't know.
let me rejoin actually. See if that fixes anything. It seemed Discord is struggling. Oh no. Discord is struggling a lot right now. Oh no. It's on my side. It was on my side. No. I don't think red is good. Yeah. Oh, is it connecting? Is it connecting? Oh, there we go.
Wait,
Okay, there
Okay,
we
we're
go.
back in there.
Are we connected?
Are we connected?
should.
Yes!
Okay.
Yay!
Okay, we should be
Okay.
connected.
Delta rune.
Hopefully. Okay.
My smell
It just needs to hold on long enough to get through this.
Alright.
Okay. The girl must have noticed Ethel's disorientation and the distress which accompanied it, but it didn't seem to bother her. Maybe she's been expecting it. The girl smiled, a dark, demonic sort of smile which reviled the blackness of the night which hung about them. The girl's dark hair had once been luxurious, but now looked strangely brittle, like straw. Her body seemed to be undulating ever so faintly, as if animated by some unholy energy. More mushroom was sprouting from her side of her neck, her collarbone, her right cheek. There were mushroom in her hair, garlands of them, like crowns of flowers. There were mushrooms, some white, ghostly, other dun brown, sprouting in the crevices of her arm and between the tip of her fingers. The mushroom was swallowing her, flourishing as they always did in the carcasses of old, dry, dead things. The girl herself with the straw-like hair and patchy, discolored skin might have very well been the dead thing herself. The way she spoke was certainly dry and rasping, as though she was enunciating through a mouthful of gravel. Ethel stared at the girl, the creature in front of her, which had once been a girl with wide, frantic eyes.
What are you?
Do you really have to ask? I'm not so very different, you know, from the girl you were talking to before. we're still the same person. Though maybe person is the wrong word to describe me.
Slowly, the girl laughed. It was an awful sound. Dry and scraping like a tree branch drumming against the window pane. The sound sent shivers down Ethel's spine. Shivers she couldn't control. It was cold outside, but the girl's voice was even icier.
Don't look so frightened. You have nothing to worry about. I'm not gonna hurt you. Have I ever done anything to upset you before?
Mutely, Ethel shook her head. She wasn't sure what to say in the face of this nightmare. There were no words.
There, you see? There's no need to fret. If anything, you should be flattered that you've been able to see us like this. We don't show ourselves in this form to many people. Only people we trust to receive this privilege. That means you're special.
I don't.
Ethel swallowed. When she did, she could taste the cool air in the back of her throat. As frightening as the girl looked now, her aqueous eyes, but were they eyes? And the mushrooms, like barnacles sprouting from her greenish bluer skin. Compliments still made Ethel's heart flutter. The pathetic, pitiful heart part of her that has always yearned for acceptance still appreciated the girl's kind words. But another part of her shrunk away from them, shaking.
I don't understand. You said you're the same as always.
That's correct.
But you're not human, are you?
Ethel winced the moment the scurry left her lips.
And mushrooms.
It sounded so
What can I say? I'm
stupid.
just a love mushrooms. It's fine. Let's make out. A bit of a
Everybody-
snog, why don't we?
Have you played Super Mario? And I'm like I'm like Princess Peach.
Super Mario in real life.
Hectic beyond belief.
I really like playing as Toadette.
It was sort of the thing she'd hear in Supernatural. Never had she imagined that she might end up
Just
saying
like
such a corny line. How in the world had this happened? Ethel's face began to flush despite the cold from embarrassment. It seemed like she would never be cool. She simply didn't have it in her. She was too large, too unwieldy, too awkward.
Sorry, I have to say, that's a very funny thought to have in this situation.
Uh-huh.
Just, you're standing in front of probably one of the coolest, like, monster designs you could see, and you're like, dang it, I'm not cool. That's rough.
Aw, shucks.
How very astute.
But the girl didn't seem to mind that. She giggled. Her all sound oddly paltry, muffled by the mushroom which were now beginning to push her way out of the lab.
You're right. We're not a human. Or at least, not as you'd understand it.
Also, the name now says monster. Cool.
Hi, my name's Monster. It's fine. We are much, much more than one individual consciousness. Yeah, I added that a little bit, but it's fine. We're much more than a single individual. We've been allowed to spread for too long. Our host was a human once, though he have long since consumed our body. There are pieces of our consciousness left, of course. She's become so deeply entwined within us that it's hard to differentiate her from the rest of us. We're all one and the same.
Your host?
That's right. She was a girl. An ordinary girl, just like you. We met her in the woods a few years ago. She took to us all at once. She opened up to us, told us all her secrets. She gave us every last little bit of herself and her soul. And then we devoured her.
A girl? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the Laney girl?
Delaney?
The monster frowned. There was a pause, then
Oh, yes. That was her last name, Delaney. We knew her as Isolde.
Isolde.
Isolde, that makes more sense. I can't read. Isolde, though. She's a really sweet thing. So kind and trusting. She used to attend a choir, and she loved singing. She had the loveliest voice, as you should know full well. We did try to make it the most of it, before her vocal cords began to deteriorate. We loved talking with her. All she ever wanted was a friend. She told us that nobody would ever remember her if she disappeared. That no one would be at all upset if she disappeared. She said nobody would remember her name. And she was right, the poor thing. It looks like everybody's forgotten her name. But we haven't. She'll never be alone now. She'll always be a part of us. But as for her body...
monster took a step forward. It shuddered as it did. A fume mushroom which fleckered as his body peeled away, dropping to the ground like feathers.
I can no longer deal with the strain. We filled her lungs with too many spores, and her brain too. Her heart still beats, though, barely. It's a pity. We know that... Oh, I forgot how to say it immediately.
Isolde.
Isolde.
We knew that Isolde was very attached to her body. But we couldn't keep using it. There's only so much we can get out of the host once its body finally begins to break down.
Also, I gotta go grab food from the door. I'll be
Okay.
right back.
Go get that food! Go get that food!
Let me save it. Then I'll be in a jiffy. We're almost there.
Okay.
Yuri.
We're almost done! We're almost there!
She was very attached to her body. After all, we took her out of it and she kind of vanished, so...
She's very attached to her body. I mean, that's where we found her.
If anyone
She's
cares,
kind
I
of
got-
stuck in there.
If anyone cares, I got El Condor Pasta through the Ura finale.
Damn! That's horse.
That's worse.
Nice. That's your spooky looking face. Hold on.
Awesome.
That's
Let me
awesome.
throw it in here so you all can see it real quick. Only the people in Discord can see it.
That's a spooky looking face.
That is a spooky looking face. That's pretty fucked up.
Thanks. You know the best part about it?
What?
It's all shading.
Oh,
Ooh.
damn.
Yahoo.
That's impressive.
You beat.
Yeah. I've been like really experimenting with like what I call like sculptive painting. Mostly airbrush.
Mm.
Get a lot of stuff done with just like little movements and using like the overlay filter. Like this is what it looks like without. And it looks fine, but like Doing it with overlay is so much nicer.
Yeah.
It highlights the color underneath a little better.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how any of this shit works, and I'm fucking scared.
Yeah, you just gotta put it together.
Yeah, this thing?
Yeah, you just put it together.
Yeah, you just put it together. Hold on, let me, Again, this is only for the benefit of people in call and not on
This is
Twitch.
only for the benefit of the three of us.
Yeah. Orb. Keep. Okay. Ooh, I just now realized I messed that up a little bit.
You fucked it.
I did fucked it. Yes. Because I put that on the wrong layer. You want that on the bottom layer.
Oh.
So once I do that, no, that's too big.
Hi,
Hi.
Hi.
I'm back.
Look, I'm back.
Let's continue with this.
Okay.
Shut down the art demonstration.
Hold on. I'm trying.
Shut it down now. It's
I'm
not shutting down. My God.
I've already read this one, but I will read it again. But we can't keep using it. There's only so much use we can get out of a host once its body's finally begins to break down.
And you...
Ethel trembled. When she inhaled, all she could smell was decay.
You're... some sort of fungus.
Holy shit, yeah.
That's right. We're a fungus. The only one, as far as we know, of our kind.
This at least gave Ethel some sense of relief.
Ow.
She was glad to know that there were not more fungal abominations such as this one. Strange creatures more intelligent than fungus ought to be, which still lived on in the nervous system of other animals. She didn't like to think of small woodland creatures, squirrels, rabbits, and moles being possessed by a creature like this. Their own selfhoods assimilated to an awful, abominable hive bite. It sounded a little like being eaten alive. But it was an act of cannibalism performed, not with teeth on flesh, but spores inside brain itself. It was a cannibalism that worked inside out, hollowing a person or an animal out entirely. Eventually, the possessed lost sight of who they were. They became shell of their former self, if they retained the sense of self at all.
We have lived in this forest for centuries, surviving from one host to another in an endless chain. But that's neither here nor there. We don't think that is very interesting. Our old host has already run her course.
Monster took another step forth, then another. Mushrooms slogging off its body with every step. With every step. Ethel, meanwhile, took a step back. She could feel her heart in the base of her throat, a cold, hard thing like a marble. She would have turned to run if she could, but the body didn't want to listen to her. Her legs had locked up. Taking another step back wasn't only an act of insubordination. She felt capable. In that moment, offering up, but it still wasn't enough. Ethel felt a resistance behind her. Could feel something rough pressing against her spine through the fabric of her clothes. The monster has backed her into a tree. Now there really was nowhere she could run.
Thank you.
The monster was upon us, upon her. One sinuous arm outstretched, as it took Ethel's sinuous arm outstretched, as it took Ethel's cheek, palming it, so Ethel gasped. Then his voice low said,
Sorry, I saw a fucking stupid meme and it caught me off guard.
Damn.
Yeah. But all is not lost. You are here, and you care for us. You said so yourself. You wouldn't let us die with you.
I don't.
We know you wouldn't. You're a good girl, Ethel. A kind girl. You're always putting others before yourself, even when they hurt you. You'd say you ought to stand up for yourself more.
once again, the monster chuckled. A warping of its host's vocal cords was sounded unnatural.
But we think it's best that you don't. We know you want to change. But we like you just the way you are. We like how soft you are, and how sweet. We like that you're so fine. And we like that you want to be liked so much. It's very endearing. You're a silly little thing. But I think you're very, very sweet.
The monster leant in, wind catching in its dry, dead hair. For a moment, Ethel could see the girl's face anew. Could see her dark eyes boring into her, unencumbered by the parasitic fungus which had protruded from her sockets. But then, the monster leant in. It parted its lips. It pressed its mouth against Ethel's own. The monster's breath smelled of mildew. It tasted like tomb. That was fitting then, given Ethel's mounting confidence that this would be where she would die. The monster would consume her, just like it had done with the soul lady, to Chloe, who had gone missing all of those years ago, to all of the other girls Ethel knew and vanished deep in the Oxbury's woods. Like a parasite, the monster meant to devour her from the inside out. There was nothing Ethel could do. She was too weak to fight it off. Ethel had always been weak. She had been desperate for any crumbs of affection she could scrounge ever since Clementine left her. Her parents had tried, Ethel supposed, but her father always been too busy, her mother too self-absorbed. Their love had never been enough to satisfy Ethel. She always wanted more. She had she really wanted this? There was no affection in the monster's kiss. It was instead an act of violence. The monster meant to impress itself upon Ethel, to remark her to its own desires, and there was nothing she could do. The monster might have not have a nose, not a real one, but it did have a tongue. Ethel felt its tongue, a diseased lump of a thing half rotted away, nudged against her own, and she gagged. She felt like she was gonna be sick. Would it repel the monster? She wondered wearily if she vomited more black sludge out of its mouth. Would it be disgusted enough by her poor conduct to draw away? Or would it keep on kissing her? Ethel didn't know, and neither did she want to find out. The kiss was unpleasant enough, rank and fodder, without adding the taste of vomit to the equation. Ethel remembered vaguely. as the monster kissed her, the slice of cherry pie she had eaten earlier. The pie had looked appealing enough, but that was only at a glance. Ethel had known something was wrong the moment she had put it in her mouth. It had been moldy, flecks of bluish green scattered across the underside of the once immaculate crust of some sort of illness. The taste of moldy cherry pie wasn't so dissimilar to the taste of the monster's tongue as the twin Ethel's own. Ethel had been able to spit the ruined pie out of her mouth, but she couldn't do the same with the monster's tongue. She couldn't twist away from it. She didn't have enough strength. It felt every kiss. The monster was draining her further, sapping her of her strength, bit by bit, so her knees began to quake. The monster was kissing her more vigorous than anybody had ever before. Almost if it draw the breath clean out of her lungs. The monster was kissing her as though its very life depended on it. Perhaps it did. What was the fungus without a host? The monster needed Ethel to survive. That was why it was clinging to her. It needed her more than anybody else ever had. It needed her more than her parents, who had never bothered to understand her, more than her brothers, who had treated Ethel like a stranger, much, much more than Clementine, who had finished with her, though she had said that they would always stay together. Clementine had promised, and at the time, Ethel had been naive enough to believe her. If only she hadn't cared so much. Only she had wanted so badly to be wanted. Ethel didn't have to worry about being wanted now. At least, the monster wouldn't leave her. It couldn't. The monster needed Ethel more than she needed it. Nauseating through the monster's kiss was something almost appealing about this idea. Being wanted was nice, even if it would result in her own destruction. Clementine had destroyed her once already, shattering with what little self-worth Ethel had possessed. She had told Ethel that they couldn't stay together, and Ethel had been too depressing to date, that she hadn't loved herself enough. How am I supposed to love you, Clementine shouted, when you're always so negative? It's such a drag. I've been doing my best, but you're not putting in any effort at all. It's almost like you want to be miserable. No, Ethel wanted to shout. That isn't true. I don't want to be miserable. I want to be known. I want to know that you really love me. I don't want to feel like a burden. That had been Ethel's biggest worry in her relationship with her effortlessly cool, confident Clementine. She'd been all afraid of dragging her girlfriend down. Ethel hadn't liked going to clubs, not like Clementine. She hadn't liked drinking, and she always stood in the corner of awkward whenever Clementine had invited to her parties. They simply weren't her thing. Clementine had always pushed Ethel, trying to get her to join in. You're not going to have any fun if you don't make any effort, Ethel. But why had it always been on Ethel to make an effort? Why couldn't Clementine ever take her feelings into consideration? No, Ethel thought so stubbornly. The ultimate end of their relationship hadn't been her fault. Not wholly. Clementine had claimed to love her, but she never really listened to her. She had never really cared. The girl, monster, was different. They had at least listened to her. They had cared enough about her enough to try and console her, and even now it was trying to make Ethel's wish come true. It was giving her a place to belong. So what if the monster consumed her? What if wasn't that what Ethel has always yearned for? Ethel would rather be subsumed by something that loved her than to suffer the pain and loneliness and indignity of being abandoned. The monster wouldn't abandon her, though. It couldn't.
Oh, this is a really good CG.
This is the fucking drawing that sold me on it. I saw this on Twitter. I was like, oh fuck. Okay, I gotta play this.
And maybe that's why Ethel relaxed into the monster's hot, intense kiss. Her eyelids fell shut, as though predestined, and as they did, thoughts began to blend together. Her strength, if she ever had indeed possessed any of it, was beginning to fail her. Her knees felt weak. Her legs was beginning to tremble. If it hadn't been for the trees against which she was pushed, she might have tumbled into the forest floor. As it felt as though the girl, the fungus, the creature as it kissed her, was straining her. Ethel's skin began to feel uncomfortably cold, particularly the tip of her fingers, that curled against the rough bark against which her body was pressed. The monster's mouth, meanwhile, was warm and wet, its tongue rough against her own. The monster bit down upon Ethel's lower lip, and Ethel gasped. Her vision was beginning to skew. The taste of decay, her inner mouth was stronger than ever before. It felt like the monster was filling her mouth with dirt. Its kisses didn't feel particularly affectionate. They were far too animalistic.
Yes, that's right.
Monster spoke in a rasping voice, low and sinister, as Ethel shuddered against it.
Surrender yourself to us. You might as well. Who else will love you after all but us? We're all there is. We're all that's left.
The monster leant in once more to kiss its mouth, which was more like a maw against Ethel's neck. There, the monster bit, and there it suckled, its teeth, sharp as glass, scraping against Ethel's skin, so she squealed. Ethel felt the monster reaching for her hem of a skirt as it spoke. One hand, a dry, hard hand with sunken fingers, skinny as sticks, rubbed up the long, dun brown fabric of which obscured Ethel's pinkish thighs. But the same hand was pressed between Ethel's legs. It was against her, stroking incessantly. Before, the pain gasp courtesy of Ethel, one which the monster swallowed with the demanding, destructive kiss that was inside her. It was the first time Ethel had done this, or had done this to her. She had Clementine had experimented during the year they had been together. It had been inevitable given the duration of their relationship and their mutual feelings for one another. Clementine had loved her, and Ethel had loved her in return. They had kissed, and they had cuddled, and they had done more besides. Clementine had stroked Ethel to climax numerous times, Ethel shuddering all the while, and sighing, wondering why Clementine bothered. Why did she like her so much? Hand check! Hand check? Hand check? Hand check?
Yeah.
Hand check?
What's that mean? What that
Hand
means?
check? Clap your hands.
Oh,
Clap your
To
hands.
assume that's to assume that we're not being promiscuous on this end of our microphones.
Yup.
oh,
Make sure you're not jerking off.
I see.
No jerking off!
Hey, listen, this just ain't the zone for it, bucko. Don't worry.
God.
Twitch.tv/uberthemeh.
God.
Try putting your hands in a bucket of cold water. Right now. It's the only way you're gonna make it through.
What did she even see in her? Ethel hadn't known, but she wanted to. In her earnest desire to understand and her ever-present insecurities, she had asked. She had worried, initially, that she had asked too much, but Clementine had assured her that this wasn't the case. She had told Ethel that she was not annoying. You can't annoy me, it's just not possible. I like you too much. I think you're too cute. That was what Clementine had said in the beginning, but the sentiment of her hadn't lasted. Ethel sometimes wondered when her continued desire for reassurance has gone from an enduring trait to an infuriating one. What had made Clementine change her mind? Perhaps there hadn't been a clearly defined moment. There often wasn't, not in cases like this. Resentment tends to build up slowly in a relationship, bit by bit, like sediment on an ocean floor. It often wasn't possible to know in the midst of it just how bad things have become. Ethel hadn't wanted it to annoy Clementine. It was too late for that. What she wanted didn't matter. Clementine might have worried about Ethel's consent before they did anything approaching the erotic, but she'd not asked for Ethel's consent before they'd broken up. It wasn't a thing that people tend to do before they broke up their partners' hearts. Ethel knew she was being unfair and rational, but she could remember thinking Clementine wasn't all that considerate at the end of their relationship. Clementine liked to posture herself as a good person, but she hadn't realized how much hurt she had caused Ethel. Or maybe she simply hadn't cared. Ethel wasn't sure, but...
You don't have to worry about anything now.
The monster intoned, its mouth against Ethel's ear, its teeth inhumanly sharp, like shards of glass.
You're with us, and we want us to stay together. We want to be with you for as long as your body can indulge us. And unlike you humans, with your empty promises, we really do mean it. That girl might have abandoned you, but we won't. We can't live without you. We need you, Ethel. So please, give yourself up to us.
Sighed as the monster pressed more kisses against her neck, her throat, her collarbone. The monster's fingers were still moving, the while inside her, stirring her. Ethel could hear the damp, slick sound of her own sex, and she whimpered from it. This shouldn't have felt so good. There was something wrong about this, something raw and visceral. But it had been a long time since anybody had touched her like this, and her own clumsy, ineffectual paw in the bathtub didn't count. This monster might have been made of fungi, but it was still better at sexual stimulation than Ethel had ever been. Ethel was unsure what it had said about her technique. She didn't want to think about it. Could that have been another reason why Clementine had finished with her? Ethel had suspected Clementine had pretended to orgasm when they were intimate together, to spare Ethel the humiliation of not being able to satisfy her, but... Monster, perhaps knowing what Ethel was thinking, leant in and brushed the stump of its nigh non-existent nose against Ethel's.
Don't say anything.
Wasn't.
Not out loud, perhaps. But we can tell. They're just thinking about her.
How do
We know a lot of things.
Monster spoke with a smile, one which looked disarmingly girlish, sweet alongside it.
We know that you've been let down a lot in life. That's why you don't trust us. You can't give yourself up to us. You won't let yourself relax. But it'll be alright. We promise.
do you really mean that?
Naturally. We aren't lying. We need to take care of you. Unlike that awful girl who broke your heart. You're gonna be our new host. So we need to take good care of you. We won't hurt you. That would be like hurting ourselves. We'll fill you up until there isn't any of you left to speak up. We'll become part of you, and you'll become part of us. And you'll never have to be alone again.
The monster continued to scatter kisses against Ethel's skin like raindrops. Was it her? There was enough of the girl left in its face, in its voice. Ethel wasn't sure. Kisses stopped. They were like curses. The kisses soothed. They were like blessings. Ethel's skin, which had always been pinkish as opposed to being stereotypically pretty pale, began to bruise. Ethel's body was coming to life beneath the monster's muddied mouth. Ripples of color swirled across Ethel's throat and her neck, her clavicle and her collar. Her skin prickled. Her whole body shook. Then clusters of fine white-capped mushroom began to sprout from the wreckage of Ethel's withering, wasting flesh. Ethel opened her mouth. Did she mean to scream? But was soon silenced. The monster's lip was against her own, their tongue tangled. The monster's breath tasted of compost, the taste of earth and dust, dirt, and of squirming, writhing insects which lived within it. The monster's kiss left Ethel lightheaded. It felt as though she was being buried alive. Ethel was entombed in darkness, wrapped as the monster's kisses continued, over and over. Ethel could no longer breathe, so she didn't want them. The girl monster had begun to warm its way inside her, just as she promised, their bodies becoming one. Ethel's thoughts blurred together. She didn't know what she was doing, nor what was happening, which might have been why she quaked before monster's caresses. What was the point in trying to push the monster away? It would have its way with her regardless. It was a fungus. It fed on death and decay, things which humans tended to fear. How could Ethel ever hope to overwhelm a creature like that? She was too much of a human. She was weak and fragile, too scared of death to fight against it. She couldn't avoid it. All she could do was accept it.
Oh, Ethel.
The monster drew back, then caresses Ethel's cheek with one hand, and the hand which was between Ethel's legs.
We know you've been struggling for such a long time, but you don't need to struggle anymore. We're here for you. We'll take good care of you. So,
The monster, no, the girl, dozens of girls, exhaled. Ethel felt their breath against her earlobe, and she shuddered.
it's alright. Don't fret. I'll be with you. And I'll never leave you. Isn't that what you've always wanted?
Also, the name now says the girls.
Hi, it's me, the girls.
Oh, it's the girls. Oh, what up,
Hi,
the
it's me, the
girls?
Girls. First name the, last name girls. There's at least 20 in me.
Was this what Ethel has always wanted? Ethel didn't know. She didn't have words to express her feelings, but even if she had possessed the words, she wouldn't have been able to speak them. She couldn't talk anymore. Her mouth felt dry, as though it was stopped with cotton wool. She was choking on the air, on the atmosphere, on all of this raw, visceral affection. She didn't care. If this was what death was, then she would welcome it. It almost seemed silly now, as she succumbed to all his kisses, that she had ever been so afraid of this. Why had she worried about death when she had always been petrified of being alive? It was life which was difficult, the waking up, the getting dressed, the long, great days of nothingness which stretched on for infinity. There was little she enjoyed in life. The few things she loved had been bad for her. First, it had been the violin. Then, it had been the escapism that came with their favorite fantasy novels. Then, it had been Clementine. Clementine was gone now, with nobody to love her in her absence. Ethel drifted. She hadn't known how to fill her dull, gray eyes. She had languished. Being abandoned by Clementine had hurt. It hurt so much Ethel worried she would never be able to recover from it. It felt like her heart has been disassembled, as it was nothing more than a piece of old IKEA furniture. She had fallen apart, but the girl, who was many girl in one, was putting her back together. Her fierce kisses were painful, but that was only in the physical sense. There was something oddly reassuring about them. It was nice to know Ethel wasn't the architect of her own downfall. She was innocent and unsullied, a victim in the face of the girl's wicked misdeeds. And there was something soothing about being the victim. Ethel thought that she could finally understand why the heroines in the old romance novels from the 70s and the 80s were such insipid creatures, so weak-willed and wimpy, who were so prone to swooning. Ethel had always looked down her nose at such stories. She thought that was silly. But now she was beginning to reassess her opinions. She didn't want to be powerful, and neither did she want to be important. Most of the time, she didn't even want to be alive. She would far rather disappear. In that sense, there was something alluring about being the victim. The victim didn't do, they had things done to them. They didn't have to worry. So Ethel let go of her thoughts. They would only get in the way. She would surrender her mind to these decaying girls. This immutable monster, just like she had always surrendered her body. Slowly, they were becoming one. Ethel was the girl. The girl was Ethel. Ethel no longer knew where she stopped and the girl began. She was being consumed bit by bit, and Ethel no longer cared to fight against her. Hand check.
Hand check.
Perhaps the monster had been right. Perhaps this was what she had wanted. She didn't want to be loved after Clementine has left her. Not necessarily. She didn't think she deserved it. She had never thought that she deserved it. Wasn't that why Clementine had left her to begin with? Instead, she wanted to be obliterated. She wanted to cease to be. And if this girl monster was willing to do that for her, wasn't that the same as loving her?
Yeah, that's right. You're doing so well.
A litany of girls murmured, a symphony of overlapping voices, as their fingers rubbed against Ethel, rubbed against her.
Just a little more. Let's keep going. It'll make you feel so good you'll forget everything. When we're through with you, you won't remember all your regrets. You won't remember your mistakes. You won't need to. We'll do the remembering for you. Which means we'll do all the hurting for you too.
Remember it so you don't have to.
Fuck you.
I'm sorry.
Why did you do that?
I'm sorry.
You'll never have to feel pain again, except for that one time. That exact one time that just happened now when one of the voices inside of us decided to make a nostalgic regrets. But oh,
Yeah,
no.
she was really
It's
into
over.
those like early YouTube like review channels. I don't know. She's kind of weird.
We'll take it all away. We'll become one. And then we'll always be together.
Yes, Ethel thought, with a breathy gasp. These girls would take everything away. They would take her history, assume her face. They would inhabit her body, spores filling her lungs, her head, her heart. They would live Ethel's life for her. And Ethel would... She would disappear. She didn't want to live anymore. She hadn't wanted to live in a while. Why not submit to herself to these girls? A collective of consciousness would probably do a better job than being Ethel than Ethel herself ever had. Ethel's back arched. Her body seemed to fall apart, to bust, to bloom, to blossom anew. Her heart hammered, and her mind contracted. It collapsed, and everything fell apart.
It's cinema.
Yucky!
It's cinema.
That was really good.
So here's the thing. Just imagine a girl. Just imagine a girl, and you go up to her, and she's cute and all, and you're like, yeah, I'd like to talk to her. And then she goes to you and says, I want to kiss you so bad. And you're like, what the heck? And then she kisses you, and then she turns into a strange mushroom piece, and you're like, you know, it's not really that much of a downgrade. In fact, I would say it might be an improvement. She says, shut up, and just climbs in your mouth all the way. She's in your body.
Holly says, hi, I left the stream to play this on my own. Cinema. Yup! Yup! Oh, epilogue.
Oh, epilogue.
Ethel Briggs was no longer Ethel Briggs. In the deep, dark woods, where few in Oxbury dared to tread, a curious transformation had taken place. The girl, who had really been a collection of girls, or perhaps they had been a monster, had taken Ethel inside of them. Or perhaps it was Ethel who had taken all these girls inside of her.
Damn.
Damn! It was impossible to tell. One thing was certain, however. Where they had once been two, there was now one. The discarded shell of the monster's former host, the dark-haired, dark-eyed, besouled the lady, lay strewn upon the forest floor, a pile of unwanted kindling. The soiled body was no longer looked like its old body. It has undergone a curious sort of metamorphosis once it had been abandoned. Her discarded carcass lay curled up like a shed chrysalis, a cocoon. A mushroom had begun sprouting from her remnants, pushing her upwards like sunflowers as to greet the moon who had hung over treetops. As for Ethel, meanwhile, her body too was beginning to change. Her skin rippled as she took the monster at its many, many consciousness inside her. A flood of voices filled her head. A torrent of girls passed who had been similarly subsumed. Ethel thought, perhaps, that she could hear the dulcet tone of Isolde Delaney, who had been such a good singer. But surely that was impossible. Ethel had never heard Isolde speak, not the real Isolde, at least. She had only heard the phantom of her, animated by the shared consciousness of the creature which now dwelt within her. Ethel had never known the real Isolde. Perhaps the real Isolde, whatever that entailed, existed still within the monster, the creature, a mess of girls and souls all tangled together. Was the monster really a girl? Ethel wasn't sure. Yes, yet she felt she had shed her own girlhood somehow, allowing the monster to subsume her. It wasn't just the monster which Ethel has taken inside her. She had taken what remained of his soul too, and Chloe, and Lucy, and Susan, and all the other girls who had gone missing in Roxbury in the past.
Kazoo.
Thank you.
Bless you.
They were still alive, though. Their hearts no longer beat, their consciousness entwined with that of their hosts. They had become something more than themselves, and in shedding their own bodies, they had been permitted to live on for perpetuity, just like a fungus. Ethel too had shed a sense of self, just as the monster had discarded the mushroom-riddled carcass of the dead, dearly departed Isolde. Ethel's body was no longer her own, but by the same token, it felt more like hers than it had ever done before. Perhaps there was no Ethel anymore. Her very being was being buffeted. A fragile sense of her
Buffeted.
buffeted. Her fragile sense of self tossed to and fro like a ship out of sea. But Ethel felt no particular loss of this. She felt no grief. She wasn't sad. Why should she be? She had finally found somewhere she belonged. She was no longer she in the singular, was no longer a sad, lonely individual. She was... No, they were a legion. They would always be together. And as the body, which had once been Ethel, rippled and distorted, as it took in more voices and existence and consciousness than it ever before possessed, its lips curved into a smile.
Now, who's voicing this? Would it be me or
guess-
Juice?
I guess
Do
Juice.
Do we want to just do it together and just let the weird
Sure.
ride?
Do it together! Yay!
All right.
Alright, on three. One,
Yeah, 1,
2,
2.
3.
There.
D.
See?
Isn't this
Isn't
what you
that
wanted?
what you wanted?
I'm not gonna try doing a voice anymore. I'm too tired.
Understandable.
The monster. What the fuck do you mean this is still going? It's long! It's good though. The monster crooned to Ethel in her voice. Perhaps Ethel was simply speaking to herself. Deep within her woods, where the fronds of the moonlight struggled to reach.
3, 2, 1. We
told you it wouldn't hurt.
it wouldn't hurt.
It isn't even
It
like
isn't
going
even
to
like
sleep.
going to sleep.
It's like being reborn.
Oh, she got her hands in her hip though.
Oh,
Like kind of,
damn. She's
kind
kind
of,
of bad.
she kind of. Wait.
She's
I
kind of
mean,
cunty
like,
with it.
Hey.
I mean, so are you interested in another host, like a newer
confidence
host?
boost.
Like, I mean, like, do you want like a new host? Like, I mean, like, I mean, I could host the fungus. Like, I mean, I'm just asking. I'm like,
honestly, hey, is it possible just to join? Like, you could just, I guess, turn whatever you get out of me into something else. I just kind of want to join in.
Do you have the application open? Like, I mean, is like a word of
Is there
mouth
like a
thing,
trial
or is it
run?
like do you have to interview? Like, I don't like.
Because I walk around the class handing out worksheets. So everyone, this was a media study. What have we learned?
What?
Mushroom. Strange girl in woods. Trust them always because they might turn out to be mushroom girl who would like try to infect you with your fungal spores.
yes, but what if we learned about writing and about gaming?
I have
girls.
learned that hot girls sing in church alone. Scary at first, but then very, very endearing. But then back to scary, but that's fine.
Yeah.
As a treat, she's allowed.
Were there any aspects of the story structure that were enjoyed and ones that were less enjoyed?
Oh, there were
girls
stuff enjoyed.
Okay. I think the gallery is just CGs. Yep.
Yeah.
Locked.
You missed something.
No.
It's a linear story.
It's okay.
You missed
these are notes. Addendum.
There's fucking more.
No.
There's goddamn more. Fuck.
Ethel was drifting.
Do we want to do this on stream, or do we want to like skip this so the chat can play it for themselves?
I've been here 8 hours.
Yeah, but like, don't you want to like look at all the Yuri it has to offer?
There's yet more. There's yet more Yuri lost to us.
I mean, okay. How's everyone feeling?
Need a shower, go to bed.
Okay. I'm gonna leave the extras to myself.
Oh, Christ.
I'm gonna leave the extras to myself. And y'all can go buy it and play for yourself.
I think
How
we found
about
the
that?
location of the missing CG though.
What?
We found the location of the missing CG though.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you everybody for coming. This was a lot of fun. I did not know it was gonna take like almost 8 hours. Like Jesus Christ, it's very long.
Yeah. Glad I could stop in for the last little part of it.
IMO, it was worth it for me. This game, I highly suggest y'all go and purchase this game and play it.
$7 USD.
Yeah, because, well, one, it's a good Yuri VN, like it's good, and also there's extras to see. So if you want to look at, also it's like super cheap. And two, I think now more than ever, it is imperative to support artists and like creators who make a lot of more mature and adult content. Like, this game isn't like porn, but it has a lot of, you know, mature themes and like, you know, mention of
This
sex and
This,
shit.
this game isn't porn, but it does extensively describe a sexual act there at the end. You all saw it. We were all there.
And
Not just at the end. There was that little bit in the middle in the top.
yeah.
Oh.
So and considering that, I think it is like important to like support creators who are making these type of content and who are putting out on platforms like itch.io, Steam, and whatnot. Any place that like uses payment methods of like PayPal, credit cards, or like Stripe or whatever. So please, please, please show support. Please show support. And if you want to know how to prevent the type of like unnecessary censorship in media such as this, you can type in !screw CC and it will give you a link to yellat.money, where you can learn about more information on how to fight against this this bullshit. Mainly
Pulling out my hand, you will have to make phone calls. I'm sorry.
Yes. Mainly it's about calling these credit card companies like MasterCard, fucking Visa, like PayPal, Stripe, etc. And letting them know, hey, don't censor shit. What the fuck? Send emails, send inquiries, send fucking support on their websites, but mostly call these people. They're keep saying, hey, we've been getting a lot of calls about this. Stop calling them. And that's the sign to call them more often. So please, please, please call them. And make sure good shit like Her Love Like Poison gets made more. Toxic Yuri, Yummy Yuri, Sweet Yuri, any kinds of Yuri is good shit. Anyways, we're gonna rate somebody.
You're in the United States. Call your representatives and tell them to propose the Kids Online Safety Act, which is being brought before the House once again, or the Senate. I don't remember.
Yes.
It does not keep children safe. It is a lie. Terrible lie.
Anyways, we're gonna rate somebody unless someone has anything to promote or suggest.
No.
Go to my coffee page. I need money. I'm moving soon.
Yay! Everybody's moving soon.
Put your Ko-fi link in chat.
I will in a moment. Hold on, it's slow, but it's going somewhere. There it is!
Yay!
Hooray! You can get such things as emotes, or a picture of your OC failing to put together an IKEA shelf, or my favorite, your OC pondering which carton of milk to get at the grocery store.
Yay! Yay!
The options are so strong.
Yes. But yeah. If that's all, we're gonna rate somebody. We're gonna be rating 1 Spatula. You're doing art. It's been a while since we rated Spats. Oh yeah. Go say hi. Rate phrase.
One.
Raid phrase. I love fungus.
It's peak mushroom Yuri. It's peak mushroom Yuri.
Peak mushroom Yuri.
Peak mushroom Yuri. But yeah, go say hi to Spats. And I'll probably see y'all soon. Maybe Sunday. Maybe earlier in the week. I don't know. Who's to say? We'll see. Whatever. See ya. Bye. Bye. Bye now. Bye.
Take care.